guess I better go find a Big Feet story to start things off. It's been like a week or something since my last Bigfoot story. So now there's nothing in my recommended. The heck? Go ahead and post. RB. Post to the Discords. And everywhere else. Okay, let me go find Big Feets. Could also start with some news. There is some news that I wanted to have a look at. Hero janitors just stopped mass event at Christian school. Kinda want to read that one, but maybe later once YouTube decides I'm no longer within the 30 seconds to get my stuff banned for no reason, just for discussing current events. What's up, Skylox Gaming 86? How are you doing today? Let's call it Big Feets Chronicles. See if I can find a short episode. 54 minutes. An hour 6. 48 minutes. A strange place to camp. Okay, we'll start with that one. Kill the musics. A strange place to camp.
It looked like somebody was bent over and had their head in.
About Sasquatch West can become a member and get additional shows. Let's jump into it tonight.
Yeah, chilling's always fun. I
Charlie
like
to the
chilling.
show.
Chilling.
Charlie, thanks for coming on.
Chilling is one of the best, most fun things to be able to do. And then having something cool in the background like Sasquatch Chronicles. Because everyone knows the Big Feets are totally real. Oh fuck, I gotta change. Is this I hate how Windows has like all of these 5 bajillion different sound thingies. I just gotta check through all of them to make sure I'm in the right one. Change this one to default, and I think this should be good.
Come on.
Thanks for having me, Wes.
And I also want to welcome Allison to the show. Allison, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. And I know all of this just happened to you guys back on Memorial Day.
Okay,
If you would, Charlie.
let me know if it is too low or too high compared to my audio, and I will fix it.
just kind of start from the beginning. What were you doing, and walk us into what happened?
Yeah, well, so basically, we're lucky enough to have a large piece of property up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, about 50 miles west of Marquette, in an area in a town called Big Bay, Michigan. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the area, but it's about as desolate as
Decent.
it gets for
The
this part
heck?
of the country. Oftentimes, people go up there, live in Michigan their whole lives, and they have no idea. It's like northern Canada. It'd be like going to Saskatchewan. So it's very desolate. It's beautiful. We're lucky to have really no public access to it. So there's no roads, no paved roads at least. There's no power boats allowed on the lakes. If you're going to traverse any of the lakes, you've got to use an old-fashioned rowboat. Planes hardly fly over, and just about every type of wildlife you can imagine is up there. And I've been going up there, since I was a baby. I mean, I think since I was 1 year old, and I've camped and fished and hiked, and I've done a little bit of hunting in the area, and I'm very familiar with the animal life
Oh, okay, lower, but decent. Okay, let's see if I
that's in
put it
the
up
area.
ever
And
so slightly.
about the biggest thing I've ever seen up there is maybe black bear. Never seen a moose. Allegedly, they're in the area, but I've never seen evidence of them. There is bobcat, and everything else that you could think of, like coyotes. There is a small wolf population that's been growing up in the area.
Oh, woofs.
So we decided to go camping up there Memorial Day weekend, sort of on short notice. And when we got up there, we set up our camp and took some time to just kind of relax and take it easy. We did some fishing and cooked a great dinner and set up a campfire and watched the sun go down. And it was a beautiful night. It was a beautiful dark blue sky with the sun setting behind the mountains, and we were watching stars come out, and a couple planets became pretty obvious. And we just sat there enjoying things like any campers would, minding our business, listening to the birds and listening to the crickets. And before, maybe I'd say, I think what
I so desperately need a third monitor. I have way too many windows open. On my second monitor trying to play Tetris over here. It's like playing Tetris and inventory management in Resident Evil 4. It's kind of annoying. I need to see if there's a cheap monitor. I guess I could do that while listening to this. Let me go ahead and do that. Oh no, fuck! Go ahead and do that before I start Nathan Merchants.
was it, about 10 o'clock, 10:15ish, I think, probably right around 10. It was about an hour after sunset. We noticed this. I don't even know how to describe it, really. So many times I've been trying to verbalize it, but it, for lack of a better description, I'm just gonna come out and I'm calling it a UFO because I don't know what to call it. But it was a white, bright object. Couldn't have been more than a couple thousand feet up in the air, coming over the horizon from behind a mountain that was probably about a quarter mile away. And we watched it as it came closer. And I turned to Allison and I said, "What in the hell is that?"
Oh no, but then I guess if I get another monitor, the issue is gonna have to be how do I mount it? Fuck. Fucking first world problems. I might have to also then look for either a mounting thingy that I can put above my current two monitors, or a way I can mount it off to the right side. Or I'm just gonna have to get another two monitors. Oh no. When one little tasks turns into 20 different tasks. That always reminds me of this one scene from Malcolm in the Middle. What does it look like I'm doing? Just watch this real quick. I fucking love this scene. It's so fucking funny and so real.
Al, can you replace that light bulb in the kitchen?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Literally the best entire scene in that entire series. Love it so much.
And she said, oh, well, maybe it's the space station. I said, that's not the space station. And it started to come closer, and it almost seemed like it was literally making a direct beeline right for us. And we just sort of stared at it, and it got to, maybe nearly right above us. And it almost seemed like it slowed down as it passed over. I've thought about this a lot, and it felt like it was watching us. It was that kind of weird sensation. Like you felt like somebody was looking down at you. I know that sounds crazy, but that's what it felt like. And as it went over top, it slowed down a little bit, and I noticed that
They're being watched by the aliens on the spaceships.
it wasn't really a ball. It was kind of like, I don't know. It was at one point it sort of looked almost like a oblong, diamond, three-dimensional diamond, or almost like a cylinder or something along those lines. And then it just kept on going behind the trees behind us, and we kind of just chalked it up as a kind of a weird experience. So, sitting there, I think I was having some bourbon or something like that, and we were just staying warm by the fire. We were chatting quietly.
It might be acceptable if it's not the most amazing monitor, because it's just going to be a supplementary monitor. I feel like this primary monitor that I'm using right now and my left one are pretty much guaranteed to remain my primary monitors. Although I think it's IPS panel that I need if I'm going to be looking at it from an angle. Because it would either be off to the right side or above the first monitor. Maybe I'll just start taking notes every time I see anything that might be useful.
And about 3 or 4 minutes later, about a half a mile away to the south of where we were sitting, and we're at the end of a big inland lake. So this inland lake sits maybe, I'd say, 5 miles from the shore of Lake Superior. And we're at the end of this inland lake, and it was like everything went quiet, and then I heard what I thought was the sound of coyotes yipping. And you know how coyotes kind of like, they start up, they kind of go yip, 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 and then they kind of go into their call.
I've never actually heard any coyotes in person. Maybe just gotta start going camping, so I'll have a better idea what it actually sounds like.
And I'm familiar with that. I've heard them before. And it went yip, 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 and then went real high.
Yip.
And then it continued and went really low, like something was
goodness.
grunting, like almost like grunting in pain, like going, "Arr, arr." And then
What
it
the heck? That sounds
overlapped. It
terrifying.
was like an overlapping sound of these screams. Just this, I mean, it was blood-curdling screams. Like I thought something was getting torn apart, or something was tearing something apart. I don't know. And then it kind of cascaded back into the yips with more screams, and then almost what I would say are kind of like yells. And then it kind of just tapered off and then cut out completely. Not a yip, not a cry, not a scream, not a yell, not a thing. Just dead, complete silence. And Alice and I, we're looking at each other when this is going on, and her eyes are wide.
I may have fucked up this start because I feel like my progress on these buildings are much slower than they should be. Since I limited my wood output and wood harvesting early on. Unfortunately, but we'll see whether or not I can defend properly.
Wide, and she's, I mean, I can tell she's clearly afraid. I'm just sort of stunned because I've been camping there for decades, and I have never ever heard anything like that. And I've heard a lot of wildlife down there. So, I turned to Allison and I said, "What do you think that was?" And she says, "I don't want to talk about it." I said, "No, I mean, what was that?" She goes, "If you don't know what that is, I'm scared." And I was I just didn't even know what to say about it. And I said, well, let's talk about it. She's like, "No, I don't want to talk about it." She just wanted to go into tent. And I don't blame her because it was so bizarre. It was so scary. It was so frightening. It was something I've never heard, never encountered before in my life. And what made it eerie to me was this all happened a few minutes after we saw this. I don't know what it is. This thing that came over us in the sky. That it was not a drone. It was not a satellite. It was not a plane. It wasn't a Japanese lantern. It was something else that I couldn't begin to tell you what it could have been. But in a nutshell, that's basically the story.
And I know that you're skeptical of Sasquatch existing, Charlie, or you're kind of on the fence. Did you guys actually go into the forest the next day and look for any signs or anything?
I wanted to go over there. Allison did not. We actually went fishing during the day, and we rode down to approximately that shoreline because I wanted to get a closer look. There's actually a creek that's a freshwater creek that empties into the lake, and that's actually
a creek. I think he means a crick.
Water source for the lake, and this creek kind of goes back about 5 miles to the south, and then the whole terrain changes to basically tundral plain. Like it's basically flat. They're just plains.
Can I ask you, Allison, can you kind of describe what you saw in the sky that night?
Yeah, so I mean, like Charlie said, it didn't look, I'm not too familiar with the sky, but I asked him some questions because he's more knowledgeable than I am. So I kind of threw out the space station, and he said that that's not what it was. It was too low to us to be that. And then actually the night after, we documented the time that we saw that thing in the sky. It was like 10:15. And so the next night we looked up at the sky in the same place we're sitting by the campfire, and we looked in the exact same position and also around it, and we never saw anything like we saw the night before.
Yeah. And Allison, what were you thinking when you were hearing all this strange noise coming from the woods?
Well, when it started out, like the coyote yips, I'm familiar with coyotes. I used to live out in the country area, so I'm familiar with that and some other smaller animals like that. But I know that he has more knowledge about that area, especially the animals that roam out, especially at night. So I started hearing the yips, and then it kind of transferred into the deep bellow sound that we heard. And I looked to him maybe for a glimpse of knowledge, or because I was kind of getting scared at that point because I've never heard anything like that. And so I looked at him, and his face probably mirrored mine. And I knew that wasn't a good sign, because if he didn't know what that was, and he's been out here his whole life, then, my fear was probably right, that, it didn't feel like we were supposed to hear it, I guess.
Yeah, no, it felt like we were hearing something that was not meant for us.
So, after we heard that, and I think I tried to talk to him while we're hearing it, and, he kind of looked at me, and, we wanted to finish hearing the rest of its call or whatever it was, and then afterward, he was kind of excited, but at the same time, had the same feeling of fear as I did, and he wanted to talk about it, and I'm like, no. I'm like, we can talk about this when we are on our way home. And he goes, no, let's talk about it.
We can talk about it, but not here. I don't want to.
Yeah, I think we should just go in the tent and maybe wait until morning.
I don't want to summon anything.
Charlie, when you were hearing that, is there anything you would compare it to?
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is kind of what encouraged me to call you. I mean, Allison actually had mentioned, we've been listening to you well, Allison's been listening to for much longer, but she kind of got me into listening to in the spring. And I'd probably heard maybe 3 or 4 episodes. And, the topic's interesting to me. I'm not sure if I'm a 100% believer or not, but I'm not a skeptic either. And so I've been listening to those podcasts, and, I particularly been focused on the ones coming out of Michigan. And, I was I was listening to it Saturday night, this most recent Saturday, and you played an audio clip from, I think the episode you played it in, the one I heard was episode 751, but you played a clip that was a capture out of Michigan, and I immediately turned up my radio, and I'm I'm like, okay, let's hear this, And you played this clip, and you guys were talking about, the guest you had, I was talking about vocalizations and the pitch and the volume, and how the volume kind of is always loud, but it's like these things don't have a volume knob. And you played this clip, and the minute it started, it was a replay. I mean, it could have been identical. That's what it just stunned me, because I've been struggling so hard to verbalize it. And I used to say to myself over the last few months, I wish I'd somehow captured this on video or on audio. And then when you played that clip, it was hands down 100%, like 99% accurate. And
Okay, next time I venture outside and leave the door of the house, I'm going to always have a GoPro on, recording at all times, just in case I can ever encounter any big feats or spooky sounds or dogmans or gremlins or goblins or gnomes. I will not be one of those people who has no evidence. I will have at least some evidence.
And I don't know what animal to compare it to, other than, to me, it felt like 3 or 4 different animals all strung together, sometimes overlapping. Like I could hear maybe the sounds of a big cat, like a bobcat, this wailing, screaming kind of sound. At one point, you almost could hear sort of like a rutting sound of maybe a deer, and then the yipping of the coyote. But then there was this almost human sound, which was at times where you kind of heard the windup of this maybe possibly cat sound. It was like you could hear the deep breaths almost that we had to go into the animal or into the creature to create that kind of sound. And it was agonizing. So, I don't really have any basis of comparison other than that clip that you played on that episode 751 and, a few of those animals I've heard individually.
Yeah, sometimes when they vocalize, it sounds like they have multiple vocal cords. Sometimes they'll make, multiple animal sounds. Here's a clip from episode 751. These are sounds recorded in Michigan.
Oh no, he's gonna play more spooky sounds. Oh no. Okay, the good thing is the sun is still out, so I'm not gonna get any nightmares. Hopefully. We'll see. I have never been outside at night hearing any mountain lions or anything, but I think that sound right there does seem a bit more like a mountain lion-y or cougar or panther sound. That one sounds a bit feline-like. Let's get rid of... I don't want any iron here. Or steel. I can definitely imagine that sound right there coming out of a lion-shaped lion, family tree kind of creature.
I played it over, and I played it probably 20 times in the last 2 days.
I gotcha.
Because it's so stunningly similar. And when I heard that was out of Michigan and it sounded so identical, I thought to myself, geez, I wonder if this happened at the same time in the same area and somebody else had captured it, because I was completely shocked at how it sounded so identical.
So you guys end up leaving, but did anything else ever happen while you were out there camping?
No, we stayed another night. Like Allison said, we watched the sky, around the same time. We didn't have, any odd animal noises, any odd sounds, no odd encounters. I mean, everything was, just like a, good old-fashioned camping trip. But it was just that moment in time, that evening, it felt like it was just disconnected from reality.
And I know there's 2 more incidences that we're going to talk about tonight. Did they happen in a different state?
Both incidents happened in Michigan. Both of them happened on the same property. One happened on the same lake, just about a quarter mile away. And then I had another separate incident happen on a different lake on the same property.
Well, walk us into the first one. You were on a lake. Kind of what were you doing and what happened?
So the most recent one was 2 summers ago. We were on a separate lake that's on the other side of this property. So we're probably about 5 miles away. And this lake actually does border some property where there are 3 houses on it. All the other lakes there's no buildings, no structures whatsoever. So my son and I are fishing on this lake, and there's a boathouse on the lake that houses 2 rowboats that you can take these boats out for fishing. And we're rowing across the lake, and it's probably noon. It's a sunny day. There's a few clouds in the sky, and we're about 2/3 away from the boathouse, traversing the other side to the other side of this lake. And my son is sitting in the front of the rowboat, facing the back, so he can see where we've come from. And I, of course, have my back to it as I'm rowing. And he says, "Hey, Dad, what is that?" I look around, and I don't see anything. He goes, "No, that." And there's some sort of object on the water at the far shoreline from where we had come from, making no sound, no waves. The lake is flat as can be. I mean, you can see every reflection. I actually have a photo I can send to you if you would like to see it. And so I don't have the best cell phone at the time, but I try to zoom in, and I can see the object. It's white. It looks like your standard, propane tank that somebody would have in their front yard, that they fill up for the winter, like the big ones, almost like a submarine, really. And it's not in the water though. That's the weird part. It's like it's on top of the water, as if it was me not even touching the water, to be honest with you. And the weird part about it is that it's not casting a reflection, despite the fact that it's white and the water is black. And we watch this thing. We just stop rowing and we just watch it. It goes. I mean, I'd say the width of the lake at that point is probably, I'd say, maybe 4 or 5 football fields long. And the thing's probably going 3 to 5 miles an hour, maybe walking speed. And it's just silently going along. And it gets to the shore, and I'm thinking, okay, what's it going to do now? And it just goes into the woods. It just goes into the shore. It just disappears into the woods. It didn't even move. It's like it didn't even go up. It just whoosh, disappeared. And my son and I thought, well, what the hell was that? What did we just see? And we couldn't figure it out because there's no boat launch. There's no access to that side of the shore. And
it must have been a misbehaving texture, and the reason it didn't have a shadow or cause any ripples is because the world was overloaded. The world's or the universe's CPU couldn't handle it, so it didn't render it at all. That's what happened.
Really, that area is very, very heavily wooded. So I can't imagine what the heck it was. It was bizarre. It made no sense. It made no sound. It cast no reflection. And again, it's something I'd never seen before. But, I mean, what do? You go tell the world what you just saw, and people go, yeah, okay, whatever. It's like a fish story. But we just kind of laughed about it, looked at each other, and just chalked it up as maybe some type of paranormal experience. So that was the most recent story.
And Charlie, did you you have a picture of the object?
Yeah, I do. I have 2 pictures. I have one picture where it's basically no zoom, and you can see it just barely. And then I have a picture where I zoomed in on it, and I actually changed it to a grayscale because it's easier to pick out the object in. And I can send those to you if you like.
Yeah, would you please text it to me or email me the picture, and I'll throw it up underneath this episode if that's all right. As you were talking, I've been trying to find this episode. I did an episode a long time ago. I think originally the episode was Little People, but I had this guy on, and
Fuck, he doesn't have the link here. Let me go find the original channel, see if I can find that picture so we can have some kind of a reference for what he's talking about. Let's see. A strange place to camp. Okay, let's see if this one has the link. It does not. What the heck? He lied. He said he's going to include the picture below, and it's not here. Wow, all men are liars. Never trust any man ever.
He was retelling this encounter that happened to him when he was very young. And basically what happened was he was playing, and this little person goes running across the road in front of him. I think he was 13 or 14 at the time. And they kind of lived out in the middle of nowhere. And it ran off into the bush. And then what happened was he describes this small object just taking off. And I think he described it as like a little trash can, or, it didn't remind him of what you would think of with a UFO. It wasn't like a flying saucer, but it reminded him of like a little trash can, or it was very oddly shaped. I need to find the episode. I've been looking all over for it. But I'm curious if his description kind of matches what you guys saw. Yeah, please send it to me if you would. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I'm going to text it to you here as we're talking.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. And if I find that episode, I'll send it to you, Charlie.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. I'd love to see it. It's it's like when you see something like that, you struggle to compare it to something that makes sense, And I think the reason why my brain made that correlation was because that part of northern Michigan, there is no natural gas up there, So, you, as a utility is concerned. So everybody's got, propane tanks in their yards. And it was the first thing that came to mind because my mind was trying to associate what it could be that makes sense, that's in the environment, that would, what shape like that have I seen in the environment? Well, it'd be a propane tank like that. But what the hell is a propane tank doing floating across, almost hovering across the lake at a consistent speed? There was no wind, and then just disappear, fading into the woods, just as if it was, just going on a trip, just going on a little walk.
Yeah, I think the initial thought would be it's probably a UFO.
Hey guys, don't forget to go walk your propane tanks tonight, or at least the next few days. You don't want your propane tank to be getting depressed. Going a couple days without exercise and mental activity.
Oh, but from your description and the way it went off in the woods, I could see why you might think it was paranormal, and it could have been paranormal.
Yes, there's a black and white photo. I just sent it to you with all the others. And what's interesting is you can see the shoreline. And, I don't know how familiar you are with how deer forage, especially in the wintertime. But a lot of times, this area is mostly cedar along these shores and some hemlock. And the deer love to eat that stuff. And so
Is this the granddad who you've mentioned before, or a different one? He's very old. Okay, yeah, it must be the same one. Okay, well, hopefully it goes well.
Yes, march! Follow me! March!
Yeah, my grandparents all live super duper far away, so I have never seen them or interacted with them in person. So go ahead and take the opportunity to hang out with them while you can. That's for sure.
Whenever you go to these inland lakes and you look at the tree line from the shore, it's kind of an oddity of nature. All the limbs, all the lowest branches of the tree are of equal height all the way around the lake because the deer walk along the lake and they eat the bottom halves of these trees. And so just as a reference point, what that height is. And that height is, approximately 7 to 9 feet all the way around the lake. So when you're looking at this object, you can see it up against the shoreline, and you can see the trees, and so that it's less than 8 feet high. So it's probably about 3 to 4, maybe 5 feet high, and probably about 7 to 9 feet long. That's what I figured, which is about what a propane tank would be.
Yeah, I'm looking at him now. Very strange. And I'll put him underneath this episode on SasquatchChronicles.com.
He lied. Oh, it's on the website. Okay, let me go check out the website then. Let's see if I can find this picture. And let me go ahead and pause the game so I don't lose my valuable seconds. Chronicles. So I don't lose my valuable seconds building and producing weapons. Which episode is this? Season 3, episode 10. I don't think that's the actual. That's episode 794. Let's have a look at episode 794. What the heck? They have episode 944 is the most recent one. Well, good thing is I've got a bunch of episodes to get through. See, episode 794. A strange place to camp. Go ahead and show you guys what's going on. Where's that picture? Ah, I think here's his propane tank that he went to go take for a walk. I think that's it right there. What the heck? Oh my goodness, this cave is not a natural formation, right, Cortana? What the heck? Look, a Big Feets did this. What the heck? What the heck? Yay. Whoop, you go, Steve. Happy Friday, good sir. It's not Friday, it's... What's today? It's a Tuesday? It's not Friday, it's Tuesday. This isn't a pool, this is a bathtub. So anyway, don't forget to go take your propane tank out for a walk. Go take your propane tank out for a swim.
If you guys want to check it out. The last encounter we're going to talk about, did it happen on this lake?
No. So, the second encounter happened on the lake where we talked about the first encounter, the one with the scream that we had on Memorial Day weekend. And it happened, it actually happened nearby a campsite that I used to camp at, that Allison and I did not camp at, but it would be the next point down that's sticking out into the water. And it actually abuts this creek. It comes right up to this creek. So it's the end of the lake, and there is nowhere to go after this. You're going into this creek, and it's really kind of a boggy, marshy area with the foots of two mountains coming down from either side. And so it's really a lowland between these two mountains. And I can also send you a picture of that if you'd like to see, to get an idea of the terrain. So essentially, what I was doing is I was camping down there, and I think it was about 2003. So it was nearly 20 years ago. And I had, at the time, this big, beautiful Siberian Husky. And I'd take him camping with me, and he'd go out in the boat. And we would go out and typically do some night fishing right before dusk, because where that creek comes into the lake, there's a deep spot where
Oh no, I think they're pretty close to attacking soon. Better get my army up and running.
freshwater spring is, and that's where all the trout are. So we were going to try to get ourselves some trout, and really ended up with nothing, and rode in kind of before it started getting dark. And this campsite is situated on an outcropping of rock that comes into the water, and there's a small bay, and there's a sort of a lily pond almost, so sort of almost like a crescent shaped bay. And we're rowing in, and we're coming in very quietly.
60,
and all of a sudden the dog gets up and runs to the front of the rowboat and puts his paws up, and he's clearly sees something or hears something. And I'm saying, what are you doing? What is it? What do you see? And he looks at me, and he looks back at the shore. And just as I said that, I see like a 12 to 16 foot sapling. For lack of a better description, it looked like somebody had tied a string to the very top of it and was down at the bottom and just pulled it down. And then it went snapping back up. And I thought that was weird. And then another tree to the left of it did the same thing. And then another tree, and then another tree, and it's progressed along the shoreline towards the direction of where our campsite was, which was probably 100 yards away. And we were just coasting now into this bay. I had been rowing, and we still had a little speed, and I just decided to sort of let us kind of coast in case it was a bear or something like that. I wanted to see what it was. And the weird part is there was no noise. There was no heavy footfall. There was no grunting, but there was a grumbling sound. And the only way I can describe it is that it was sort of like...
it's kind of like, but not exactly.
You could feel it more than you could hear it. It was like a hum. It was like a very low frequency, like vroom. And then that was the only sound I heard. And then there was maybe two or more of these trees bent down, and then it stopped, just completely stopped. And so I sat there in the boat. The dog stood up on the end, and he starts to bark now. And nothing went running. There was no, scattering of an animal or anything like that. And so just to be on the safe side, because I just wanted to make sure it wasn't a bear, we actually slowly rowed into that spot where we saw the last tree bend. So I was about maybe 10, 12 feet offshore, so I could peek in there. And there was nothing there. There was nothing there. Now, we pulled up the boat and got out of the boat, and the dog ran over there. And I got to the spot approximately where we'd seen that last tree bend, and we didn't find anything. We didn't find any, trees or brush or anything that looked like it had been broken or snapped. The one odd thing we did find, and it's probably just coincidence, is we did find two trumpeter swan carcasses that looked like they had died, several days before. Once every 7 years or so, these swans will migrate up to the area, and that happened to be one of those years. But I didn't really make any association with that in what we saw. But yeah, that was it, and nothing else happened that night. It was a normal, quiet night, and I thought maybe it's poachers coming up a trail, because there is a trail that does go back there, that sometimes poachers will come up. So again, very bizarre, and it's something that I never really even thought about again until we heard those screams on Memorial Day weekend. And then I started thinking, wow, I had that 20 years ago, and then 2 years ago, the thing that my son and I saw, and now this thing in the sky and these screams. That's kind of a lot of stuff.
Spooky.
So yeah.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a strange place to camp. I can't imagine poachers grabbing the top of trees and pulling them down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes no sense. And you see, the weird part, the reason I thought it was weird, and it's funny, I remember after it happened, I was trying to describe it to somebody else who uses the property. And I said, you remember that movie Jurassic Park, with the dinosaurs? And they're like, yeah. I said, he was kind of like that. I was
Jurassic Park? Never heard of it.
expecting the brontosaurus to kind of all of a sudden stick up his head, or something that maybe start eating the top of the tree, you know what I mean? And it was an unnatural bending of the tree too, because it didn't make sense. How could the tip of the tree bend down like that? Where are you going to grab it on the tree to make it bend that way? And it was just, I don't even know what to think about it. It's just, it happened. It was strange. It didn't make any sense. It was bizarre. And then it just ended.
Yeah, it's very strange. The noise that you heard, would you describe it was it more like a growl, or was it more mechanical sounding?
It was definitely not mechanical. Yes, and it's funny because Alice and I have been interested in the Michigan Dogman story. So, we've listened to a couple of your podcasts on that, especially the wildlife biologist who gave a pretty thorough accounting. I guess he took a shot at it with a 45 and it just bounced off his head. It didn't sound canine. It didn't sound like a bear or anything like that. It sounded like a multi-species. It sounded like it was trying to. It sounded like somebody was trying to copy 4 different animal sounds at once and spit them all out at the same time. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. You know, a lot of times when these creatures vocalize, people will describe it as multiple animals or something with multiple vocal cords, as we talked about there in the past. But let me ask you, I know you're on the fence with regard to if Sasquatch is real or not, but if you had the opportunity, would you want to see one?
Well, you see, here's the irony. We're going back to that spot this coming weekend. And, you know, Allison's a little nervous about it. And I am, I guess, a little bit too. I mean, I think the odds of having that kind of encounter are pretty.
Unlucky. These motherfuckers. See if I can. See if I can salvage this.
Your Majesty. Let's go. Follow me. Move. Your Majesty. I'm listening. Ready? Move. I'm listening.
It definitely feels like this is one of those episodes. One of those levels where
I'm listening.
they just attack way too soon.
Forward.
Oh no! I'm trying to get one of these crossbows.
Ready? Follow me.
Okay, hold on. If I'm lucky,
Majesty. Your buildings are being attacked.
if I'm lucky, they'll just hit that and then back off.
Your Majesty. Yes. Forward.
pretty low again. At least if I look at it in the context of going up there my whole life and never hearing that. But I don't know. It's a hard thing to answer because I don't know what I would do. You know, part of me is really curious, and I really want to see something physical that I can match that sound up to, because I can't process in my mind what could make that noise. If I could witness it, and I could witness it in a way that was safe, and I knew that I had a way out, I definitely would. If I was wandering through that area, and I know that area well, and I came up on it, it's not like an area you can run through. You know, I mean, you would get tired way before it would, I would imagine. And you know, if it wanted to get you, it would get you. And I don't know if it has that motive or not, but you know, part of me wants to see it and wants to know what it was, and then part of me is very, you know, after seeing what we saw in the sky and recollecting the previous two experiences, clearly there's something going on. Whether they're related or not, I don't know, but you know, the curiosity is strong. It's just at the same time, my sense of self-preservation is stronger. So
I get it. What about you, Allison? If you had the opportunity to see one of these things, would you want to?
You know, I mean, like he said, we're going up there this weekend, and I keep thinking about what we heard, and it didn't make me feel very secure. It made me feel really uneasy. So, yeah, I don't think I'm curious enough to go see what it is. But Charlie, you know, he went up there a while ago, and he wanted to go explore in the woods and see what it is. And you know, I'm not on that same, I guess, pattern of thinking.
Wow, woman is not brave. What a fucking pussy.
I just kind of, I mean, I'm glad I experienced, you know, the hearing it, but I don't really want to interact with it again, especially when we're that far out in the woods and, you know, we don't have a car nearby, anything like that to possibly escape except like a tent, but really what's a tent going to do if something happens, you know?
Yeah, be careful if you go back. I know curiosity will overtake us sometimes, and we'll set aside common sense because of curiosity, and I've done it many times, done a lot of stupid things because of curiosity, but let me ask you, and I ask everyone, Allison, what do you think Sasquatch is?
You know, I had this conversation, you know, with Charlie, and the whole, I mean, logic and reason and I guess statistics about it, we only know a portion of the ocean, and I feel like we definitely don't know like what is all out there, the ocean or on land. So there's definitely a lot of people that coincide with the same things and what they heard or saw, and there's different versions of it and varieties of it, but it all kind of is in the same category and relates to one another. So I'm probably a bigger believer than maybe Charlie is, but I definitely think, you know, we don't know everything about the world or the universe.
Do you think it's more physical, like a primitive man, or more animalistic, or do you think it's something else?
See, I think it's more of the like supernatural being. Because when we talked about the, you know, glowing cylindrical object that happened before we saw the scream, or we heard the scream, I feel like they coincide, and it's not a coincidence.
Yeah, I hear you. And you definitely could be right. I mean, there's a lot of weird things that go on with regard to these creatures and what people experience. There's more going on here than I think most people are willing to admit. What's your take, Charlie? What do you think?
well, you know, I'm kind of in Allison's camp on this, but I'll tell you, I saw something this weekend on a television show that kind of made me think along a different route. And are you familiar? Do you know what dolmens are?
No, I'm not. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Dolmens are a good way of describing a dolmen would be go to Stonehenge, and it's think of, you know, Neolithic, you know, prehistory rock structures that were created for various purposes, and people make all kinds of assumptions and arguments as to what these structures were for. There are quite a few of these dolmens throughout Europe and some of the northern latitudes, and the show pointed out some characteristics that actually line up with a dolmen that exists on this property. It's one of, I think, 6 or 7 in North America that are known to exist. And this dolmen is on the top of the mountain, and it faces, I guess it faces south. And so that would be inland. So that'd be not facing out towards Lake Superior, but inland on the same lake that we were on, incidentally. And the dolmen is about a 15, well, people figured it's somewhere in the range of a couple of tons. It doesn't look big, but it is big. It's heavy. It's probably about the size of, I don't know. I'd say if you chopped off the back end of a car, about the trunk. And it's positioned on top of 3 rocks. So to get it up on these 3 rocks would take incredible manpower, even using like a lever to do it. It's no small feat. And there's been a lot of speculation as to what this was for. Was it for, some believe that it was a marker for hunting parties when we had land bridges and they used these things to basically kind of traverse the area and follow game. But if you look at what a lot of the dolmen experts are saying is that they were used either for burial purposes as tombs, where they would place the body under the dolmen for a set period of time as part of a ritual, which I believe comes from the Druids. Or some people believe that they are used
Spooky
to open
Druids.
portals, and that some of the explanation of these freestanding dolmens and stone structures around the world were really locations where portals were either naturally occurring and they were to mark them, or possibly enhance them or activate them to some degree. So I was thinking about it just over the last few days. What is Sasquatch, right? And there's this thing, this dolmen structure on the property. Could that be a relationship? Could in fact the dolmen mark a portal? What's interesting about the area, the geography of the area, it's all Precambrian rock. It's part of the Canadian Shield, and it's basically 2.5 billion year old exposed rock. It's very hard to find that in North America. You have to go down to North Carolina and dig down about 60 feet, and that's where they do all that emerald mining. So this is ancient rock, and this rock is just chock full of quartz veins. I mean, there are quartz veins as wide as your leg that just stripe these rocks. And theory is, a lot of people believe quartz absorbs energy. I don't really know enough about it to be an expert on it, but I think it's unusual that, this stuff is occurring in the area and on this lake. And that dolmen is not too far away, maybe a mile or 2 row down the lake. And with that being said, if you believe that the dolmen has a significance and maybe marks a portal, maybe this creature is accessing this area to manifest itself in here. I don't know. I think it's flesh and blood, but my gut feeling is that it's not native. I don't feel like it's some type of indigenous creature that survived prehistory. It just feels too alien. And
what the heck is a spooky alien?
Look, this is here. It makes me feel that it's something that's transitory. It comes and goes. It comes and goes. And whatever the purpose is of its coming and going, I couldn't begin to imagine. But I definitely think interdimensional, I don't know. Paranormal, maybe. But there's definitely something about it that's not... it's not from here, in my view. It's flesh and blood, but it's not from here. And I know this is going to sound strange to you, but maybe it's because of the sighting in the sky. I feel like it might be more advanced than us, even though the perception is, oh, well, it's a giant ape. It's almost as smart as a human, or it does things almost like a human. Well, maybe it does those things that seem human-like because it's not human, but we interpret it as human because we have no way to associate its behavior, So I think it's something that comes here. I don't know from where it comes, and it obviously has a purpose or agenda, or a reason for being here. But flesh and blood, yes. Other than that, I have no thoughts on it. I can't even imagine what it could be.
Yeah, it's kind of a fascinating take, Charlie. Makes me wonder if the light that you saw and then the noises that you heard that I played earlier, if it's related or if it was just a weird coincidence. No one really knows. Your take on it, though, is fascinating. Makes me think, I'm going to have to really look into the dolmen, because it makes me think about why are they seen? Why does every nation on this planet have a name for this thing? The description's the same, the behavior's the same, yet no one can catch up with it. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. I really appreciate both of you guys coming on and taking the time to share what happened to you.
Yeah, you're welcome, Wes. I'm glad we could share them with somebody where it might be appreciated, because it's not like the kind of thing you can talk to your office workers about.
Yes.
Unlucky. Closed-minded office worker virgins versus the Chad open-minded big feets hunters. Okay, it's been about an hour. Let me go ahead and start looking at some of these news articles. I did hear that there is a spooky pew-pewing today. Is it pronounced Louisville or Louisville? go ahead and pull this up. Hopefully, I don't get banned. Please, no ban, Twitch and YouTube. I'm just a curious monkey. Authorities in... Let's see how this is pronounced. Pretty sure it looks like it's pronounced Louisville. Whereabouts is Louisville? Metro Police Department. Which state is this in? Doesn't specify. Kentucky.
Louisville.
It is Louisville. Okay. Authorities in Louisville released body cam video of police response to shooting at bank that left 5 people dead. Uh-oh, this guy is targeting the same people that that Kanye West is supposedly hating these days. That's no good. The goblins at Gringotts Bank. That's no good. The Louisville Metro Police Department has released dramatic body cam video of officers responding to the Monday bank shooting where 5 people were killed and an officer fatally shot the gunman. The body cam video shows the tense moments between police officers and the shooter. Not gonna say the name. It begins with a video from Officer Nicholas Wilt, who drives up to the scene with his training officer. Training officer? So, was this guy being trained? Officer Wilt? Who drives up to the scene with his training officer, identified as Corey C.J. Galloway. Wilt, police say, was shot in the head. Oh, okay. Shot in the head as he ran toward the gunshots police were facing as they arrived. He is listed in critical condition. Unlucky. Wilt's camera shows him following Galloway up the outside steps to the bank, his service pistol in his hands. The video cuts off before he is shot. Okay, I guess they just didn't release the part. They cut the footage here before he gets shot. Body cam footage from Galloway, who was also shot, shows him taking fire, then retreating to a safe position behind a planter as officers talk about how they can't see the gunman and that he is shooting through windows in the front of the bank. Shooter has an angle on that officer. One officer can be heard saying, "We got to get up there," he adds. Deputy Chief Paul Humphrey said that the gunman broke out glass from the lobby windows, and when he fired, officers who could finally pinpoint his location shot back. As he looks into the bank lobby, Galloway's camera audio sounds out with several shots. Suspect down, get the officer, one officer yells as he moves up the stairs and into the bank to investigate further. What does his head look like he's photoshopped in here? Is it just me or does this like he's photoshopped in there? They must have done something really weird with the lighting, like they have lighting behind him or close enough that part of the lighting hits the side of his head like this and it looks so weird. Strange picture. Humphrey lauded the actions of the officers. Officer Wilt was a brand new officer. Okay. Oh my goodness, he's the one who got hit in the head. Oof. Big oof. As a brand new officer, he had no experience. He was going based on 2 things, his training and his character. And you will see that he never hesitates, even after getting shot at, Humphrey said at a news conference where 9 minutes of video was released. When the shooting was over, officers and teams from other agencies re-entered the bank with supplies and started providing medical treatment right away, Humphrey told reporters. After talking to medical staff, Humphrey said it is, quote, 100% certainty that those swift actions saved lives. The actions that they took to follow up after being shot at themselves to become compassionate and provide medical treatment absolutely saved lives that day, Humphrey said. Officers took Wilt to the hospital in a patrol vehicle. Shooter recently purchased his rifle. The shooter legally bought an AR-15 style rifle at a local gun dealership 6 days before he used it to kill 5 of his colleagues. Oh, so he worked there. Why is this the first time it's being mentioned? They could have at least added it here, right after his name. just makes it seem, this opening to this article, the first 2 paragraphs make it seem as if he's just there by coincidence, but he's apparently he was apparently an employee of the bank. Currently, Kentucky imposes no waiting period between the time of purchase and the physical transfer of a firearm, according to the Giffords Law Center. By comparison, some states have waiting periods of 7 to 10 days. It's still not clear what provokes the killer, a 25-year-old employee, to go on a deadly rampage at Old National Bank and live stream the gruesome. Oh my goodness, he live streamed it on Instagram? What the heck? I'm pretty sure Instagram is for women to post nudes, not for 25-year-old dudes to post violent attacks. This guy doesn't even know how to use the internet. The killer had interned at the bank for 3 summers and been employed there full-time for about 2 years. His LinkedIn profile... What is this? Now, this one and then the previous shooter? We're finding out information about them solely based off LinkedIn? What the heck? The assailant had been notified that he was going to be fired from the bank. Okay. But Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg said he doesn't believe the shooter was given a notice of termination. From what I had been told from an official at the bank, that is not accurate, Greenberg told reporters Tuesday. Now investigators are combing through the footage and other evidence to try to understand what led to the massacre that also left several wounded, including a police officer who was shot in the head. Officials executed a search warrant at the killer's home, but interim police chief Jacqueline Gwynn Villaroel declined to say what was found. The carnage marked the 146th mass shooting this year, with 4 or more victims, not including a gunman, according to the Gun Violence Archive. And the AR-15 and its offshoots have been the weapon of choice in many of the most horrific mass shootings in recent memory, including the Covenant school shooting. And wasn't that I'm pretty sure that was a Caltech. Was that an AR-15 variant? Let's go have a look. I'm pretty sure just by looking at those pictures, it was a Caltech. Does Caltech have an AR-15? AR-15 pistol? Maybe it does. Have an AR-15 from that manufacturer. Let's see, Covenant school guns used. What we know about the guns used in the Nashville school. The AR-15 and 9mm pistol caliber carbine appear to have 30-round magazines. 9mm Caltech Sub 2000 pistol caliber carbine. And the AR-15 military style rifle. 9mm Smith & Wesson M&P Shield. Okay. What did the live stream video shows? It took just 1 minute for the gunman to complete his deadly rampage before he stopped and waited for police to arrive. Interesting. So there were several injured. Was that just all he did? Just injure people and then wait for police? Or did he finish the job, so to speak? Video begins by showing AR-15 style weapon, followed by a worker in the bank saying good morning to the gunman. Oh my goodness, unlucky. You need to get out of here, the shooter is heard saying to the woman on the live stream, which has been taken down. The gunman then tries to shoot her in the back, but can't because the safety is on and the weapon still needs to be... Okay, well, good thing criminals are retarded. Now we just need moral, upstanding, law-abiding citizens to be able to protect themselves within the confines of the law. And then there will be less shootings. Oh my goodness. He has the safety on and he has to load it. Okay, is the magazine at least is the clip, so to speak, loaded? Or does he just need to chamber around? But he can't because the safety is on and the weapon still needs to be loaded. Okay, so it's based off the way it's set here. It seems as if there is just an empty chamber. Once the shooter loads the weapon properly and takes the safety off, he shoots the worker in the back. The condition is not known. Assailant then continues his rampage, firing at workers while he tried to outrun them. Okay, well, unlucky. I thought, however, that the situation was slightly different. It's a mass school event that was stopped that I was curious about. So let me go see if I can find that story. Let's go check under US because I'm pretty sure it is in the US that this potential school story takes place. Ukraine. Biden celebrating peace. Oklahoma board rejects first taxpayer funded religious school. Reinstated Tennessee lawmaker Justin Jones says he'll continue to call for gun reform. Okay, good luck, buddy. Have fun. Florida girl 12 stole dad's car and took friend on 400-mile drive to possibly see person they met online. I think I saw a screenshot of this. That is a spooky story about strangers on the internet who you should not be trusting. Go ahead and read this one in a second. Two youths were killed in the latest fire blamed on an e-bike in New York City. Not seeing anything here about a potential school pew-pewing. So interesting. Okay, let me go look at this. Because there's this thumbnail on YouTube. It says that there is it's a janitor who stopped it. Okay, let's see if I can find the article. Minnesota college student charged over cache of ammo, knives in dorm. What the heck? It's a New York Post. Let's go look up New York Post. Minnesota college. Charged. College student charged over ammo cache. Fuck, over ammo chash is what I typed. Okay, here we go. This is the story I was curious about. This was the April 11th, which is today. Minnesota college student charged over cache of ammo, knives in dorm. A student at a private Minnesota college has been hit with a slew of charges over his cache of ammunition magazines, you mean clips, knives, and a tactical vest, along with a hand-drawn map of a site on campus and chilling shooting instructions. According to court records, shooting instructions. Interesting. Why do you need shooting instructions? What does that even mean? Okay, my first instinct when reading shooting instructions, my first thought was, oh, this guy has never actually used the gun, so he's looking at the user manual to figure out how to put it in battery and discharge it. However, on second thought, shooting instructions seems as if somebody from a certain alphabet organization, which may or may not be the FBI, or may not be the CIA, or may not be the DHS, may have written which places to go and how to go about doing things. But I'm not laying any blame on any organizations or agencies. I'm just simply speculating, putting some thoughts out into the wind. But that is quite a strange way of wording it. Chilling shooting instructions. I don't think I've ever read an article of other shootings where they mention, quote, shooting instructions. It's very strange. The person, aged 20, was arrested last Thursday after a custodian at St. Olaf College in Northfield tipped off authorities about finding 2 empty packages belonging to the sophomore for high-capacity magazines in a garbage can outside the dorm rooms. I mean, thankfully, people who are interested or thinking of committing these kinds of actions are not the highest IQ people. If only innocent people who have no intention of committing actions like this were able to protect themselves from situations like this if they were to start. So there are 2 empty packages for high-capacity magazines in the garbage, and that's how he got caught before he started following his shooting instructions. The dude was charged with conspiracy to commit second-degree assault and conspiracy to commit threats of violence, making terroristic threats, and planning a theft. So he was already making threats? Let's see what these threats are. When police searched his room on campus, they found a tactical vest, empty boxes for ammunitions and magazines, a tactical knife, a folding knife, firearm earmuffs. Oh, well, at least he's trying to protect his ears, so he's got his proper hearing protection. 6 propane canisters, fireworks, lighter fluid, a battery with wires, and a lock pick set, the charging documents stated. Cops also confiscated notebooks with writings that included a highly detailed plot to steal ammunition from Walmart, okay, police radio frequencies, and a hand-drawn map of a recreational facility on campus. Okay, so he was going to go to the gym. The map included an arrow indicating a travel route and apparent exit path. Okay, look. Maybe I just have... Maybe my spatial awareness is better than this guy's, or most of these other people who are interested in doing these actions. But I personally don't think I would need to draw a map. I would commit that stuff to memory. And so everybody should be thankful that I am a defender and not an offender. Because I would definitely not leave evidence behind like this if I were to be unhinged and have mental illnesses that cause me to commit murder. If you're gonna have it, at least like get rid of it before you actually do it. But I don't know, that's pretty cringe, bro. Imagine needing a map instead of using your brain. In addition to the items found in his room, a vehicle, a criminal complaint, and a search of his phone showed he texted somebody about buying guns from unlicensed sellers. He also texted photos of a box filled with rifle magazines resting on a campus bench and to the words, "Kids have got no idea what's in here, haha." Notes found in his vehicle allegedly said, "Combat is much faster and closer than you think." And the average door takes 2.5 kicks, according to the complaint. A notebook taken from the car contained training directions for where to pew pew a person in their body. One shot to the T-box equals death instantly. The author of the notes wrote, using a slang term for the point where a person's nose meets their forehead to form a T shape. I don't think that's slang. I'm pretty sure that's pretty common in makeup tutorials to call the T-zone the T-box or other similar things. I don't think it's called slang. Another section of the notebook titled "Things to be Good At" stated, "Pew pew a person in 3 areas." Okay, and then it lists those 3 areas. The guy's attorney conceded that his client, quote, "has some things that look funny," but insisted that there is nothing that poses a threat to anyone. So the attorney listed the magazines, the drawings of the maps, and these notes about where to shoot people. He listed these things as, quote, "some things that look funny." That's quite a way to phrase that. The lawyer said that the student is an avid camper and hunter who shoots a lot, and noted that there were no guns or ammunition taken from his room or vehicle. He said his client drew the map for someone else. Oh, okay, so that makes everything okay then. He drew the map for somebody else, so everything's a-okay. Northfield Police Chief Mark Elliott said authorities are trying to determine what, if anything, the guy was planning. The guy's attorney claimed that his client is an avid hunter. He has long hair. Are they trying to make out that this guy is another potential tranoid? In a memo filed with the court, prosecutors with the Rice County Attorney's Office alleged that the guy, quote, had been planning a mass casualty event in which the Skoglund Tostrud recreational facility likely would have been targeted with, quote, both firearms and explosives. The guy from Vermont is a member of the St. Olaf's track team. In the wake of his arrest, he was suspended from college. I would hope he'd be more than just suspended. The guy's family told Northfield Police that all his guns were in their Vermont home, and he was not doing any shooting in Minnesota. But a shooting range and gun shop in Burnsville told police that the 20-year-old had visited several times to shoot. The guy appeared before a judge Monday and remains jailed on $100,000 bail. Due back in court April 21st. His guns may have been back home in Vermont, even though he's in Minnesota, but there are text messages that he is trying to meet with unlicensed sellers. In addition to the items found in his room, a search of his phone showed he texted someone about buying guns from an unlicensed sellers. So, unfortunately, we have to assume he's got more malicious thoughts and ideas than just drawing cute little maps, as the lawyer said. Cute little maps that look funny. I don't see a compelling case yet. So he has a bunch of items that are not against the law to possess. He said certain things whose meaning and context are unclear. He has drawn some maps which may be susceptible to interpretation. And he has been to a range several times. Not an illegal thing to do. A plenty of reasonable doubt, it seems to me. Okay, buddy. So those text messages to a trying to find out where to find unlicensed sellers. That's not compelling enough evidence. Nor are purchasing uh, high capacity magazines while being in a school, having it in the dorm room. Yes, nothing compelling here. Every kid on campus has 6 propane cylinders in their dorm. That evidence alone is scary, and they occasionally leak. Good they arrested him, otherwise we'd eventually be reading about another nutjob slaughter of the innocents at St. Olaf's. Pretty sure this guy's being facetious. And if he's not, then maybe we should look into this guy. Look into this guy. The alphabet agencies who I listed earlier, the FBI, CIA, and such, who may or may not be the ones who wrote these chilling shooting instructions. Go look at this guy. He seems like the kind of person you might be interested in recruiting. The picture suggests that there's a lot more going on than the story tells. It appears another person with sexual identity issues. Oh, so guys can't have long hair anymore? Or otherwise they have sexual identity issues? Anyway. Let's check out this story. I think this is the one that I was reading about earlier. I saw the screenshot of it. NBC News, published April 11th by Marlene Lenthang. Florida girl, 12, stole dad's car and took friend on 400-mile drive to possibly see person they met online, officials say. The girls had driven some 400 miles, so they had already driven 400 miles. And then the police has found them. The girls had driven some 400 miles from Florida to Alabama when they saw themselves in a missing child alert on TV at a gas station and turned themselves into local authorities. A 12-year-old Florida girl stole her father's car, picked up her friend, and the pair drove across state lines to allegedly meet a person they met online. But the girls turned themselves in after seeing their faces on TV. A missing child alert was enacted Thursday morning for the 12-year-old and 14-year-old after the girls were last seen in their hometown of Lake Butler, Florida, believed to be traveling on the I-10 highway toward Louisiana. Chief Deputy Captain Lynn Williams with the Union County Sheriff's Office said the department had information that the girls could have been traveling to, quote, meet someone they met online. However, it is not clear who that person was or if they were an adult, which is part of what I saw in that screenshot, which is why it's spooky. Alerts were issued with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and Louisiana, with special attention to areas around Baton Rouge, Williams said. Officials said that there was no adult with them and no foul play was expected. The girls ultimately saw themselves on TV and turned themselves into authorities. A sheriff's office announced that the alert was canceled and the girls were located safe in... What the heck do you pronounce this? I'm not even going to try fucking Southerners with your made-up words. But they were located 400 miles away from their hometown. Multiple agencies were involved in looking for the girls, including the FBI and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Williams said that there were some, quote, suspicious circumstances that raised, quote, red flags regarding the online person the girls may have been trying to meet, and the matter was turned over to the FBI to investigate. This may not be the one that I was thinking of earlier, but let me go see if I can find that. that screenshot again. What the heck? Hold on 1 second. I got pretty spooked. I thought somebody was walking around outside. Thankfully, however, doesn't seem like there was actually anybody there. Okay, what is this other article? Where the heck did I see it? I think it was kind of like a meme post, maybe? Um, I think it's here. Let me scroll down. Hopefully I find it. Because I kind of want to read that story as well. Dogs lick us because we have bones inside, and they want them, scientists say. Nice meme. Fuck. I can't find my story. Fuck. It's not here. Okay, well. If it's not there, I'll try to see if I can find it elsewhere. But it might be gone, unfortunately. Let us not forget the time where Jessie beat up a wild Pokemon and caught it herself, lol. It does not surprise me that Jessie is good at handling snakes. Okay, let me see if I can find this other story. It might actually be this story here, but they just didn't mention it here. I think Okay. Yeah, okay, so it is technically this story, but okay, so the headline for this other one from Daily Mail, I'm not gonna put it on screen because they have the pictures of them and they are minors. Florida girl 12 steals her dad's car and takes 14-year-old friend on 400-mile drive to Alabama to meet a predator they were chatting to online, sparking a massive federal search. And it also names the girls. All the more reason not to pull it up on screen. Okay, what in this article leads them to come to the conclusion that it's for evil purposes? The pair are now safe and back with their families. Police suggested that both of the children had been corresponding with the unknown man or party. And have to fucking control F here. Okay, there are 3 instances of the word predator. Preteen girl and friend stole father's car for a 5-hour drive to meet online predator. Okay, how do you know it's a predator? Well, I'm not going to read the story again. So either they're jumping to conclusions or they're just assuming that that's what it is. I have not yet seen any evidence to suggest that that's actually what was going on in this story. Okay, let's do another Big Feet story. And then we'll do more news later. As for the there's this one quote, I forgot who it's from. Which is it's a philosophy that I think I wholeheartedly agree with. That criminals are not criminals, and evil, vile people who will commit heinous atrocities are not afraid of the police, and they're not afraid of the law. Because we have plenty of police and we have plenty of laws. So they're going to do what they're going to do, regardless of how many laws you put into place. Either regarding weapons and their restrictions, or gun-free zones and other places that advertise that they encourage law-abiding citizens to not carry. I don't think any of those things will keep people safe. I don't think any of those things encourage people to be safe or discourage criminals from doing criminal things. So the best way to stop criminals is to make criminals afraid of the average citizen. The way to make criminals afraid of the average citizen is to let the average citizen protect themselves. They're not afraid of the police. They're not afraid of laws. We have to make them afraid of people who are law-abiding people. And I believe that philosophy is the best way, given the current circumstances, to prevent further shootings and such. I think there are multiple ways in which we can argue that allowing people to protect themselves is always going to be a better alternative than waiting for less people to have to respond after either a couple of minutes or a couple hours if we're trying to think of Uvalde. And, when we make criminals afraid of their potential victims, of their potential targets, I think that is when we will see a decrease in mass events, I guess we'll call them, to try to avoid the YouTube and the Twitch people from trying to get me off the platform, or ban me, or shadow ban me, or suppress me, because we all know that they hate guns and they hate violence, unless it's in a video game. Oh, okay, this next Big Feet story is Municipal Court Judge Encounters Dogman. So let me see what this guy has to say. He's a judge. He wouldn't lie, right? He's an upstanding moral citizen. Judges are infallible, right?
Plan for you tonight. I want to welcome back mid man. I appreciate you. Let's jump into it tonight. I want to welcome Shane to the show. Shane, thanks for coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me. Big fan of the show.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate you being here. And I know when you were younger, you actually had a run-in with a dog man, and I was really fascinated when I read your email. If you would, Shane, would you just kind of start from the beginning, kind of tell us what you were doing and walk us into what happened?
Sure. This was back mid-'80s, like 85, 86. I was a high school kid, and I was a runner, a high school runner. And every year my town I live in a city called Bucyrus, and we have a big bratwurst festival every year. It probably doesn't rival Wisconsin, but for around here it does. And so we always had this, at the end of the summer, third weekend in August, we had this 10K, and it brought people from all over Ohio, and and I was training for that. And it had been really hot. It had been hot about 3-4 days in a row, and I went out to try to get some training runs in. It was just miserable. So I knew it was going to be hot, and I said, well, I got to run 5 miles. That was my training I had to do. And I thought either I'm going to get up early in the morning and do it before it gets hot, or I'm going to do it at night. I'm not a morning person, never have been. And so I thought, well, I'm just going to do it at night. Now, I lived out in the country about 4.5 miles out of town. If you're familiar with Ohio, for Ohio listeners, I lived right on State Route 4. State Route 4 runs right through the middle of the state, goes north and south, and leads you right up to Cedar Point and Lake Erie. One of probably the most traversed, state routes other than the big ones, that run through Columbus. So I lived on a farm. I wouldn't run on State Route 4 because back then, and even still today, there's a lot of semi-traffic would buzz up and down there. And it's just a 2-lane highway. I mean, it's just 2 lanes. And so, in fact, the funny thing is as a kid, my mom never let me have a bicycle because she said, look, you'll get killed if you ride that bicycle out on Route 4. And she was probably right. And it was until I was about 10 years old, she would even let me go out to the mailbox to even get the mail because the semis were they zoom by there so fast, literally it would suck the mail right out of your hand if if you were standing there. So I was 15, 16 years old now. I always did my training runs down this little country road. It was called Temple Road. It was a car length and a half wide, I think, and it was just right through the middle of the country. There were about 3 houses on Temple Road. They were all spread out. What I would do is I'd leave my house and I'd go south about 100 yards maybe, and then I would turn right onto Temple Road, and I could go 2.5 miles down was State Route 98. That would be my turnaround point, and I would come back, and that'd be my 5 miles. It was about 9:30 at night when I started off. Somebody might think, well, gee, that's unusual. Some kids can go running at night in the country. Not at all. I mean, I was a country kid, wasn't scared of the dark. I mean, I was 8 years old playing hide and seek in dark barns and running through cornfields and stuff like that. So being out at night never bothered me at all. I mean, and keep this in mind, North Central Ohio, there's no bears, there's no wolves, there's no bobcats. I mean, there's nothing out there that would be dangerous to a kid other than a human being. And back in the 80s, I think we were pretty naive about, people grabbing kids and stuff like that. But I was a 15, 16-year-old boy. Nobody was going to grab me. I just ran from them. But so to understand the sort of the geography, so I turned right onto Temple Road, and for about a straight mile to my right, was corn, and the corn, early August was about head high, and I'm almost
Motherfucker, dude. As soon as I
Yes, yes.
try to get my stuff up and running.
Ready? Forward.
Fuck these guys, dude.
Your Majesty.
Fuck every single one of these guys. Fuck, I have no armor. Oh my goodness.
Your Majesty. Your command. Forward.
Oh fuck, how do I want to do this? Fuck. Fucky wucky.
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's it. Just one building?
Yes, go.
No! They got more dudes coming. Fuck! .r3 princess underscore speech. Sit underscore on underscore face.
I'm listening.
Oh hey, Akira, when did you get in here?
Listening. Yes. Follow me. Let's go.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this one.
6 foot. So this corn was about 6 foot tall. And so on my right was corn, and on my left was beans. And it ran that way all the way down to the first crossroad, which is a little road called Flickinger Road. And at that time, as soon as you cross Flickinger Road, which is about a car length wide, there was a woods. And I can't tell you how many acres the woods would have been back then, but it was pretty thick. Past that, there was a house and, more cornfields, more bean fields. So on this particular evening, the moon was out, was not a full moon, but it was there was a lot of light. I mean, you could see there was a lot of visibility. And so I got down the stairs.
It's pretty convenient that none of their pikes got caught by my infantry. Just managed to just walk right by. What the heck?
Route 98, and I made my turnaround. I was coming back, and I got back to where Flickinger Road was, which means I was about a mile away from being home. And for some reason, I call it my spider senses, but something just went off like an alarm in my body that told me something was.
What the heck? Why aren't these crossbows hitting these dudes? They're literally looking right at them. What the heck?
Right. And I stopped, and I started looking at the woods because I just got this feeling that there was something in the woods. As I was standing there looking at the woods, I noticed that across from the woods, across that little side road Flickinger, that there was something in the corn. Now, like I said, the corn was about head high, and it was moving. Like a lot of corn was moving. So I knew it wasn't a dog. Okay. And
Also, at Kira, did you watch the Mario movie? Because I think there are some pretty cool shots in that movie with Princess Peach that you might be able to use as a reference. Fuck! What the? He's hitting my surf, but not my fucking ally. What the heck? What the heck? There's some nice still images. Oh my goodness, he just called in the horde. Some pretty cool still images and a couple of pretty cool seconds of animation that I think are pretty cool. That you might enjoy. So if you haven't watched the Mario movie yet, I think you'd like it.
first gut instinct was there were deer in the corn because we have tons of deer. But it was weird, the way the corn moved, there was something that told me it wasn't a deer. And then I thought, well, maybe it's a person or two people. And I was like, I don't know, who would be out here in the middle of nowhere, messing around? So I thought, I'm gonna get the hell out of here. So I took off. I took off at a pretty brisk pace. And when I took off running, whatever was in the corn, it took off running with me. And it stayed in the corn about 3 to 4 rows in. And it kept perfect pace with me. I mean, it didn't fall behind me. It didn't get ahead of me. It was like pacing me. And that really freaked me out because, for one, the corn's really thick. And
I think I might have to redo the intro to this level because there's definitely way too much downtime trying to grow these trees to start my wood so I can build faster. This is a difficult level anyway, but that's part of the fun. We'll see if, because at a certain point they do just start destroying your entire thing until you're dead. But before then, you've got like 3 or 4 different attacks where they just target 1 or 2 buildings.
And I thought, how could it see me? Like, how did it know what pace I was running? Because I couldn't see it. I could see the corn moving, but I couldn't see what it was. How did it know how fast I was running in order to keep pace with me? And that really freaked me out. And I realized then this was no person in the corn. No person could have ran. And I don't know, to my listeners out there who've ever tried to run around in a cornfield, no way are you running at night in a cornfield that fast. And then I realized, it can't be a deer because a deer would have ran away from me. A deer wouldn't have ran with me. It wouldn't have paced me. And so I got really scared and I stopped because I wanted to see what the hell this thing was. And when I stopped, whatever was in the corn stopped too. I mean, and when I say stopped, I mean, it came to a dead stop and was perfectly still. It wasn't like the corn was moving. Like, it isn't like it stopped running, but was still kind of muscling around in the corn or anything like that. The corn didn't move. I mean, it didn't move. And so I stood there staring, thinking something's going to happen here, and nothing did. And so I thought, "Geez, Al, I got to, this is creeping me out," and I got scared. So I got this big adrenaline rush, and when I got the big adrenaline rush, I just took off as fast as I could. And when I took off, like I was, coming out of the sprinter's block, it took off too, and once it kept pace with me. So I knew coming up. So the half mile mark for me to get home was an old farmhouse with some old buildings. And I knew from running up and down that road, I knew that there was a big tree that set out by the road. I mean, a huge tree. And I thought, I'm going to just climb this tree and I'm going to get up high enough where I can either see what's in the corn or if.
Okay, no, I don't think there's gonna be a way to realistically fight these guys before they demolish me since I'm pretty low on coal. Fuck, dude, as soon as you build the iron smithy, just suck up every single piece of coal. Oh, no, lucky.
Whatever it is comes out of the corn, I'm going to be up high. It's not going to be able to get me. Probably wasn't the best idea because then I'd have been stuck up in the tree.
Yeah.
But at the time, that was, to a teenage kid who's panicking, that seemed like the most logical thing to do. So when I got close enough to the tree, I mean, I'm gunning it, and it, I'm sprinting, and it's staying with me. I noticed that somebody had dehorned the tree, which means all the lower branches they had cut off. So I don't know when that happened, but I'm like, crap, I can't climb this tree because this tree was really big. I mean, it was really big around, and they had cut all the smaller limbs off, so I couldn't have got up.
Pretty sure I'm not gonna be able to withstand the next attack. But if that happens, I'll go ahead and take a break, and then we'll do some more news, and then maybe I'll swap over to some Civ. Could be a little bit more brainless while I listen to the spooky stories.
So now I'm stuck. So my adrenaline is like, they have that fight or flight, and you get that big adrenaline rush. Well, you only have so much adrenaline, and I just burned it all out. And so I just felt exhausted, like really, couldn't hardly breathe because I had ran so hard. So I stopped by the farmhouse, and the thing in the corn stopped. It stopped as well. So I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? So right after the farmhouse is when the bean field picked up. And so, the corn's on my left, beans are going to be on my right. And I thought, okay, I got a half mile to go. I don't know what's in the corn. It's keeping pace with me. I now know I can't outrun it because I'm running as hard as I can, and it's keeping up perfect pace with me. So if it can run perfect pace with me in the corn, then outside the corn on the road, there's no way I can outrun it. So I know I'm about a half mile from home. And for me to get home, I'm going to have to get to Route 4, and I'm going to have to turn left. And if I turn left, I'm going to intersect with whatever's in the corn. Because, for me to get home, I got to cross the busy road to get to my house, and I'm going to have to cut left. Now, the corn did not run all the way up to Route 4. There was a ditch, and then there was probably 10 yards, maybe not that much, of just untillable ground, and it had weeds and wildflowers and stuff like that. So there was going to be about a 10-yard, 5-yard stretch of where this thing, if it came out of the corn, it was just going to run right into me. We'd run right into each other. So I thought, man, I can't turn left. I can't go home. And one of my best friends lived to the right. So I could get to Route 4 and I could turn right and I could try to go to his house. And he lived about 200 yards down. So part of me thought about trying to cut across the bean field, not even make it to Route 4, just cut diagonally across the bean field to try to get down to where his house was, even though he was still across the road. I'd still have to cross the road. But then I realized, no, if you're familiar with beans, there's no way I could have cut across the beans because I wouldn't have been going with the rows. I'd have been cutting across them. And if this thing would have came out of the corn to get me, I couldn't have ran in the bean field at all. I'd have tripped and fell and had me. And I thought, well, at least if I'm on asphalt, I could, I could move, I could juke, I could twist, I could try to, it reminded me like, if you're playing, remember when you were a kid playing tag and even though a kid was faster than you and they were chasing you, you could always kind of juke or angle and they would miss you.
Yeah.
I know that sounds kind of silly, but that was kind of my thought process in a panic moment was at least if I'm out on the road, I could do this whole, playing tag thing where I'm twisting and jerking, trying to get out of the way. But in the bean field, I stuck. There's no way. So then I thought, okay, here's the plan. I got to get to Route 4 and I got to get right and sprint to my buddy's house. But the problem was, and as I explained before, Route 4 is an incredibly busy highway with semi trucks. And just regular traffic. And with this being the summer, there's all kinds of Lake Erie traffic that's always coming and going. So one of the problems is if, I'm going to try to sprint across the road, but I have to be cognizant of the fact that there's semis zooming up and down this road. I can just get hit. I get killed by the truck, not whatever's in the field. So I said to myself, look, you got to conserve energy. So I broke into a very light jog because I figured, look, I'm going to wait till I get about 15 yards or so, 20 yards, 50 yards from Route 4. And when I see that I can get across, I'm going to, dead sprint, don't look back, gun it to my buddy's house. So I had to conserve some energy because I'd blown up, my adrenaline. So I start this, light jog, very light jog, trying to gather myself. And the thing that was in the corn, it started running too. And it kept pace with me. And as I was getting closer to Route 4 and I started picking up the pace, it's picking up the pace. And it's probably, I'm going to say the furthest away it probably ever was probably 25 feet maybe away from me. And I say that
pretty close, really.
Oh, it's close. Yeah, I mean, the road it's just not a very wide road. Where this was, and the reason why I say that is because I think to myself, if I'm shooting a 3-pointer in basketball, that's 20 feet. It was about 5 feet behind that, so it's that close to me. But I never heard it breathing. I never heard it make a sound. Like it was silent, other than the rustling of the corn stalks. So I told myself, when I get to the point where where the corn ends, I'm not going to look back. I said to myself, don't look back because I was scared that whatever was in there, I might freeze up. I might see it and I might hesitate. And so I thought, I don't want to look. So I'm getting.
Maybe it's a Medusa. He's gonna be turned into stone. Gonna be unable to keep running.
I'm getting closer, and I notice that there's a semi coming from the left, but it's far enough back that I'm going to be able to get across the road. And so, as I start to angle to the right and to hit, to try to hit top speed, I couldn't help myself, and I looked back. And when I looked back, what I saw was this thing about 6 foot tall, because its head was about even with the top of the corn, and it just walked out of the corn, and 6 foot tall, and it had the head of a dog. Sort of a muscular type chest. Its shoulders were rolled forward, like somebody who had really bad posture. Its shoulders were rolled forward. Long
Oh fuck! He's
arms,
talking about me.
and I could not see its legs below the knees. I never saw its knees, so I can't tell you what its knee joints or anything like that looked like. And it turned its head and it looked at me. And to me, it looked like, and this is the only frame of reference I had was, it looked like the Egyptian god Anubis, because that, having seen that in books or seen that on TV, that's what it looked like. It looked like the Egyptian god Anubis with that head. And it looked to me like it was going to drop to all fours. Like if it was going to chase me, it was going to drop to all fours. And the reason why I said it was because its posture, the way it had the rolled shoulders and bending forward, it was kind of like, and I don't know if anybody out there, a football reference, if you ever seen like a linebacker who's playing defense, how they're in an athletic stance and they're leaning forward on the balls of their feet and their shoulders are kind of forward. That's what it looked like to me, that it was going to drop to all fours. Whether it was or not, I don't know. And so I see that, and I get a good look at it. It was dark, like it had dark fur on it. And I bolt across the road, and I'm convinced that it's right behind me. I'm convinced that it's chasing me. And I sprint, it's just as hard as I can. And my buddies had an in-ground pool. And they had a chain link fence around it. And half the time, the swinging gate to that pool was open, and half the time it wasn't. And I'm sitting there praying, my God, I hope this gate's open, because if I have to stop and try to unlatch that gate, it's got me. And so as I'm getting closer, I notice that the gate is closed. And I'm like, oh no. So as I get close to it, I just say the hell with it.
Oh no.
And I jump as high as I can, and I throw my legs up in the air like the side of the old Fallsbury flop. And I try to put my hand on the top of the fence, and the scalloped wires on it just cut me right across my side. I land in a stumbling thing, and I just dive right into a swimming pool head first. I blew all my air out, and I let my chest like drag across the bottom of the pool. And when I got to the deep part, it was about 10 feet deep, I pinched my nose, and I just sat there on the bottom of the pool looking up, fully anticipating that whatever this thing that I saw come out of the corn was going to be standing on the edge of the pool, and I'm just going to be like, I'm totally screwed. And I sat on the bottom of the pool, what seemed like minutes, but I'm sure it was probably 30 seconds, if that. And gasping for air, I swim to the top, and it's nowhere around. I jump out of the pool. I rip open the sliding glass door on my buddy's patio, and his parents were home at the time. He had no idea I was coming. And
Oh, good thing they weren't there. Otherwise, he might have gotten shot. What the heck?
this was back in the 80s, and he had one of them big, giant satellite dishes. You remember those things that just look enormous? And here he had dialed into the Playboy channel, and I scared the absolute hell out of him because he thought it was his parents coming in. And he yells, and he looks at me and says, "What the heck are you doing?" And I kind of tell him what happened, and he was convinced that I saw a deer, or I saw a coyote, or I can't remember what all else he said. He saw it, and I'm like, no, man, no, I did not. That's not what I saw. It's not what I saw. Whatever was in the corn, it wasn't a deer. And it scared. I mean, it just scared me because I knew how fast that thing was. That if it would have came out of the corn, I couldn't have got away from it. And so for years, I pondered, why didn't it catch me? Why didn't it run me down? Why didn't it catch me? Was it just playing with me? Was it toying with me? And then the other thing I wrestled with is, what is it? What was it that was there? Because I played cards with a group of friends the next night, and I told them the story, but I left out what exactly I saw because I knew they would have just roasted the hell out of me. You know what I mean? They would have made fun of me like you wouldn't believe. And so even the guys at the table, were playing cards like, well, it could have been this, it could have been that. And I'm thinking, look, dudes, you didn't see what I saw. You didn't see it. So, the interesting thing, Wes, is I never thought that it was a werewolf. You know what I mean? Because you have to understand, in the 80s, there was no internet. There was no frame of reference for me. And to me, the werewolf
In the 80s, there were no werewolves.
was Lon Chaney Jr. wearing a pair of jeans and a torn flannel shirt and a flat face, like a human face with just hair on it. So for me, I didn't know what it was. And so, as I grow up and I eventually became a lawyer, and I'm now a judge in my hometown, and I started doing some research, and early on, I was thinking, is this like a hellhound or something? Was this something, because I'd heard of these things, and you remember Sherlock Holmes and the Hounds of Baskerville, and you hear some of this stuff about, these black dogs with red eyes chasing carriages. And therefore, for a long period of time, I thought, well, was it something like that? Was it some sort of demonic dog that was black dog was chasing me? But it didn't fit the profile. It just didn't fit the profile. Why was it standing on two legs? Why did it look? It didn't. Like I said, it didn't look like a dog would look. It looked like the Egyptian god Anubis. That's what it looked like. So then years later, I start hearing about this phenomena that people are seeing called a dog man. And so I picked up one of Linda Godfrey's book, who is I guess we'd say the godmother of Dog Man, dating back to the Beast of Bray Road, which I knew nothing about. And I was reading this account, and this guy says that what he saw looked like the Egyptian god Anubis. And I said, that's it. That's what I saw. Whatever this guy saw is the exact same thing that all he saw. And then it was this, I discovered there was this whole phenomenon.
Okay, just reminded me, I think there's a Scooby-Doo movie. And then they call him a Scoobus or something, right? Scoobus.
Out there about these things called dogmen. And knowing what other people have seen, I'm convinced that's what was stalking me that night.
Yeah, I want to ask you, as far as the body goes, was it more man-like when it stood up and you were kind of watching it?
Okay. The arms, and now keep in mind, I didn't get a chance to sit there and study it, but I got a really good look at it. The arms were sort of thin. You know what I mean? It did not have like a big muscular set of arms. The arms were more spindly, kind of long, you know what I mean? But his chest was big. And I'll give you an example. Hey, this is going to sound really silly to you, but I had a miniature dachshund, and he had short little stubby legs, but he had an incredibly muscular chest. His chest stuck out, and he had this just really strong chest. That's what it reminded me of. It had a big chest, but skinny arms, and sort of big rolled shoulders is what it looked like. It was almost like the arms were not proportionate with the torso. It didn't look like it had these big powerful arms.
Fuck.
It just didn't quite look like that to me. Now maybe it was the angle I was at, or maybe, with it being nighttime, but I got a good look at it. And to me it looked more...
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and undo that. I do not want to get my allies killed. Unlucky.
very powerful torso and long arms.
Yeah, the other thing I want to ask you about that behavior, you hear that behavior a lot with Sasquatch. A lot of times people will say, when I stopped, it stopped. When I ran, it ran. When I walked, it walked. And it's very similar to how you're describing this encounter with this dogman. So you see that same type of behavior, which is strange. I mean, that you have two different cryptids and the exact same type of behavior. What do you make of that behavior? Do you think it was just curious, or do you think it had other intentions?
Well, that's a question that I pondered for years. And then one time I was on was on an airplane and I was sitting next to this guy and I was by myself and he was by himself. And he had I noticed he was reading I don't know, I can't remember for the life of me if it was a Bigfoot book or had something to do with cryptids. And so I struck up a conversation with him and I told him my story. And he said, wow, man, you're really lucky that you didn't turn left and go towards your house. And I said, yeah, I know, because, I would have intersected with, he says, no, that's not what I'm talking about. He had told me that he had hunted wolves up in Minnesota, Calgary, Alberta, or someplace. And he said, I think this thing.
Fuck, dude, they're coming again.
At your service.
Why will these guys stop coming?
At your bows.
I don't know if anybody else saw that super old Star Fox 64 video where Slippy says, why won't these guys stop coming? I'm pretty sure this is Game Over. Game Ogre. I might get lucky and be able to survive for a little bit longer, but... Oh, no.
Was driving.
Because they're gonna come for my barracks next. Ah, fuck! I done goofed. Need to get another couple buildings here. So they would go for those instead of the barracks. Oh, hold on. Maybe I can get one dude so they can fuck off. No! Oh, rip. Unlucky. I can make one pikeman, but he's not gonna be able to do anything by himself. If I can get my longbow to shoot both the swords and the pike, I can save the barracks, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh! It worked! I think. Did I save the barracks? No! No! Fuck!
I'm listening with pleasure.
Kill the knight! Kill the knight! No! Okay, well. I definitely think the start of the level being super deprived of timber fucked up my speed in the early game, so that's definitely what I'm gonna have to keep track of next attempt. But yeah, it's pretty cool that this is one of the more challenging levels where you have to learn how and what to prioritize. But I will go ahead and take a break while I listen to my Big Feet story so I can go make a snack. And then swap over to Civ. Or we'll do some more news. Some more news and some more memes. And then we'll play Civ while we'll listen to some more Big Feet stories. So I'll be back in a couple minutes.
You towards the pack. And then what he said was wolves will send out like a scout, and the scout will sort of push the prey towards the pack, and that wolves are very reluctant to attack something as big as it one-on-one, because for fear they would get hurt. Because if a wolf would get hurt and not be able to run with the pack's not going to stick around and wait for it. It would basically be left to die because it couldn't run with the pack, it couldn't hunt, it couldn't feed itself. And so his theory was that there were more than one of these things, and this thing's purpose was to drive me into a kill zone. That really kind of freaked me out, because I thought, okay, that makes sense. But at the same time, I've talked to some other people and they're like, I don't know, that would, if there were 4, 5, 6, 7 of these things, I mean, they would have to eat. And my gosh, how many calories would these things need to consume? And wouldn't people notice things disappearing and, things like that. So to this day, I'm not sure whether it was just curious of me, that it was just toying with me, whether it was trying to drive me, because there's one thing that's perfectly clear. It could have caught me anytime it wanted to. It could have caught me anytime it wanted to, and it was bigger than me. You know what I mean? It probably. Oh man, I couldn't really put a weight on it, but I was at that time I was probably 150 pounds, and it was substantially bigger than me. If it would have attacked me, I couldn't have fought it off. I mean, imagine this. Imagine trying to imagine if you got attacked by a 70-pound pit bull. Could you fight it off?
Yeah, you're in big trouble if a 70-pound pit bull wants to fight. But to answer your question, no, I don't think I could fight it off.
Yeah, if you can't fight off a 70-pound pit bull, you're not fighting off a 6-foot tall, 200-pound thing. I'm convinced it could have killed me. I don't think there was, if it wanted to, that I could have gotten away from it in a physical fight. I don't think there's any way.
Yeah, I find it very odd, though. You know, you have two different. Let's just go with the theory that Sasquatch is an ape, which I don't believe, and let's go with the theory Dogman is a dog, which I don't believe. It's very compelling to me that they have that exact same behavior, exactly what you described. I've heard 1,000 times, and that's kind of
the thing about it is, the thing about it is, it's not a misidentification. I didn't see a Sasquatch and misidentified as having the head of Anubis. You know what I mean? Like, I got a really good look at the head. I know what I saw. I didn't see a Sasquatch.
No, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you hear with the Dogman too. You do hear the same type of behavior, and for me, that's kind of a little bizarre because you would think they're two different entities, and they're portraying the same type of or displaying the same type of behavior. I have no doubt what you saw. I've talked to a lot of people who've run into that thing. What do you think it is, Shane? I mean, after all these years and kind of looking back on it, what do you think that thing is?
So here's the thing. So I like to think I'm somewhat of an educated guy. I went to law school, obviously, but that doesn't make me a biologist. But I've done some study, and I think, okay, is this a biological creature? All right, if it's a biological creature, and it's canine, if it has canine tendencies, why would it stand on two legs? What's it doing on two legs? Dogs don't stand on two legs. Wolves don't stand on two legs. But then again, I think, well, you know what? When it was pacing me in the corn, it was probably on all fours. It was probably running on all fours. And then when it came out of the corn, I think it probably stood up on two legs to get a better vantage point of me, I think. And then if it would have laid chase to me, I think it probably would have dropped down on all fours. And I say that just based upon its physical stature. So I tend to believe that it's a physical animal of some sort. Now, I'm part of a podcast called From the Shadows podcast that I started with a good friend of mine. And one of the reasons why I started it was because of my experience, and I wanted to give a forum for other people to discuss their encounters. And my partner in that, he doesn't believe that dogmen are physical creatures. He thinks that there is a supernatural, paranormal component to them. He and I both agree, though, we don't believe that it's a human that metamorphoses into a wolf. That's just something I don't believe. I think that from a biological standpoint, the body changing bone structure and all that kind of, I just don't think in the realm of possibilities that that's possible. So I tend to think it's a biological creature. He tends to think that it is a supernatural creature. The thing is, what's its origin? You know what I mean? What's its origin? I mean, animals evolve. We know that. We know animals evolve, but what is this thing's origin? Has this thing been around for thousands of years, or is this something that's just evolved over the last 50 years? You know what I mean? I just don't know.
No, I hear you. Yeah, it's fascinating when you really look. It's been around for thousands of years. As you and I were talking the other night, I was telling you the Sumerians wrote about it. The Egyptians stole it and came up with Anubis. But prior to the Egyptians, the Sumerians were talking about it. And when you start talking Sumerians, whether you believe there was a flood or not, I think most outside of religion, I think most scientists agree there was a flood. Even the Sumerians were talking about that. So we're talking pre-flood. The Sumerians were talking about this being running around, and it's a hard concept, I think, especially for me. When you think of something supernatural or you think of something paranormal, like a ghost, you can't touch a ghost. I mean, I guess you can, but it's not. It's not right there physical in front of you. I will say everyone I've ever talked to that has run into the Dogman, they'll say two things. One, it was very physical, was not an apparition. And they describe it very closely to how you described it. I mean, and I told you I'm very convinced it's out there running around because I've talked to so many people who have seen it and they don't know each other and they're describing the same features from one to the next. But going off that point, I kind of think things can be physical and paranormal or supernatural. If you want to go with religion, Abraham sat down and ate with three angels. You know what I mean? They sat there and had a meal. And that's very physical. That's, even though it's supernatural, it's very physical. And that's if you go believe in the religion and all the other stuff. But what I'm saying is I think that something can be very physical and yet not natural.
Well, there's obviously certain characteristics about it that you think about Native Americans, and Native Americans talked about spirit animals, and they talked about these things being able to materialize in the form of wolves or coyotes and things like that. You know what I mean? And so I've always believed that with any folklore, there's always some element of truth to folklore. Maybe as the stories get passed down, the stories change or they become sensationalized or something like that. But there's always some rooted facts with folklore. Like I said, the Indians talk about, these things materializing. So maybe that's Dogman. Dogman is whatever it is. It can materialize into a physical form, just like Native Americans believe that, different creatures could materialize out of thin air and stuff like that. But, the interesting thing is about them is, what are they eating? You know, in Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, there's an abundance of wildlife, deer, and stuff like that. But I think what we talked about, these things have been spotted all over the world. So
yeah, they have been.
what are these things eating? You know, and you think about it is, David Pilates and, missing 411, there's a lot of people that go missing in national parks every year and they find nothing of them. They don't find a backpack that's been torn apart, anything like that. I mean, people go missing and they're never seen of or heard of again. I mean, these things could be picking people off. They could be. I just don't know.
Yeah, and I think you brought up a good point there. What is its origin? What are these things?
Mhm.
Even with Sasquatch, to be honest with you, I mean, it's like, where does
Right.
having a great ape of the size of Sasquatch running around in North America makes no sense. Makes zero sense
Right.
to me.
And the other thing is, there's absolutely nothing in the fossil record that would support such a thing.
Yeah, but it really makes you wonder why people are seeing this stuff today. Why are we seeing all these weird things out running around? Why are
Right.
people running into them? And people can scoff and laugh all they want. People are very consistent on what they saw. Very consistent.
Oh, well, and, you think about me. I didn't tell a bunch of people this story until I didn't tell this story in its entirety until it became socially acceptable to tell this story. I mean, all of us deep down do not want to be made fun of and ridiculed. Okay, nobody wants to be told they're nuts or a liar or or made a fool. And when my buddy and I decided to start From the Shadows podcast, and part of it was because I'm turning on the TV and I'm seeing monsters and mystery. I'm seeing Terror in the Woods. I'm seeing ghost hunters. And on the Travel Channel, I mean, you can't turn on the TV without seeing something about Bigfoot. So yeah, people are seeing these things. They're seeing them a lot. So you can be the doubting Thomas if you want, but you would have to say, gee, there's been thousands of sightings, literally thousands of sightings, and everybody's making this up. Or there's some weird mass hysteria. And I just don't believe that. I know what I saw, and I believe people when they say that what they see, what they've seen. I'm sure there's people out there that try to seek attention and say they saw something, but there's just too many eyewitnesses to say, hey, there's nothing out there.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. Can I ask you, as you're coming up to the cornfield and your spidey senses start going off, I think is how you put it, do you think there's something to that in relation to what this thing actually is? Because I don't know that you would have done that, let's say if there was, I know you don't have cougars out there, but if there was a cougar sitting in that cornfield,
Sure.
you probably would have never even seen it, even...
No. Oh, yeah, I mean, I may have been, I've been hiking in the woods before, and a cougar could have been within 10 feet of me, and I've not even known it. So, yeah, I think that it harkens me back to if there's something paranormal about this. And this is a little off track, but I use it for analogy. For about 15 years straight, I woke up every night at 3 a.m. Not 2:58, not 3:10, 3 a.m. Now, sometimes it might have been 3:02 or 3:03, probably because my clock was set faster or whatever. But I always woke up, and I couldn't figure out why. And then I was doing research one time on it because it was driving me nuts. And I was thinking I had some sort of sleep disorder. And I come across this thing that says the witching hour is 3 a.m. It's not midnight, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
And then at 3 a.m., the veil between our world and the supernatural world is at its thinnest. And people that are attuned to the supernatural get jolted awake because they feel the energy that's electricity. Like there's like a first rule of thermodynamics that Einstein came up with is energy cannot be created nor can it be destroyed. It just takes different forms. And so, I was getting jolted awake, and I don't know if it's true or not, but one of the explanations is I was sensing my body was attuned to this energy that when the veil between our world and the supernatural world was at its thinnest, I was getting my body was attuned to that energy. So you take me back to being on the road, and my spider sense, as I say, went off.
This, I think I can attest to this. I had to stop making my sandwich because I heard it. I think I can attest to this. There are definitely several times in my life where I have been either have a normie sleeping schedule where I fall asleep at like anywhere between 8 p.m. to like midnight or 1 p.m. and I wake up sometime at 3 a.m. Or I have a super fucked up gamer sleep schedule. degen hours, and I have like a waking up at like 2 p.m. or something, then taking a nap, and I wake up again at 3 a.m. I think it's pretty clear that all of my my interest into the spooky thingies, spooky ghosts and goblins and Boblin the goblins, and reading up about sleep paralysis and stuff. Knowing some names of spooky demons and everything like that. I can confirm that sometimes you do wake up at 3 a.m. the witching hour. Although I've never really felt as if it's for any external reason. It just feels as if I wake up at 3 a.m. randomly for no reason. But I don't know if you're supposed to feel as if there's something external that wakes you up. I think it's just your body sort of reacting to it and waking up for you, I guess is the way of putting it. Also, oh hi at the Cat Watches. Oh hey at the Cat Watches. When did you get in here? Hey. Yeah, I'll be right back. Still making my sandwich. My yummy sandwiches, being a woman in the kitchen. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Maybe that is my body just attuned to the supernatural, that the energy that this thing gives off, somehow my body was attuned to that, could sense that energy. I mean, it's an explanation.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and I appreciate that explanation. Did you get a sense it was evil?
You know, I can't say that I got that I thought it was evil, because I didn't really have time to think about that. You know what I mean? Because the whole time it's in the corn, there's still this tremendous amount of wonder about what the hell is it? What is in the corn? And so, I can't say that I got this impending doom, that this thing was this demonic force that was, I can't say that. I just, part of it is I just terrified. I mean, it's easy for me to tell the story now, you know what I mean? But you have to put yourself in a teenager's shoes, literally, out in the middle of the country at night, and you're being stalked. And you don't have a cell phone because they didn't exist, and there's no way you can get away from this thing.
Yeah, you're on your own. Yeah.
You're on your own. And I didn't have a gun or a knife, and it probably wouldn't have done me any good if I did. But just sheer terror. I mean, just sheer unbridled terror is the only thing I can best describe it. Just, and you, like, I hyperventilate. Part of the story is, I hyperventilated a little bit when I realized, when I ran really hard to the farmhouse and saw that they had skinned the tree down. I mean, I practically hyperventilated, like, because I was so scared and my heart was beating so fast, and I had ran so hard to get to the tree, thinking I'm going to be able to, climb up a few limbs and scale my way up this tree. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what other people's accounts are. I mean, I think I've heard some people describe it as they thought they were looking, at pure evil, but I can't go on a limb and say that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate, just being forthcoming on it. It's it really is a fascinating account. One of the things, Shane, that I've come to the conclusion over the years. I don't know if you've ever dealt with, ever been into a haunted house or ever dealt with. I have experienced that one time. I didn't live there, but I did experience that one time, and I can tell you that there's a weird vibe. There's a weird presence in the air that, even though you can't see anything, it's just odd. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but it's just odd when you walk in. You feel like you're being watched. You have this really weird tingling, like spidey senses going off. Something's not right here, but you can't put your finger on it. And the bizarre part is, after you encounter a Sasquatch, a lot of people, including myself, you can almost kind of feel when they're around. This sounds really bizarre. I don't have superpowers, but I've been in situations where my spidey senses were just going off. I hadn't seen anything yet, but I wanted to leave. And it didn't hit me till later that I thought, those two feelings of being in a home that has that poltergeist presence and this feeling of Sasquatch being around, they're very similar. It's a very similar feeling. All the same spidey senses go off.
Right.
And I've often wondered if there's some correlation with that. With Dogman, I don't know what Dogman is, but people are definitely running into him. But it's weird that throughout your life, you kind of look back at certain things and go, I kind of feel the same way here as I do here. And they're very unique feelings. It's not, it's something that you don't feel every day.
Well, it is, and that's where kind of, we've talked about in our podcast, I referenced, the first rule of thermodynamics, is that, everything has energy, and is our bodies, are our bodies sort of attuned to feeling or sensing that kind of energy? You know what I mean? So you think about it, people do ghost hunting and stuff like that. They, and I'll probably say this wrong, so correct me, EVPs or whatever they say those, those things are. And what are those things? I mean, what are they really detecting? They're detecting energy, right? That's what I assume. That's what they're detecting is energy. And maybe, our bodies are attuned to this sort of energy that is being given off by ghosts, poltergeist, Bigfoot, Dogman, that, we're sensing this, we have this third eye or, a sixth sense that is picking up this energy, and it's a self-preservation thing that says, hey, listen, this is something, you need to be cautious about, you need to be aware of, maybe you need to flee, you need to get out of here.
Yeah, you could be right on that. You definitely could be right on that. I really respect the fact that, that you're a judge and everything, and that you would come forward and share this. I told you I had 4 judges on the show, but no one actually ever said, came out and said that they were a judge, and I didn't fail to mention. But it is good. It's somebody of your position would mention that. I've had some pretty high up doctors, famous doctors on the show, where if you're dying over a certain disease, you're going to go to that doctor. They've come on the show and talked about, Bigfoot and different things that have happened to them throughout their life. So it kind of normalizes it. You know what I mean?
Right. And I don't think that, me being a judge doesn't give me any more credibility than the next person. But what it does say is that someone in my position would have the courage to say, hey, listen, I'm an elected official, but I'm willing to come out and tell people this is what I experienced. And, that I wouldn't do this if I really didn't experience it. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure they're going to say, oh, gee, our judge is some nut. You know what I mean? And my brother, who's a judge, even says, man, you sure you want to tell the story to people? You sure you want people, they want to think you're a kook? And I told him, I said, no, I think it's important because I want to try to encourage other people who are probably too nervous, too scared, too shy, or worried about being ridiculed to tell their encounters. I want them to know that, hey, listen, I'm willing to do it. You can come out and do it. And if we're ever really going to figure these things out, we need more people to come forward and give their encounters and tell their stories so that we can try to take all these stories and try to put it together like a giant jigsaw puzzle and hopefully one day come up with an answer as to what Sasquatch or Dogman or some of these other cryptids really are. It'd be really cool if we could.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt in my mind. I think one day we'll truly find out what these things are. But in the meantime, it is nice to have people come forward and we can kind of get a small picture of what these things are and, their behavior and different things like that. And it does start with people coming forward, just like yourself, Shane.
I really appreciate you having me on your show.
Yeah,
I'm a fan.
I really appreciate you coming on and sharing it. Tell us again the name of your podcast and
Sure,
give us kind of a quick little rundown of what your podcast is about.
So the name of the podcast is From the Shadows Podcast. So that's From the Shadows Podcast. And it was started by me and a friend by the name of Shane Grove. And we have a producer, Jason Lewis, and we have some other members on there. They're good people. And we started it just because of this. My experience and my buddy had some experiences, different type of experiences when he was a kid. And we thought, you know what? Let's try to find other people out there and hear their stories. And we sort of picked the name From the Shadows because, these sort of things are in the shadows, and we want to bring these topics, into the light and give people a forum by which they can tell them. So anybody out there that would, like to know more, here's some of our guests. We've had some pretty cool guests on, and we're gonna have Linda Godfried on here, the godmother of Dogman is gonna be coming on in a week. Check us out. We're on YouTube, we're on Spotify. We try to have a good time with it. At the same time, I think.
Okay, I finished making my sandwich, but I gotta eat it. So, continue to listen to another Big Feet story. And then, once I'm done with that, I got this article about the X-Files. What happened to Samantha Mulder? I think I've started watching X-Files like several times, but I've never once actually finished it all the way. I think I always get bored by the time Mulder is gone for whatever the contract issue was that they ran into. So hopefully they'll have enough info here to fill me in on what I'm missing out. But we'll see. Let's see if I can get my sandwich on here too real quick. Yummy, yummy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Yummy, yummy. Put some cucumbers in there. Okay. Go find another Big Feet story real quick. What the heck? It's like two cars honking their horns outside. What is this, fucking New York? Okay, let's see. Red eyes at my window. Okay, let's listen to this one. And hopefully this does not summon any red eyes to my window, because that'd be pretty spooky. Oh my
both
goodness.
of them coming forward and sharing what happened.
Good. How are you?
Him when he was out doing
What the heck? It's a kid? Oh my god.
what happened to them. Nathan is 14. He found his dad's
14.
property, and I got a chance to talk for you tonight. We're gonna be chatting with Wyatt and his father Wes. And Wyatt's actually 12 years old. They live in Oklahoma, and Wyatt's gonna be sharing some strange encounters he had around his dad's property. And I got a chance to talk with Wes too as well, and he'll be sharing some of the weird things he's experienced on the property. And then we're gonna be chatting with Nathan and Dan, and they come to us from Utah. Nathan is 14. He was on the bus and he looked over at this field. They're in the middle of nowhere, and he saw this very strange creature. Very fascinating stuff. I love father and son, both of them coming forward and sharing what happened to them. And we'll wrap up with Dan, who is a delivery driver from Oregon. He was on the Mackenzie Pass. And if you're from Oregon, you know that area is pretty notorious for sightings. And Dan's going to be sharing what happened to him when he was out doing his deliveries. If you've had an encounter and you'd like to be on the show, shoot me an email. My email address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com. Let's jump into it tonight. I want to welcome Wyatt to the show. Wyatt, thanks for coming on. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for sending me your email. And I know that your dad's on the line too as well. Wes, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to have you guys. And Wyatt, let's start with you. I know this property is out in Oklahoma. If you would just kind of start from the beginning, kind of tell us what happened and kind of walk us into what you saw.
Okay. So we wanted to move out into the country. So my dad and my mom bought some land, started building a house. After the house was built, we instantly moved in. One of the first nights there, I went to bed, and in my room, I have two windows. I have a bigger window, and then I have a smaller window. And my bed was facing straight towards my bigger window, and I could, if I woke up, if I sat up in my bed, I could look straight at it. So since we had just moved in, we didn't have any blinds yet, and we were going to get those in the coming week. So I had gone to sleep. At the time, I was only, I think, 5 because we just moved in. I go to sleep, and I wake up to, I don't know what I woke up to, but there was two glowing red eyes outside my window from the glare of my nightlight that I had on because I was afraid of the dark. So I just saw two red glowing eyes, and I could see the outline of it because it was blacker than outside. And where we live, sort of like a pasture. Our land's like a pasture, sort of. We have 3 acres, and we live in the very middle of it, and everything around us is cut down, so we can see all around us. And so the moon glares down on us really, really well, and it's usually pretty bright outside. So I just saw this thing like bent over, and my window's probably 7 feet tall, and this thing was bent over looking through my window. And that scared the hell out of me because you don't think of waking up in the middle of the night to see something right outside your window.
Yeah, no kidding. It would have scared me too as well. And so what did you do? Did you stay there? Did you get up and leave the room?
No, I as soon as I saw this thing, I ripped my sheets off my bed and I ran straight to my parents' room. And at the time, I wasn't even thinking. I just jumped on my parents' bed, didn't care if they woke up or not, but I was just scared to death. So I just instantly jumped onto their bed. And from then on, I just never really liked looking out windows at night because I was always afraid something like that could happen again.
Yeah, it's scary enough to have something looking in your window, but to have it be red eyes.
This way, every time I look at the window at night, I always have my gun with me, just in case. So anyway, I started blasting.
Something with the color red. The red eyes almost make it worse, don't you think?
Yeah, because at the time, my dad was into Bigfoot too, and so he would watch movies about it, and it scared me. And he would tell me stories, and it scared me about it. And so seeing these two red glowing eyes looking through my window just scared me so bad because I'm like, this thing's bending down to see through my window, which is huge.
Yeah, so. No kidding. Was that the only experience you had on that property? What?
No, I've had 2 actually.
Tell me about the other one.
Okay, so the other one, so my dad, this was probably when I was around 7 years old, 8. And my dad, he owned a motorcycle at the time, and in our backyard we had made a chicken coop and had chickens in it, and right next to that we had a shed. My dad kept his motorcycle out in the shed, so it wouldn't get rained on or any of that, and he'd ride that to work every day super early in the morning. Well, I could usually always hear the door open and close, and man, this was the scariest encounter out of both of them, because I remember multiple times my dad had opened the door and closed it, and I would go out there and I would see my dad getting ready for work, like putting on his boots, getting ready to go out to his motorcycle. This time, I'd heard our back door open and close, but we had our actual door, and then we had a screen door, and I heard the screen door open and close. And so I go out there and I unlock the door and all of that because I was thinking, okay, my dad already locked the doors to leave, and I see this figure walking towards my chicken coop and my shed where my daddy kept his motorcycle. It was super bulked up, had what looked like the head outline of a canine, like maybe like a German Shepherd. And my dad is pretty swole. He likes to lift, runs a lot, goes to the gym a lot too. And so I thought, okay, it's just my dad going out there. And at the time, I wasn't really checking what it looked like because I thought, okay, this is just my dad. There's nothing really I need to look about him, just my dad. So I started screaming, "Dad," really loud at the top of my lungs. And I just kept on screaming it and screaming it and screaming it. And I don't know if I ticked this thing off or what, but it turns around super slow. Like first it looks back and keeps on walking, and then it actually turns its whole body around and starts walking back towards me. That's when my mom came, and she grabbed me by the arm and she said, "What are you doing?" and closed both doors and locked them. And she goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm just screaming for Dad to come back because he's going to get on his motorcycle to leave for work." And she goes, "Son, come here." And she takes me to her room and she brings me right to where my dad would be sleeping. And she said, "Look." And my dad was fast asleep, not even ready for work. So
Jeez.
that really scared me.
Yeah, I bet. I bet. So it was pretty far down in the yard then. I mean, it wasn't like right next to the door or anything. It was pretty far away.
No, it was pretty far away. I'd say probably 30, 40 yards.
Yeah, that's still pretty close, Wyatt. Still really, really close. Wes, let me ask you real quick, because I talked to Wyatt the other day, and everything he was saying was pretty right on. There's a lot of things he was talking about that I was shocked by, but I wanted to ask you, being the dad, have you experienced anything strange around that property? Have you experienced anything going on around that property?
Yeah, I've had a couple. I've never had any like face-to-face encounters like Wyatt has had, but I do remember one morning I got off work and I got home about, and all this happened back around 2014, 2015 time. Remember, it was cold. It was that fall, and yeah, I rode my motorcycle home from work. Got home. It was probably about 6:30 in the morning. It was still pitch black out. Like Wyatt said, we got the storage building out back, and it's 40, 50 yards from the house, and so I put it up and everything and locked the door and I started walking back towards the house and I heard this noise, like kind of like a call. And I'd never heard it before. We have owls and stuff around here. And at first I thought, no, maybe that's it. But, I'd never heard an owl kind of sound like that. The sound, the only way I can describe it, it was kind of a whooping sound. It was kind of like on your intro, you hear that whoop, whoop,
Yeah.
whoop, and I made the call right back to it. And like I said, it's pitch black. I can't see anything, but it's pretty close. Now behind our property, it's just thick woods. There's about 120 acres or so back there, and it's just all woods. And like I said, I made the call back to it, kind of mocked it, and it did it right back. And I thought, man, this is kind of weird. And I did it again, and I never heard anything else. I never heard anything. And I thought, man, this like I said, I've always kind of been interested in Bigfoot. I thought it was kind of neat. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, well, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's an owl. And then of course, Wyatt had already had his encounters that he had told me. And I remember hearing, on some Bigfoot videos, like on YouTube, you get some vocals and stuff. And I thought, man, that sounds kind of like some of the stuff I've heard. But, there's no definite what it was. I couldn't see anything, but I thought it was pretty strange. Fast forward about a year after that, I was out hunting, not far from my property, not too far from where I heard the sounds. And remember, I was out there and I was just bow hunting on the ground. It's just typical fall day out there deer hunting. And as I'm sitting there, I just started noticing, I'm like, man, everything just died down. There was no noise in the woods. And there was also, there was no wind that day. It was just real calm. And I thought, man, this is kind of weird. I couldn't hear any squirrels or birds or anything like normal. And as I'm sitting there, all of a sudden, I just hear this huge crash behind me. And it's so thick in there, I can't see back behind me very far. But I hear this huge crash of this tree just falling and hitting the ground. And like I said, there's no wind, no anything. And I thought, well, it's time to get out of here. So I just, ventured back, to the house. And I don't think I've been back out there since, especially not in that area anyway.
Yeah,
So
it's unnerving though, isn't it? When it's like the vibe in the air changes, the whole
yeah,
environment changes. It's really hard to explain. I know what you
it
mean. I've
is.
experienced that before, and it's immediately you're on alert.
Yeah. I thought it was just the strangest thing. I mean, it's not like this big, huge dead tree just decides to fall over, right then and there. Something pushed it over. You could hear like roots snapping, it sounded like. And so I don't know. who knows what it was, but I thought that was pretty strange. I do have a story though, another one. My ex-wife, she grew up about a mile and a half from this property, and I remember her telling me one time that it was 1994. She was driving down the road with her mom. They were headed home, and like I said, it's out here on a country road, and it was nighttime. And she said they were just driving down the road towards her house, and this road was about a mile from where I'm at currently. She said as they was going down the road, they noticed something on their right stood up. This big, hairy something just stood up. It was bipedal and started running alongside their vehicle through the bar ditch. And then all of a sudden, just angled off to the right, cleared a barbed wire fence, just went right over it, and just went straight off into the woods, which was it was real thick at the time, a lot of cedars and everything. I remember that, that she told me that story years ago, and then just kind of the things happening around here, just the things that, Wyatt has seen and just the things that I've heard. It definitely sounds like there's some kind of activity or something out here.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. It's fascinating. A lot of times in the situations, Wes, the kids always see it first. For whatever reason, the kids always see it first. They'll go tell their parents. Most of the time, they get blown off by it. Either they're imagining something or they saw a bear go back to bed, that sort of thing. But it's weird that kids seem to notice these things first. What really bothers me is that dogman creature Wyatt's talking about. I do get a lot of dogman reports out there in Oklahoma, and I don't know what that thing is, and I just don't trust it. Who knows what that thing is? You know what I mean?
Right, right. Yeah, and at the time, like I said, we just moved in, and I thought, well, maybe he's just nervous out here, and I thought it was kind of maybe his imagination at first, but I believed him. He had no reason to lie. And the thing that really got me is I'd never heard about the red eyes until just the last 2 or 3 years after listening to your podcast, and then I remembered that because whenever he told me the story and he said red eyes, I just automatically thought, oh, well, what's that all about? But then I've heard all these stories and these encounters of red eye shine, and it took me straight back to that story. And Wyatt didn't know anything about that. I
Yeah.
never even knew anything about that. So for him to say that he saw something hunched down looking through the window with red eyes, I mean, wow, that's just crazy.
Yeah, it's spooky. And it's like I was telling Wyatt, the red eyes almost make it worse. You know what I mean? For whatever reason. I don't know what it is about the color red, especially at night, and them being eyes. It seems, in my mind, I think evil right off the top of my head. Has there been anything new happen at the property, or is it pretty much died down?
I haven't heard or seen anything since the past couple of years. Like I said, it was
The reason they have red eyes is because they're Terminators. They're actually alien robots.
it was really wooded back there. I still have probably, I don't know, 5 acres of just thick woods behind me, but the rest of the property's all been dozed down. It's more pasture now. So yeah, I haven't heard or seen anything since, and neither have the boys. So
Yeah, that's good news.
yeah,
For especially being a dad, it would concern me, especially when a lot of times in these situations, thank God, Wes, that you and your ex-wife were, somewhat knowledgeable about the subject, because a lot of kids get shut down pretty quick whenever they see things like this. What do you think that they are, Wes? What do you think that Sasquatch actually is?
man, I don't know. One time, I thought I was pretty confident that it was, just possibly an ape or something, but there's just too many variables that happen in the different stories, and I don't know. I don't know if it's something, Nephilim, or you get into the paranormal aspects of it, and
There they go again with the Nephilim. What the heck? Always Nephilim. Nephilim this, Nephilim that.
the orbs, and I really couldn't tell you, and that's what's it's so strange and intriguing. I have no answer really.
Yeah, and that's understandable. Let me ask you, Wyatt, what do you think that Sasquatch is?
I have no clue. Like my dad said, I thought it was an ape, but you hear other stories and you think maybe it's a hybrid, like a man or something, and then you hear another story and you just get thrown around with you not knowing what it is because of all these encounters, and they're all different. And yeah, there are some that are the same, but almost every single encounter has something in common, but it's also totally different. It's you never actually know what it is, and I don't think anybody will know until we get cold hard proof of what this thing really is.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. What about that dogman creature that you saw? What's kind of your gut tell you what that thing is? And again, there's no wrong answers. I don't even know what it is, you know?
In all honesty, I think it might be a demon.
A demon?
Because you hear those stories of like the goat man, him being a demon, or the devil showing up in a form of a goat, or just weird stuff like that. And I think it could be a demon or a different chain of the Bigfoot, because sometimes they act the same as one, but they also can be more they can be more aggressive. Just want to pick more fights. After hearing stories from your show and from going from to Bigfoot conventions, it's just crazy what you hear.
Yeah, you might be right on that, Wyatt. You might be right on your theory there. You're a smart kid. You know your history. You know the in religion that the goat and the devil are one and the same. That's where we get the term the scapegoat.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother topic. Yeah, I hope that the dogman isn't a demon, but you know, a lot of people do report it gives off that vibe. A lot of people say it's evil. Doesn't give off the I want to be buddies vibe. You know what I mean? I'm sure you would agree with that.
Yeah. And if I could, I've thought about it over the years, and from both accounts, the first one, I think Bigfoot or whatever the creature was, I think it was just curious because that was one of our first days ever moved into it. Moved in, and we had plowed down a lot of trees and cut a lot of stuff down in our property so we could build this house and have a good backyard. So I think that it got pretty mad about that, and it wanted to check out what we were doing on its land, because we live 4 miles from a town. It's a little town, and then I don't think we have some neighbors. We have a pretty decent neighborhood, and then we have two lakes that we live by, and those have huge houses and those. But I think that it was curious of why we moved in and why we had chopped down some brush. I think with that dogman encounter, I think it had came up, opened that screen door, and checked to see if our door was unlocked to come inside.
Yeah, that is a strange part where you heard the door open, you thought it was your dad leaving. Did you ever ask your mom if she opened the door? She was probably
no,
bad.
because she was asleep, and
I gotta start locking my doors now all the time too, and the windows. I don't want no dog man sneaking up in here. I'm not a fucking white woman.
She had woke up, and I think she had a gun. I think she had grabbed a gun, and it thought I was an intruder. And she said, she grabbed me and she said, "I thought you were an intruder trying to break into the house." And then that's when she told me all of that, and she brought me to her room, and I saw my dad asleep. But I think that was trying to get into our house, and then it started walking back to our chicken coop. And at the time, we had chickens. Now we don't, because man, there are some huge coyotes. I think the first night that we had chickens, we had a ton of raccoons that came up, and my dad shot some of those and killed them. And there was one that weighed at least 40 pounds, a raccoon that weighed 40 pounds. My dad had to grab it by two. He had to grab it with two of his hands, and the thing was fatter than most dogs. I mean, this thing was huge, and it had been eating off of something. It weighed 40, 50 pounds.
Yeah, that is a big raccoon. Do you want to see another creature, or are you kind of happy that, you know, it's all the forest is kind of down now and hopefully they moved on?
I want to see another one, but at the same time, there are all these people that have seen them, and it just changes their whole life. And it's those two definitely changed my life, not for the better, I guess you could say.
From the first
Because
stirrings of life beneath water.
sometimes you just don't want to be out in the woods because of something like that. And I've heard of stories of hunters that have seen things like this, and they just don't want to hunt. They're afraid of what they'll see again. I want to see one, but I feel like it would change my life even more, and I don't want to have to feel all that fear rushing through my body every time I'm in the woods or something.
Yeah, that's understandable. Hopefully they've kind of moved on, you know, and they're not in the area anymore. And encounters are easier when it doesn't happen at home. You know what I mean? When they when you're hiking and you're, you know, 100 miles away from your home, or it's a whole different situation when it happens at home. It's a fascinating account, White. I really appreciate you taking the time to come on and share what happened to you. And thank you so much for listening to the show.
Thank you for letting me.
Yeah, I really appreciate you being here. And I know your dad's here too as well. Dan, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
Okay, So that was the first story. This one has 3. That's pretty cool. I might have to occasionally, while I'm playing Civ, consult my translator because I changed the language to German so I can practice my German a bit more. But I'm still missing a whole bunch of vocabulary so I can properly conquer my foes and be accurately racist against the other civilizations. But anyway, before Civ, I'm gonna do more stories, more news. Starting with this one. Oh, I gotta check out real quick if there is a Big Feats episode for X-Files. X-Files? X-Files? Bigfoot. I think I remember there being an episode where there was like, I think it's this one here, the Jersey Devil Mulder encounter. I think it opens where either a hunter or a trooper of some kind shoots a guy who's super big and hairy, and then a couple years later Mulder goes to investigate and there's this woman, very hairy woman, and a hairy baby. I think that might be a Big Feats episode. Then there's also this one. That might be this one, the Jersey Devil. That's the one I'm thinking of. But there's also this one called Detour that showed up. The episode's monster hiding by blending into a tree. The effects were made by using a specialized bark suits, as well as computer technology. Detour is the 4th episode of the 5th season. Dead Poets Society. What's that? I'm pretty sure this one is the one that I have in mind. The Jersey Devil is the 5th episode of the 1st season. This one does sound familiar. If it's the one that I'm thinking of, then one of the troopers is the same guy who plays Randy Disher in Monk. Let's see. Randy Disher is portrayed by Canadian Jason Gray Stanford. Is Jason Gray Stanford in this episode, The Jersey Devil? If he is, he doesn't show up here. Let me go look up the credits for this episode of the Sex Files. Sex Files, Jersey Devil credits. Let's see. Pretty certain it's this one. Here we go. Rest of cast listed alphabetically. Jason Gray Stanford, 1947 police officer. He's uncredited? What the heck? He does also Puree in Monk. That's a nice little thing I noticed when I rewatched this episode. Hairy people are into Big Feats. What even is this fucking emote? The fucking the fall help. Every time I see it, like without hovering over it, when I see it, I picture. I'm gonna have to Photoshop this. I see. Pull it up on this side. I see now when I hover over it, and I see it's in the larger size, larger resolution. I see that it's a fall guy who's like jailed and trapped in something. However, my brain first sees the cage instead of it being a cage, a jail cell. It looks like a head. And then the eyes of the fall guy look like the pupils. And then the white the white part of the face look like the eyes themselves. It's like this. And then the hands look like his cheeks, like if he's holding in a laugh. That's every time I see this emote, that's what I picture. Looks like he's holding in a laugh. But now that I've looked at it a little bit closer, and upon closer inspection, I can see that it is a fall guy who is trapped. However, my head canon will continue to picture it as the face of somebody who's holding in a laugh with his cheeks puffed up. Dead Poet Society is a movie. It's pretty similar to Good Will Hunting. About a class of boys in a super strict school, and super cool English teacher opens their eyes to living for yourself and finding your own voice. How do you see that he's in prison? Yeah, I can see that he's in prison. He's in a cell. I can see that now when I hover over it. But when I see it just like this, how the heck did you make it bigger? What the heck? What the heck? How'd you do that? You're cheating the system. Anyway, that's what I see. He's holding in a laugh. Okay, so the Jersey Devil is definitely the episode I'm thinking of. However, I don't know if I'd call it necessarily. If I'd call that monster a big feat. Because in the episode, the monster is not hairy enough. What's this one though? Detour. When I first see this screenshot here, I think of an episode. It might be this episode. Spanish? Oh, Mothman. Frame showing a Mothman / Spanish conquistador descendant blending into a tree. I'm not sure if this is the other episode that I have in mind. It's kind of spooky. The episode opens where, a mom is putting her kid to bed at night inside a house. And then we swap over to the perspective of the monster. There's two monsters. They're small, they're short, and they're fast. They go into the house. They're running around. And then they go to the kid's room. And I think they start pulling him out of the bed and try to pull him outside the house. And then he's spooked it and he's screaming. And that's how they find out that their kid's about to be abducted by spooky monsters. I'm not sure if that's this one. Let's see. Plot. Two men are surveying an area in the Apalachicola National Forest in Leon County, Florida. Okay, this definitely isn't it. This is not the episode I had in mind. We need to rewatch the X-Files on the server for our watch parties. Sex Files is pretty fun. Like the me when I purposely spread misinformation online blue guy. Yeah, that's what I picture. I see this guy. Okay. X-Files. From Screen Rant, April 4th, 2023. The X-Files. What happened to Samantha Mulder? Chris Carter's sci-fi series, The X-Files, follows FBI agent Fox Mulder's search for his sister Samantha. Here is what actually happened to her. But what happens to Samantha Mulder? At the beginning of the series, Fox is introduced to a conspiracy theorist who has been given the nickname Spooky Mulder. What? Fox Mulder is He is Spooky Mulder. He's not introduced to a conspiracy theorist. He is the conspiracy theorist. Do these guys even know what the fuck they don't know what they're talking about. The introduction paragraph to this article explaining to me, the reader, what happens in the X-Files does not know the main character is the main character. According to Screen Rant, at the beginning of the series, Fox Mulder is introduced to a conspiracy theorist who has been given the nickname Spooky Mulder for his seemingly senseless infatuation with the paranormal. As season 1 progresses, it is revealed that his purpose behind dedicating his life to the unsolved X-Files cases is to locate his younger sister Samantha. Okay, I see what happened. Here, it should have said Scully, not Fox. At the beginning of the series, Agent Scully is introduced to the conspiracy theorist named Spooky Mulder. Come on, guys, this is... When is the 4th? This is 1 week old, a 1 week old article, and you have not spotted this. I guess that means nobody has read this article, and nobody has nudged the writer or the editor or the website to update this clear slander. Spreading misinformation right here. This is the perfect opportunity to use that emote. Mulder distinctly remembers witnessing her alien abduction when they were children. With the help of the paranormal phenomena detailed in the X-Files, he believes he may be able to find her. As the series progresses, he continues to fail in his attempts, but ultimately... Wait. Okay, this is such a confusing sentence, but now I get it. As the series progresses, he continues to fail in his attempts, but ultimately, her fate is revealed by Season 7, Episode 11, Closure. It was not a satisfying ending, but it gave Mulder the closure he needed to continue on with the X-Files. With clones, medical testing, and kidnapping, Samantha Mulder's storyline developed into a muddled mess, but paying close attention to the detail in one of the best X-Files episodes, what happened to Samantha Mulder can be explained. What the heck is a spooky ghost? I think I remember this episode. Despite believing that what happened to Samantha Mulder was that she was abducted by aliens, it is revealed that their father made a deal with aliens to allow them to take her. In 1973, the syndicate was formed and requested a child from the Mulder family. Initially, their father chose Fox, but the cigarette-smoking man intercepted and forced the aliens to take Samantha. When Mulder discovers her diary with the help of a medium, it details the experimentations she was forced to undergo until she was not considered valuable anymore. What the heck? Is it trying to say that an already abducted woman is like chewed up bubblegum? Her value is dropped considerably because she has already been probed by the aliens? At that point, what happened to Samantha Mulder is that she was sent to live at the April Air Force Base in California, where the cigarette-smoking man continued to conduct various tests on her. By the age of 14, Samantha escaped the facility. After a brief stay in the hospital, where she did not reveal any information about herself, Samantha vanished into thin air and was never heard from again. She was consumed in a spiritual intervention by beings referred to as walk-ins. Their purpose is to rescue children who are doomed to live with constant pain and suffering. What the fuck? That's every child. That's every single human being who's ever walked the face of the earth. When Samantha's location was discovered by her captors, the walk-ins rescued her by turning her into starlight energy and giving her a painless death. Mulder finally accepts that his sister is gone, and they're both free. Throughout the X-Files, various beings pose as Samantha to trick Special Agent Mulder. It is not until Closure that her true fate is revealed, which debunks any other theory about what happened to Samantha Mulder. Mulder's lengthy search for his sister in the first 7 seasons of the X-Files was not in vain because, at the end of the day, he found peace with the help of the walk-ins. Okay, so this article, you might have some credence about the fact that it's AI generated because sometimes The X-Files is italicized the way it should be because it is a title of a book or a film or a movie, and sometimes it is not. Unless, however, okay, sometimes there is a dash, sometimes there isn't a dash as well. So that's another little inconsistency. When it's referring to the show, then it should be italicized. When it is not referring to the show, when it is referring within the show about the X-Files as a series of files or an object or a department, then it should not be italicized. There is, however, still that inconsistency where sometimes it is hyphenated and sometimes it is not. This editorial advice brought to you by an English major. Mulder's sister won't be in the X-Files reboot, and neither will Mulder. The X-Files is a series that has arguably stood the test of time, which is why it's unsurprising that the show is getting the reboot treatment. However, the X-Files reboot won't include Scully, nor will Fox Mulder or his sister Samantha be part of the narrative. It was recently announced that Black Panther director Ryan Coogler, is that his name? Is it Coogler or Coogler? And why does it sound racist? Will be taking the reins as showrunner of the new series, and the filmmaker is set to diversify its cast via The Independent. Duchovny and Anderson could come to the X-Files reboot in a cameo capacity, but it looks like Coogler will be reworking the entire premise to bring the show into 2023. I've never watched anything that this guy has made, and I don't know if I should expect, if I should have high expectations or low expectations or mediocre expectations. I think I do want to watch the reboot though. Didn't they also bring back the X-Files a couple years ago with Mulder and Scully? There's too many shows. I can't keep track of them all. That's pretty cool though. I think I will be looking forward to this reboot so that I can judge it harshly like I do with everything else these days. Okay, let's see. Where are my other articles? Here's one. Oh, hey, Patches. What's up? What's up, little kittens? She's a little kitty. Let's see. From CNN, repeating radio signals lead astronomers to an Earth-sized exoplanet. Published Wednesday, April 5th by Ashley Strickland. Astronomers have detected a repeating radio signal from an exoplanet and the star that it orbits, both located 12 light years away from Earth. The signal suggests that the Earth-sized planet may have a magnetic field and perhaps even an atmosphere. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Earth's magnetic field protects the planet's atmosphere, which life needs to survive, by deflecting energetic particles and plasma that stream out from the sun. Finding atmospheres around planets located outside of our solar system could point to other worlds that potentially have the ability to support life. Scientists noticed strong radio waves coming from the star YZ Ceti and the rocky exoplanet that orbits it, called YZ Ceti b. During observations using the Carl G. Janke Very Large Array of Telescopes in New Mexico, the researchers believe the radio signal was created by interactions between the planet's magnetic field and the star. A study detailing the findings was published Monday in the journal Nature Astronomy. We saw the initial burst, and it looked beautiful, said lead study author Sebastian Pineda, a research astrophysicist at the University of Colorado Boulder, in a statement. When we saw it again, it was very indicative that, okay, maybe we really have something here. Magnetic fields can prevent a planet's atmosphere from being diminished and essentially eroded away over time as particles released from the star and bombard it. Okay. Sometimes I go too far ahead and try to correct the writer before I see the change in tense, which is weird that you change the tense like that, but okay. You go from past tense to present tense. In order for the radio waves to be detectable on Earth, they must be very strong, the researcher said. Whether a planet survives with an atmosphere or not can depend on whether the planet has a strong magnetic field or not. Previously, researchers have detected magnetic fields on exoplanets similar in size to Jupiter, the largest planet in our solar system. But finding magnetic fields on smaller planets the size of Earth is more difficult because magnetic fields are essentially invisible. What we're doing is looking for a way to see them, said study co-author Jackie Villetson, assistant professor of physics and astronomy at Bucknell University in Pennsylvania. We're looking for planets that are really close to their stars and are a similar size to Earth, she said. These planets are way too close to their stars to be somewhere you could live, but because they are also so close to the planet is kind of plowing through a bunch of stuff coming off the star. If the planet has a magnetic field and it plows through enough star stuff, it will cause the star to emit bright radio waves. YZ Ceti B only takes 2 Earth days to complete a single orbit around its star. Meanwhile, the shortest orbit in our solar system is the planet Mercury, which takes 88 Earth days to complete a lap around the Sun. While YZ Ceti B whips around its star, plasma from the star collides with the planet's magnetic field, bounces off, and interacts with the star's magnetic field. All of these energetic reactions create and release strong radio waves that can be detected on Earth. The researchers think that the YZ Ceti B is the best candidate spotted so far for a rocky exoplanet with a magnetic field. This could really plausibly be it, Villetson said, but I think it's going to be a lot of follow-up work before a really strong confirmation of radio waves caused by a planet comes out. New radio telescopes preparing to become operational this decade could help astronomers make more detections of signals that suggest magnetic fields, the researchers said. The search for potentially habitable or life-bearing worlds in other solar systems depends in part on being able to determine if rocky, Earth-like exoplanets actually have magnetic fields, said Joe Pesci, program director for the National Radio Astronomy Observatory. In the statement, this research shows not only that this particular rocky exoplanet likely has a magnetic field, but provides a promising method to find more. Hopefully, there are super sexy, blue-skinned, well-endowed, womanly aliens on this planet so that we may breed and spread our genes across the stars. That'd be pretty cool. It's kind of like, but not exactly like Mass Effect. Mass Erect. Ass Effect. Okay, let's see. From The Hill on April 4th, 2023. Energy Department to ban sale of some light bulbs. Here's why. Starting in August, Americans will only be able to purchase LED lights from retailers across the nation as an official ban on incandescent light bulbs will be in full effect. Incandescent light bulbs have been providing light in American homes since the 1800s when Thomas Edison patented the bulbs. But now, the nation has evolved into a more energy-efficient society, and LED lights have become the new norm. Rules finalized by the Energy Department last year require manufacturers to sell energy-efficient light bulbs, accelerating a long-time industry practice to use compact fluorescent and LED bulbs that last 25 to 50 times longer than incandescent bulbs. The Trump administration had slowed an earlier phase out of incandescents, saying it was targeting rules that burden businesses. I mean, I suppose. Not too familiar with this policy or the conflicts regarding it, but I would have to look into it to be able to have a better take on it, a more informed take on it. Officials say the move will help Americans save money and benefit the environment. Department of Energy claims that discontinuing inefficient incandescent lights will save Americans nearly $3 billion yearly and substantially reduce carbon dioxide emissions over 30 years. Swapping out the bulbs is projected to cut planet-warming carbon emissions by 222 million metric tons over the next 30 years, an amount equivalent to emissions generated by 28 million homes in 1 year. A Strauss Paint and Hardware in Queens. At Strauss Paint and Hardware in Queens, the word incandescent won't be seen on any new purchase orders. We saw this coming a long time ago. Tried to phase them out for a while, said Gary Strauss, the owner of Strauss Paint and Hardware. The store shelves were stocked with almost every shape, size, and lumens of LED lights imaginable. It will save energy and it will be cheaper in the long run. Department of Energy said LED lights provide more light using 75% less energy than incandescent lights. You'll no longer be able to purchase incandescent lights starting in July. I'm assuming July of this year, which is why this article came out in this year. In July. The DOE isn't totally banning all incandescent lights, just those most commonly used in homes and that are not energy efficient. So I guess you'd still be able to use them for like scientific purposes or energy measuring purposes and other sorts of research or specific uses where incandescents are either necessary or more efficient. More efficient enough in other areas that not being energy efficient would outweigh the costs. The DOE warned manufacturers and retailers about the change at the beginning of the year in January, with full enforcement beginning in July 2023. Manufacturers who violate the ban could face a maximum penalty of $542 per illicit bulb. While the ban will be in effect soon, customers can still buy what is left of incandescent lights that are still being sold in stores. Even when they're no longer on store shelves, you can still use incandescent lights in your home. What the heck is this? Halogen bulbs and compact fluorescent lights will also be banned because of their mercury content. Well, that's pretty cool. Now, if only we had more nuclear plants in the US so that we could be a bit more self-sufficient and not have to rely on imports from the Middle East or other such locations. Okay, let's see. I had a couple other articles on my phone that I had not yet linked. There is some news about Joker 2. It's the Joker, baby. Grab this one. Over here. From TMZ, Lady Gaga sings, dances on famed Bronx stairs for Joker 2. Basically, I just wanted to watch the video. Looks like she's doing a similar dance to the from the first movie. Run! It's the police's! Okay, well, spoilers. You can hear Gaga singing her heart out as bystanders recorded nearby. The film crew tried their best to cover her up and block folks out, but the cat was way out of the bag on this one. You could probably hear her from a mile away based on how loud she was crooning. What the heck? They're trying to bait me to sing a different word. Crooning. Nice. Is there an expected date for when Joker 2 will be released? Let's see. Joker 2. 2024. I gotta wait a whole other year. What is the expected? Scheduled to be released in the US on October 4th, 2024. That's like 2 whole years away. It's like 5 whole years away. I'm not an adult. I don't have patience. I want to see it now. Okay, let's see. What are these other articles that I have saved up here? Something here from Eurogamer. From Eurocook. Okay, what's this one? No, fuck. I want to put it over here. Resident Evil 4 remake actor deactivates Instagram comments after receiving thousands of critical messages. What? Is the internet back? Is it fixed it? As soon as I talk, the bitrate starts dropping again. Amazing. Wind Waker LP after I finish and after I start Oak Arena and fuck, what's the other one? Oak Arena and I forget the other one. The N60. I have to play them in order. I have this as a creator, as a creative person, as an artistic person, I have this drive to play games, watch movies, read books, in any way, shape, or form, experience art in the order in which they were released by the creator, so that I can also experience the other creators and other artists' growth as a creator. Not only that, but also in terms of video games, like seeing the progress in technology, also seeing how there were so many limitations earlier on, simply based off of storage size, RAM size, and so on, graphical fidelity. Seeing what tricks they had to use to hide their inability to do everything that they wanted, because restrictions and limitations are how you get truly creative and amazing things. Also, oh hey, at the Cat Watches, when did you get in here? We have been reading some news articles before I continue listening to more Big Feet stories and playing Civ, which I have in the background. But I've had a couple articles saved up for like 2 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks. I've been wanting to stream forever, but too many things going on. Majora's Ass. Yes, that one. That's the other one. The Oak Arena and the Majora's Ass. Okay, let's see what this one is from Eurocuck. Eurogamer Cuck. April 2nd, 2023 by Vicky Blake. Resident Evil 4 Remake actor deactivates Instagram comments after receiving thousands of critical messages, while others raise voices in her defense. RE4 Remake voice actor Lily Gao has closed her Instagram account to comments after receiving thousands of messages from players criticizing her performance as Ada Wong. What the heck? I have not looked at any gameplay or voice acting for this game, so I have no idea what to expect and what the criticisms are. I did like the Ada Wong voice acting in the original RE4. I do need to play more Resident Evil. I still have not played the first one, even though I've been wanting to for so long. And the second one, I remember, had a friend who came over with the N64 version of Resident Evil 2. I remember we got as far as the police station. I think that first, if my spatial awareness memory is correct, the first door on the left as you enter the police station. We saved in the main lobby. And that first door on the left where there's that one room. And then the next door in the corner is that long hallway where that guy jumps into the window. That spooky spider-looking guy. I think that's about as far as we got before we had to save. And I never got to play it again. But I do think there is Resident Evil on Steam. And I also believe there are mods. Resodempt Evil 1. I'm pretty sure there's like a whole entire... what the heck? Resident Evil. Is there like a Capcom package? I have the first one. Okay, that's good. Pretty sure there's visual mods so that you can play as Sam Ass. And I definitely want to play that. I gotta play the first Resident Evil. I gotta play the second one. What the heck is the third one? I always see videos of people talking about and playing the first two and the fourth one. I never hear about the third one. What the heck is Resident Evil 3? Is this like one of the least memorable ones? Or something? Anyway, at some point I will eventually get through all of the Resident Evils so that I can see and simp for my wife Ada Wong. Gao, who had excitedly shared several posts talking about the role, has now deactivated replies and hidden all but one of her posts from public view after vitriolic so-called Resident Evil fans flooded her mentions. I mean, you can be a fan of the game and not be a fan of the voice actress. I don't know what this heavy copium is that they are so-called fans of Resident Evil. I think it's acceptable to be a fan of the game and not be critical of it. It seems pretty like a pretty childish, immature way of thinking. That if you love Resident Evil, that you have to love every single part about it. You have to love all the graphics, you have to love all the gameplay, you have to love all the voice actors and voice acting, all the delivery. You have to love the fact that the developers were on crunch and heavily abused and underpaid and underfed and under sleepings. Get the fuck out of here with this cope. So-called Resident Evil fans. You ruined the remake, wrote one commenter. I feel like I just wasted my money by buying the deluxe edition to get this V8 to dub Ada, wrote another. Your voice acting was horrible in the RE4 remake, added another. It sounded super stiff, and there was nothing seductive about it. It didn't fit at all. OMFG. I hope they don't hire you as Ada's voice actor for another game. In amidst the noise, oh my goodness, who are these writers that they're hiring? These aren't even writers. In amidst the noise, it's either amidst the noise or in the midst of the noise. Holy Christ. In amidst the noise, other fans leapt to Gao's defense. Why do they act like she personally tried to murder them? Because she did. She murdered my ears with her voice acting. Her supposedly super stiff voice acting. I love her performance so much. I love that she's more stoic, but still subtly playful with Leon. She feels true to Ada, insisted another commenter. People really gotta chill. Harassing isn't going to do any good. Both actresses did stellar jobs and gave great performances to such an iconic character. It follows similar issues in the past, such as Last of Us 2 developers and specifically voice actor Laura Bailey, who played Abby, receiving death threats. Well, I mean, those make sense. Those are reasonable. Capcom has announced its Resident Evil 4 remake has already sold over 3 million copies in its first 2 days after release. It said that the title was, quote, off to a solid start, although Capcom recently issued a warning to Resident Evil 4 remake players to, quote, be aware of a rare but critical progress bug. Whilst the problem will, quote, only occur under very specific circumstances, the team said that it was working on a fix and apologized for any inconvenience. Old Ada equals femme fatale. New Ada equals Asian MILF next door. Well, the good thing is I like both of those, so that's like one of the perks of having an Asian GF. When she's younger, she is a femme fatale, and then when she's older, she's an Asian MILF. The Asian MILF whose doors I will breach. That's pretty cringe though. Fucking like take it up with the developers, not the voice actor. But I guess these lunatics have nothing else going on. Or these are bots who are trying to spur up publicity. They're either Capcom bots or bots hired by the voice actress. Because as Oscar Wilde has said, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Which is very true. Very true indeed. The only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about. Okay, here's another article that I saw that I intentionally did not read because I wanted to check it out on stream and see what it's all about. Laura Bailey killed it as Abby in The Last of Us 2. Yeah, she had a hell of a time golfing, getting a Joel in one. Let's see. No! I want it on this window. From CNBC by Jessica Dickler. I am not reading that incorrectly. Look. Jessica Dickler. Her Twitter @ is jdickler. I should have named myself Dickler. That should have been my name. Sophia Dickler. I gotta go get another name change now, bareback. From CNBC, most adults make this simple money mistake, and it's hurting their financial well-being. Published April 3rd. Many studies show that there is a strong connection between financial literacy and financial well-being. Whoa, well, you don't say. The only situation in which I would imagine that there's a disconnect between those two is when someone has poor financial literacy, but they come from a extremely rich family where money doesn't matter because you have literally infinite, which most people in the world are not from those circumstances. So it is not surprising to me that that there's a strong connection between financial literacy and financial well-being. You might as well have written here as one of your key points. Many studies show that there is a strong connection between hydrogen and 2 oxygen molecules, thereby making H2O, otherwise known as water. That's why you might as well have made this first thingy here. Adults who know how to build a budget, save for emergencies, and manage debt find it easier to make ends meet in a typical month and are less likely to be considered financially fragile. Is this just another article for like the 500th time saying that most adults don't make a budget? These days, most Americans are stressed about money, and yet when it comes to budgeting, saving, and managing debt, many get some simple fundamentals wrong. For example, according to one Lending Tree survey, 65% of Americans think carrying a small balance on their credit card each month will improve their credit score. That's entirely incorrect. Pay off your credit card each month. There's literally no reason to have any credit balance. Not only can carrying a balance lower your credit score, but sky-high annual percentage rates also make credit cards one of the most expensive ways to borrow money. When it comes to finances, the answers are rarely this black and white, said Kia McAllister Young, director of the nonprofit American Saves and an initiative of the Consumer Federation of America. More often, Americans are unsure, especially when pervasive money myths get in the way of good credit habits. In order to find solution, there needs to be more financial education, and there also has to be a change in how we approach money, McAllister Young said. Too frequently talking about finances is considered taboo. She added, while there is an important role for schools to play, a financial education should begin at home. Start talking to your children about finances in an age-appropriate manner, she advised. Many lessons are learned simply through exposure. These conversations are necessary. I do think that there should be at least a little bit of discussion of how to manage your money in school. I think it is a very, very valuable... What the heck? Shut up, dude. I don't care if there's a crime going on outside. What the heck? I do think that it's very important for people to learn, understand, and not be afraid of money or managing money or discussing how to manage it. I feel like a lot of people would benefit greatly from being more knowledgeable and not being afraid to ask questions. What are your thoughts on Jack Black and Lizzo in Mandalorian Season 3? I have not watched any Mandalorian. I do not know too much about Lizzo, other than the fact that she's a big one, and that she played, was it James Madison's flute in Congress? And then the conservatives got super angry because she was having fun while playing the instrument, doing a little twerk. And then she played it at at a concert or something. I don't know. I don't follow music people. And the only things I know about Jack Black are that he plays Bowser in the Mario movie. I liked his voice acting a lot. It was fun. I encourage you to watch the Mario movie. It's a pretty cool movie, and there are some pretty cool, interesting shots of Princess Peach that I think would be very cool to recreate as a 3D animator in a couple of different outfits and or no outfits at all. And that Jack Black is in a couple other movies that I still need to watch. Based off the Mandalorian stuff, I have only seen one screenshot of them. And I don't know anything other than that. I don't have any strong opinions one way or the other about Jack Black or Lizzo and Mandalorian. Yeah, she played an instrument that's kind of long and kind of hard, and then she put it in her mouth, put it up to her lips, that kind of thingy. Okay, back to this article. Personal finance in schools gains momentum. Meanwhile, the trend towards in-school personal finance classes is gaining steam. In the last year, 7 more states required high school students to take a personal finance course before graduating, bringing the total to 18. According to the latest data from the Next Gen Personal Finance, a nonprofit focused on providing financial education to middle and high school students. In addition, there are 88 personal finance education bills pending in 28 states. There's so much content that needs to be covered. You only need to look at how teens get information today, mostly from TikTok, and if they don't have a foundation, then they don't have a way to discern what information is good and what is not. That goes for basically everything. You need to figure out a way, you need to learn and be mentored by people how to distinguish between good information and bad information, which is part of the role of what school is supposed to do, helping you figure out how to think, how to solve problems, but clearly things are not going very well in the education department. Factor in new and evolving credit products like buy now, pay later, rising interest rates, and a recent crisis in the banking sector, among other issues. We better help students keep up. A wealth of evidence shows long term benefits. Many studies show there is a strong connection between financial literacy and financial well being. Students who are required to take finance courses starting from a young age are more likely to tap lower cost loans and grants when it comes to paying for college, and less likely to rely on private loans or high interest credit cards, according to a study by Christiana Stoddard and Carly Urban for the National Endowment for Financial Education. Students are also even more likely to enroll in college when they are aware of the financial resources available to help them pay for it. Our results show that high school financial education graduation requirements can significantly impact key student financial behaviors. Further, students with a financial literacy course under their belt have better average credit scores and lower debt delinquency rates as young adults. In addition, a report by the Brookings Institute found that teenage financial literacy is positively correlated with asset accumulation and net worth by age 25. Among us adults, those with greater financial literacy find it easier to make ends meet in a typical month. They are also more likely to save and plan for retirement, according to data from the TIAA Institute GFLEC Personal Finance Index, based on research over several years. The wealth of evidence just continues to grow. To be sure, the hardest part of adulting continues to be managing money. The problem is it's complicated, said Lawrence Kotlikoff, economics professor at Boston University and president of Maxify, which works to analyze your spending, saving, and insurance to make sure they match your lifestyle and the level of wealth. Say, for example, you are saving for a down payment on a new home and you want to build a budget that also takes inflation and taxes into account, he explained. Nobody can do this in their head. No, you can't. That's why you need a spreadsheet. You gotta take notes. Some online tools can help, he advised. Use the technology that's available. We have to move as a profession from studying mistakes to providing answers, just like doctors prescribe medicine. I was watching that one video from Louis Rossman recently about Jon Stewart asking questions to, I assume she's like a spokesperson. She's definitely a public relations, public facing person. And it really is fucked up how she laughs away at.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. I'm not sure how many of you saw this exchange.
She laughs away at the at Jon Stewart's questions about billions of dollars that are disappeared, and they have no answer for where it went. That sounds pretty super duper important to me.
Between a deputy secretary of defense and Jon Stewart. It's actually a really interesting exchange. Regardless of what you think of Jon Stewart, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with his politics, it's very difficult to watch this from any side of the political spectrum in the United States and not feel anger towards this condescending government employee that is talking like you're too stupid to understand how corruption or waste is involved when you fail an audit with an over $800 billion budget. And this is one of the things that may be frustrating to you as a citizen that gives 30 to 40 to 50% of your money away every single year to a government that literally can't tell you what they did with it. So I'm just going to play the clip.
An audit is not.
But they are.
Okay, so you need to explain to me, do you understand what an audit does and the degree to which it is linked to the question that you're asking?
I believe so.
Okay, go ahead. Give me your explanation.
No, I don't mind learning. So what I would suggest is that the audit that they have in the military doesn't really look at whether or not there's efficacy. It's just whether they got delivered the thing that they ordered. And
that is any audit. That is any audit. That is true.
But generally, those audits aren't $400 billion for Raytheon and $1.7 trillion for a plane that doesn't seem to be doing. Like, there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse within a system.
Audits and waste, fraud, and abuse are not the same thing. So let's decompose these
please
pieces for a
educate
moment.
me on
Sure.
what
So an
the
audit is
difference.
exactly what you just described,
Yes.
which is, do I know what was delivered to which place?
Right.
The ability to pass an audit, or the fact that the DoD has not passed an audit, is not suggestive of waste, fraud, and abuse. That is completely false right there. So
what is
now
it
is a question of, it's suggestive that we don't have an accurate inventory that we can pull up of what we have where. That is not the same as saying we can't do that because waste, fraud, and abuse has occurred.
So in my world,
yeah,
that's waste.
How is that waste?
If I give you $1 billion and you can't tell me what happened to it, that to me is wasteful. That means you are not responsible. But if you can't tell me where it went, then what am I supposed to think? And when there has been reporting, I mean, this is not, like, I'm not saying this is on you and that you caused this, but I think it's a tough argument to make that an $850 billion budget to an organization that can't pass an audit and tell you where that money went, like, I think most people would consider that somewhere in the realm of waste, fraud, or abuse, because they would wonder why that money isn't well accounted for. And especially when they see food insecurity on military bases, and they see...
You want to talk about that? Because that's a good... we should be talking... I mean,
well,
I'm trying to understand where you're trying to go, other than the dollars, which really bother you.
I think it doesn't really bother me. I think it's all connected.
Okay.
I think
tell
when I
tell
look...
me that story. Tell me how you're thinking about that.
When I see a State Department get a certain amount of money and a military budget be 10 times that, and I see a struggle within government to get people like more basic services, and then that department that got that, I mean, we got out of 20 years of war and the Pentagon got a $50 billion raise. Like, that's shocking to me. Now, I may not understand exactly the ins and outs and the incredible magic of an audit, but I'm a human being who lives on the earth and can't figure out how $850 billion to a department means that the rank and file still have to be on food stamps. Like, to me, that's fucking corruption.
Now, this is something that's personally frustrating to me, just because...
There's a lot of reasons why. The way just her behavior and demeanor is so fucked up. Where she says, I don't know why you're so concerned about the dollars. Which I think is pretty simple, why people are concerned about the fact that they're dollars. Let's see how dollars are made. Let's see how dollars get to the government and how actually it might be better to just use my tablet here. Both the articles and headlines from other articles make me freak out. Everything freaks you out these days. Okay, so here is this issue that I have with this line that she said.
Like more basic services, and then that department that got that.
Story. Tell me how you're thinking about that.
When I see a State Department get a certain amount of money and a military budget be 10 times that, and I see a struggle within government to get people like more basic services, and then that department that got that, I mean, we got out of 20 years of war and the Pentagon got a $50 billion raise. Like, that's shocking to me. Now, I may not understand exactly the ins and outs and the incredible magic of an audit, but I'm a human being who lives on the earth and can't figure out how $850 billion to a department means that the rank and file still...
We should be talking... I mean, I'm trying to understand where you're trying to go, other than the dollars, which really bother you.
I think...
The dollars which really bother you, $850 billion that disappear from the government, from military spending, from the Pentagon. Let's see, how does the government get $850 billion? Let's see. The government gets money from taxes. Where do taxes come from? Taxes come from the people, everyday people like you and me. What does money represent? Equals money. Money represents time. Money represents energy. Money represents blood, sweat, tears from the people that they pay in taxes to the government, to the Pentagon, to the military. What the heck did I type? Pentagon. So, when $850 billion disappears, that is $850 billion, which represents the time, energy, blood, sweat, and tears of people, of our citizens. That's just gone. And nobody is curious enough or interested enough to try to figure out where it went. It's just gone. Where did it go? What happened to it? Why is she so nonchalant?
I think it doesn't. I think most people would consider an $850 billion budget to an organization that can't pass an audit and tell you where that money went. Like, I think most people would consider that somewhere in the realm of waste, fraud, or abuse, because they would wonder why that money isn't well accounted for. And especially when they see food insecurity on military bases, and they see.
You want to talk about that? Because that's a good. We should be talking. I mean,
Well,
I'm trying to understand where you're trying to go, other than the dollars, which really bother you.
I think it doesn't really bother me. I think it's all connected.
Okay.
I think.
She wants to talk about something other than the dollars because it really bothers him. It bothers me too. It should bother every single person, every single American citizen who pays taxes. Because money is simply the representation of work that we either do or do not want to do. A lot of people hate their fucking jobs. Work is grueling. Companies don't like paying people as much as they're probably worth. They don't like giving them raises. They don't like giving them appropriate hours, appropriate benefits. And the money that people make gets taxed, whether they like it or not, whether they like their job or not, whether they like getting taxed or not, which I'm pretty sure most people probably don't. So, the fact that $850 billion disappears, and she is just all nonchalant saying all of this about what the heck? Was that you? RB. RB. Yes. What's up, buddy? are just over here fucking discussing taxes and money. And then I heard somebody sneeze. And I'm the only one here. Rather, I should be the only one here. So either somebody was walking by in the street, on the sidewalk. They were walking by and sneezed loud enough that I heard them. Or they were just standing outside, out my window, listening to me discuss the Pentagon. It's okay. I cleared the house and my windows with my gun out, so I have confirmed that the coast is clear. So ready to start blasting. But that sneeze was way too loud for it to be somebody who was just walking by. Somebody's creeping on me. Better watch the fuck out. I got guns. Me is here with Kira. Oh, hey, at Kira. When did you get in here? Oh, hey, at the cat watches. When did you get in here? Anyway, as I was finishing up describing, money is the representation of time, energy, blood, sweat, and tears of people who go to work because it's necessary. Oftentimes to jobs and work that they do not enjoy. And when 850 billion of those dollars disappears, I think everybody on the whole in the whole entire country should raise a huge stink about it, because that is a lot of our collective energy, of our collective time, our limited amount of effort that we can put towards being productive members of society. When that disappears, I think everybody should be writing to their Congress peoples. And towards this woman, she is the
A really interesting exchange. Watch this from any side of the political spectrum in the United States and not feel anger towards this condescending government employee that is talking like you're too stupid to understand how corruption or waste is involved when you fail an audit with an over $800 billion budget. And this is one of the things that may be frustrating to you as a citizen that gives 30 to 40 to 50% of your money away every single year to a government that literally can't tell you what they did with it. So I'm just going to play the clip.
An audit is not...
but they are.
Okay, so you need to explain to me, do you understand what an audit does and the degree to which it is linked to the question that you're asking?
I believe so.
Okay, go ahead. Give me your explanation.
No, I don't mind learning. So what I would suggest is that the audit that they have in the military doesn't really look at whether or not there's efficacy. It's just whether they got delivered the thing that they ordered. And
that is any audit. That is any audit. That is.
So we have to, keep people honest, especially those who are where they are because they've been entrusted with that position, with those tasks, with those jobs. And when they're laughing and giggling about $850 billion, which is they're just dollars. It's not like it's anything important, it's just dollars. Someone's giggling away at that. The fact that they disappear. Kind of feels like we gotta do something about that. Maybe I'll write her a letter, explain to her how money works, and say, it's really frustrating when you're over here giggling about the fact that a couple of dollars are just missing. So yeah, maybe I'll do that. I will do an open letter to Dr. Kathleen, whatever her name is. Okay, I think I have a couple more news articles I wanted to get to. No, those are all the articles I had on my phone. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and save any other articles that I rediscover on my phone for later. And for now, we will do more big feats. Oh, fuck, wait, but before I even start the big feat, I gotta go make sure that I remember what Gilgamesh does. Okay, let's see. Abenteuer von Enkidu. Okay, Adventure of Enkidu. Journey of Enkidu. Kann ohne Kriegerstreiber Malus gegen jeden den Krieger bünden, wenn man gegen einen gemeinsamen Feind im Krieg ist, werden die Belohnung. Plunder, I know plunder, that's a pretty obvious word. Plündern und die gewöhnen Kampferfahrung innerhalb von 5 gold. I think that's gold. No, it's Geld. That's gold. Gelandefelden. What the heck is Gelandefelden? Let's see. Epic quest. Oh, I think this is when you kill a barbarian outpost. When you capture a barbarian outpost, you get monies. Half the cost of city something. And then we have the war chariots and the ziggurats, which I forgot what they do. Okay, let me pull up Civ 6 Gilgamesh. I don't know every word, I just need to know enough words. Oh, ally of Enkidu is his agenda, and then leader ability is Adventures of Enkidu. When he declares war on someone who is at war with one of his allies, it eliminates his warmonger penalties and allows his units to share pillage rewards and combat experience with the closest allied unit within 5 tiles. Okay. And what the heck is Epic Quest? Epic Quest. What the heck is Quest? Epic Quest ability. We'll build war cards and get out hunting barbarian camps early so you may take advantage of his epic quest. Okay, and what do war cards do again? No combat penalties against anti-cav units. +1 movement when starting its turn on flat terrain with no woods or rainforests. Ignores enemy zone of control. Okay, and what do ziggurats do again? Ziggurats. Tile improvement. +2 science. +1 culture if placed adjacent to a river. +1 culture with natural history. Cannot be built on hill tiles. go ahead and try to take advantage of all of those if we can.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got Nathan's email the other day regarding his sighting. When did the sighting actually take place?
It was in December of 2019.
Okay, very recent. If you would you just kind of start from the beginning, kind of tell us what you were doing and walk us into what happened?
So it was wintertime. There was no snow. And I got on the bus. The bus takes about 45 minutes to get around just this one area, because at the end we have to go around all the farms to pick up 2 kids. They're on the very edge of town. So there was probably about 10 kids on the bus with me.
This is perfect. We have coffees and horses. I get to be a white woman and elephants too. Amazing.
Showed up at the edge of the town, and I'm looking out the window, and this it was tall and skinny, and it was walking almost parallel to the road. And I thought, I thought it was a farmer. So I was like, oh, what's he doing out before the sun even came up? And so I was looking at, and it only caught my attention that it might have been something else when it stopped, and it stood more straight, I would say. It got a little bit taller, and it put its arms to the side, its hands flat against its body, and its feet together, and stood straight, looking straight at the road. And the bus pulled up, and we were probably just a few feet away. I couldn't see any details, probably about 20 feet, 25. It started to churn a little bit more diagonal when the bus stopped, and the bus opened up its door. And when it opens the door, lights come on, and the stop sign goes out, and the lights on that go. And right as that happened, this thing dropped down, ran on all fours underneath what is called a wheel line. And they're out there, and they water those fields. And it was just sitting there, and it ran underneath it on all fours and in a really fluent motion, with it didn't stop at all. It almost pushed up and just kept running on 2 legs, and something small ran up and jumped on its back, and the bus doors closed, and the bus went. And that was it probably took only 30 seconds from when the doors opened to when I lost sight, and it moved across that entire field, almost all the way to the next area.
Let me ask you real quick, Nathan. I know you're talking about how it got up on 2 legs, or was on 2 legs when you first saw it. Was it all one color? I know you thought it was a farmer at first, I would imagine, because it's standing like a man. But was there any details that you remember from looking at this thing? Obviously, beyond what you've already explained.
It was completely black. It was darker than everything down, and it almost it sounds weird, but it almost felt like the black was in lines going from the top of the head down. It was dark, and it was all one color.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how they dropped all fours. It's kind of a bizarre movement, don't you think?
Yeah, it looked weird, but
yeah. Did the bus driver or anyone notice it, or were you just kind of looking out the window and you picked up on it?
I haven't heard anyone else say anything. I know the town that I live in, a lot of kids have seen me listening to your podcast, and Sasquatch down here is like a joke, because a lot of them hunt. It's a joke to everyone down here. So I haven't heard anybody say anything.
To a lot of people, it is until they see it. You know what I mean? And then once you see it, it's a completely different story. I appreciate you listening to the podcast, man. That's very cool. What do you listen when you're on the bus heading to school, or?
Yeah, so I listen to it on the bus, and school I take. You're not allowed to have phones or anything, and at work I listen to it, and in my free time I do too a lot of the time.
I hear you, man. And so after you saw this thing, you go home and you told your dad, didn't you?
Yeah, and my dad was like, "That's weird. It could be a farmer. We'll go check it out later."
And what happens when you went back to check it out?
So, it was probably 3 weeks?
No, 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah, it was probably 2 weeks after I saw it. He picked me up from work. I said, "Could we go look at the field?" And he said, "Sure." So we drove out there, I gave him directions. We pulled up, we stopped, he looked, and he looked at those wheels and and they were 6 feet tall. And this creature was a good 2 to 3 feet taller than the wheels that it was standing in front of.
Yeah, I remember when you and I were talking on the phone, you thought the wheels might have been 3 or 4 feet tall and, he was average size. But going back, seeing 6 feet tall wheels, and then he's a couple feet above that, that was a big creature. How far away from the bus was this thing? I know you're kind of looking out to a field. I mean, just your best guess.
I'd probably say 25 feet. The wheels, where the wheel line was that day, it was just barely a bit out from the road. It was 30 feet away from the road.
I gotcha. Well, I was going to chat with your dad, but before we get to him, Nathan, what do you think that Sasquatch is? What's your personal opinion?
I would like to say it's a flesh and blood creature, but, you don't know what it is yet. There's some weird stuff that goes with it.
Yeah, and then watching them move too, what you saw, that how they go down to all fours is, I've seen it. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life. Because it's not like, Nathan, if you and I got down and we got down on our knees, we got down on all four, we do it a certain way. When they do it, it's like this weird collapse. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've tried to recreate it and I can't. I don't know how it did it, but
yeah,
it did it.
I really appreciate you sharing what happened to you, Nathan, and listening to the show. I think is very cool because one day I'll be long gone, and the next generation will pick up the torch and run with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I did want to say one thing too. I just want to thank you, Wes, because I've had teachers and students make fun of me for believing in this subject, and listening to your podcast really does make me feel better. And I wrote in because I was like, I saw something, and it's been a few months, and I thought, now that I went back and started listening to all the episodes, and I've heard you say, every encounter matters. So I thought I'd let you know, and I just wanted to thank you for doing what you do.
Yeah, well, thank you for the kind words. It's every encounter does matter because you pick up weird little pieces of the puzzle, when you talk to people. But I do appreciate you coming on, man, very much. And don't let people get you down. It's all fun and games until you run into one, and then all of a sudden, it's not so fun anymore.
Fun and games, huh?
They're
Yeah,
very real.
I was in the bus. Sorry.
Yeah, no, and that's. I really appreciate you sending me your encounter, though. Dan, let me ask you. So when Nathan came and told you this, what was kind of going through your mind?
I just didn't know what to think. He said that when it went down under the wheel line, that it just did it so fluently and popped back up and ran. And then with whatever ran to it and jumped on its back. I haven't seen any pet monkeys with people around here. So it kind of I didn't know what to think.
Yeah, and is Nathan describing, is it like a watering truck on the farm?
No, so it's a wheel line. So it's a 6 foot tall metal wheel. It's got a pipe that runs through the center of it. I think they come in 20-foot lengths. They hook a bunch of these up, and then it has a motor that runs it down the field. The motor goes so fast, and it waters.
Yeah, I have seen those before. Now I know exactly what he's talking about. So you go out there and he's telling you, hey, this thing was about 2 or 3 feet above this thing. One thing that's cool about you, Dan, is you didn't degrade him. And I know it's your son, but I mean, it happens a lot more often than you would think, where kids they see these things, they'll go tell their parents, and the parents are like, you didn't see anything. And I think it's super cool as a father that you would take him serious and go out there and look. Because, my experience with kids, they don't make stuff up. I don't think I've ever talked to a kid and I thought, this kid's got a strange imagination. Because they'll tell you certain things, throughout their encounter. But you actually had an encounter when you were a young man, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. So when I was 14, 15, I was on a scout camp on the Wasatch Front there in Utah. And we were fishing. And me and my friend, we were sitting there fishing, and we kept getting rocks and pine cones thrown at us. And we thought it was just other scouts messing around with us because they were small rocks, pine cones, stuff that if they hit you, it wasn't going to hurt you. So we just thought it was other scouts messing around with us. Didn't think much of it. And then a couple hours later, maybe 2, 3 hours later, we were back at camp with all the other scouts and the leaders. We were cooking dinner, and we noticed, and I can't remember who noticed, one of the scouts noticed somebody walking across the hillside above us. And there wasn't really any trails up there. It was all just rocks and shell, and it was pretty treacherous. But this person was all black. There was no color separation. And the way it walked across the side of this mountain was really swift and fluent. And it was just really weird. And it always stuck in my memory because it was all the same color. And just the way it moved didn't look quite right.
Yeah, kind of a weird place for someone to be.
Yeah, there was no trails or anything up there. And I mean, it was probably a half mile above us. So you really couldn't see any details. But the way this thing moved across the mountaintop was just really weird.
Yeah. Let me ask you. I know you saw a thunderbird too as well. You had a thunderbird sighting, and I've talked to very few people that have actually seen this. I think they're out there though, because of the people who I have talked to. I really do believe it's out there. Tell me about the thunderbird sighting. Kind of what were you doing and what happened?
So this is something that I've always wondered about too, because I just don't know what I saw, and the only thing I can place it as is a thunderbird. Growing up in Utah, uh, going four wheeling in Jeeps and trucks and ATVs is a big thing. So when we were 18, 19, we spent a lot of time up in the mountains driving around four wheeling. And this particular day, we were up in the Wasatch Front again on a dirt road, four-wheel drive road. We were quite a ways back, a couple miles into the mountains, and I noticed this person sitting on the side of the hill. And what's this person doing out in the middle of nowhere, sitting on the side of the hill? And as we got closer, we just couldn't figure out whatever this was. It didn't look right, and it was big. So the only thing we could think of was it was a person, because it didn't look like a cow or a deer or an elk or a bear. So we were in a Jeep Wrangler, had the top off, no doors, summertime, being teenagers. As we got up to this, whatever it was, it spread its wings, and one flap kind of jumped off the side of the mountain, glided over the top of us. And when it got over the top of the Jeep Wranglers, the wings were probably 5 feet in front of the Jeep Wrangler to 5 feet behind the Jeep Wrangler. And it was only maybe 10 feet above us. And this was the biggest bird I've ever seen. It looked like an eagle. It was all brown, a dark brown color. When it was sitting on the hill, it almost looked black. It was that dark. But it had an eagle's beak, and I've just never been able to find any bird that's 20 feet wingspan plus that matches that description. The biggest bird that could even be around here is probably a California condor, and condors look like vultures, not eagles. So I'm not sure what I saw, but it was by far the biggest bird I've ever seen. I mean, it was so much bigger than any other bird I've ever seen that it just freaks me out thinking about it.
Yeah, you hear a lot of people. I've heard a lot of those encounters, like down in Texas. A lot of people, or New Mexico is another one where they'll talk about seeing these birds that are like you described. They're huge. It's weird. You know what I mean? It's so weird that there would be something out there that big flying around, yet people see them. What? Let me going back to Sasquatch for a moment. What do you think that Sasquatch is, Dan?
That's a hard question. So I'm kind of with my boy. I hope they're a flesh and blood creature. I really don't know what they are. I worry that they're some kind of Nephilim type creature.
Nephilim?
Something from a long time ago that has special powers. I don't know. It's a hard question.
Yeah, it is a hard question. It's a fun question, though. It's not meant to be like a gotcha moment because there really is no wrong answers. And I've learned a lot from listening to other people what they think it is. Kind of makes me stop and think, as far as other opinions. It makes sense, though, that you would go back and take Nathan at his word and go back to the area where he saw this thing because you had seen something very strange yourself.
Yeah, when you see weird stuff, you know that weird stuff exists. So when he came up to me and said, I seen this and I don't know what to make of it, you kind of just have to help him try to figure out what he saw.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Dan, thank you so much for taking the time to come on and share what happened to you.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, and Nathan, thank you again for sending me the email and writing in and telling me about you being here. And I know you had 2 encounters out there in Oregon off Mackenzie Pass. It's kind of notorious for sightings, but how long ago did this happen, Dan? The first one?
The first one was in September of 2018.
Pretty recent, really.
Yeah, it's relatively fresh.
Well, if you would walk us into that first encounter, kind of tell us what you were doing and
sure,
what happened.
So I was a delivery driver out in Oregon. I did a route that went from Eugene to Bend, Oregon, and it was always middle of the night. I'd come across that pass at like between 2 and 4 a.m. somewhere in there, and I think started off kind of slow, and I didn't immediately realize what was going on, and just put it up as disturbances in nature. But so I'd be driving, and I would start hearing some howls, and just kind of random weird noises that I couldn't identify, and trying to find an explanation. I would just know, nature, some weird bird I don't know, and eventually something like started hitting my truck. I don't know if something was tossed at my truck or not, but to me, it almost sounded like a flat hand just slapping on the side of the box in the back.
And
that happened.
Is this when you were driving, Dan?
Yeah. That's the really odd part. So it hit it pretty hard, but there was never any damage on the truck. And anybody that knows those fiberglass shells on the box trucks, they're not crazy strong. If a big guy, if that really wants to, could put a hole in there with their fist. So the first time it happened, I was trying to explain it away with it being a bird. But then it happened 2 more times, and it had me dumbstruck. I didn't know what would be doing that, and it was always more or less in the same spot too, but never any damage on the truck. Eventually, that all led up to my actual sighting. This all really started happening more and more over a 2-week period, and then one morning I was driving up there, and I spotted some movement up the road from me. Just kind of corner of my eye and headlights, and I thought it was a deer or bear, something crossing the road. So I slowed down, and the road turned slightly. And as I was coming out of that turn, my headlights illuminated like a humanoid figure in the road, just standing there. First thought was it's a person. And then you're like thinking, well, why in the heck is there a person out here in the middle of nowhere? And at this point, we're 25 miles away from the closest town. Like there's nothing, no lights, no anything out there. And as I'm getting closer, I see something hanging off the body, and it reminded me of a ghillie suit. So I was thinking, you got a million thoughts going through your head. I was wondering if it's a hunter in a ghillie suit, and then I was wondering why in the heck he'd be out there and just standing on the road like that. And as I got closer, I realized that it wasn't a hunter, and what really gave that away was the arms. They were hanging past the knees. They were just way too long, and the figure was, I put it between 7 and 8 foot tall, not very wide like most descriptions I seem to hear, like the broad shoulders and a massive body. This guy didn't look all that. It was pretty slender. The hair was all matted up. Just it looked not taken care of or not healthy. I mean, I don't know how to put it. I don't know their hygiene. But once I realized what it was, or what it wasn't, I should say, my mind just kind of went blank, and I kept on driving. I didn't even think of stopping. I was just going so confused. And as I got about 50 feet close to it, it made 2 steps off the side of the road to the right, which is nothing but fields of lava rock. So it's not really terrain that's easy to walk through, or that I don't, see a hunter going into. And I drove another 30 seconds and kind of just mind going, what is that? What is that? What did I just see? And I stopped and pulled over. I got my flashlight and got out of my truck and kind of walked back a little and started looking around, and I didn't see anything. I couldn't explain it. I definitely wasn't a human just by size and proportions. And so that was quite confusing.
Yeah, very confusing, especially when you're not expecting it, and you come around the corner and it's right there. There is a lot of reports off Mackenzie Pass. I've talked to a lot of people who've seen them up there.
I've always kind of imagined it, before this happened, I wasn't all that involved in the subject. Let's put it that way. I thought most of it was just old legends and mythology, and now it's kind of pop culture, obviously that perception came to a stop that morning for me, and it changes your whole worldview somewhat, because then you start wondering, like, well, what else that I thought isn't real is going to be out there, or could be out there.
Yeah, it definitely changes your worldview. I mean, when you see these things, it's almost kind of like remember Windows when it would reboot. It's kind of like that's what your brain does, after you see it.
No, that's actually a really good comparison because everything's different after.
Yeah, absolutely. There was an incident with another delivery driver, wasn't there?
Correct. Yeah. So this happened just a couple weeks after my first sighting. It was a little farther up the road. My job was a transfer driver, so I would meet another guy. He'd bring a truck and I'd bring one, and we'd swap around, and I'd head back to the yard, and he'd go do his thing. So we'd meet in the dark. It was like usually about 4:30 in the morning. It was a secluded parking lot outside of any close town, surrounded by woods on all like three sides, and then just a small opening off through the gravel onto the highway. And we'd always met there. Wasn't never any issues. The other driver was up from that area. He seemed perfectly comfortable when we were out there. And so this morning we had our trucks pulled up next to each other, and we were talking. For me it was a 2.5 to 3 hour drive, and same for him. So once we met, we'd always just kind of hang out for a few, take a break, talk, stretch. And we were doing that that morning, and we started hearing voices. What it almost sounded like a full-on conversation between at least two different people, but it was the type of conversation where you can hear it, but you can't make out the words, like when you hear a conversation through a wall. And we were thinking, like, man, that's weird. We're out here in the middle of nowhere. Who else would be out here in the dark, no less? So I always had a flashlight with me, and we kind of walked out, and we looked around, and it got quiet once we were out. And we were like, okay, it's weird. Conversation stopped. Couldn't see anybody. So we went back to where we were. We were talking, continued talking, and it started back up. And then it started with whistles. You'd still hear what sounded like a conversation, but there was also like muffled whistles going on. And I step back out from between the trucks, and they stop again. And I see the other guy's getting kind of freaked out at this point. He's starting to seem nervous. I don't think he was full on scared, but at that point he was just nervous that somebody else was out there. And it stopped again. And I turned around, and the minute I turned around, start walking back, it started up again. And at that point, I don't remember exactly what I said, if I just yelled hello or who's there, or, something along those lines, and no response. It stayed quiet for a minute, and then we started hearing movements around us. And not just, what one person walking, it was loud. It made a lot of noise, like elk full on stomping through the woods, kind of that sort of thing. But it was more than just one. And then that paired with the talking and the whistles, and it was getting louder and louder. And the other driver was just getting freaked out at this point. Like now he's starting to just full on scared. Don't know how else to put it. I'm a concealed carrier at that point. I don't know what I was thinking. I felt threatened enough to where I actually pulled my pistol and had my flashlight and started kind of walking towards the tree line where I started hearing the noises from. Just my mind went into that spot of, I'm going to find out what's going on, who's messing with me type of deal. And I'm thinking it's people, at this point. And I start walking towards that tree line, and the other guy is so terrified almost. He's just yelling for me and like, stop, come back. And I kind of realized, like, yeah, probably shouldn't be wandering off in the woods by myself like that in the middle of the night, not knowing who's out there or what's out there. So slowly walked back, and we both got into our trucks and got out of there. Unfortunately, we had to keep meeting there the next coming weeks, but we never had anything happen again. I started trying, to find answers, and like everybody else, go on the internet and try and figure out, just looking for similar accounts. The best I could find was the Plateau Indians have their reservation, I think about 20 miles away from where we were, basically just on the other side of that forest. And they had their legends of stick Indians that would, from my understanding, their belief is they would try and lure kids and other people into the woods, and do whatever they do, and you wouldn't see them again. Information's kind of limited on what I could find online. I actually did try and reach out to the tribe just to get a better explanation, not to be a researcher or publish anything or anything. I was just looking for answers, because I'm starting to wonder if you're going crazy or what.
Yeah, you kind of feel that way after an encounter, like you're kind of losing it.
Yeah,
I get
you want answers.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of curious. So there was a time up there when you had a run-in with a cop, didn't you?
So about a week and a half after that happened, I got to that meeting spot first. The other driver wasn't there yet. And I see a sheriff's truck pull up, same parking lot. And deputy gets out, and he's got a flashlight, and he's looking around the tree line. He's mostly shining onto the ground. and he's kind of walking around and just looking. I have no idea what he was looking for. I really wanted to go have a conversation with him and ask, but middle of the night, middle of nowhere, I didn't know if it was so smart to approach him out there. So I held off. But he was out there a good 10, 15 minutes looking for something, obviously looking for something. I mean, why else are you shining your flashlight up and down onto the ground and like up and down trying to find a path or whatever? And he just eventually got back in his truck and drove off. I didn't see him pick anything up or take pictures of anything, but clearly he was looking for something. And I don't think it was just him losing his keys out there at some point, because there's really nothing out there. I mean, there wasn't a hiking trail or anything. It's just a parking lot, a pull off, mostly used by truck drivers having to take their break there.
Yeah, even now, it's I know it was only a couple years ago, but it's a pretty lonely spot out there. You're kind of on your own out there.
It is. There's, it's quiet as can be and dark as can be. There isn't anything, and at that time of day, there isn't really even traffic, on the highway or anything like that. So, I guess it would be a perfect spot if you don't want to be spotted.
Yeah, it's kind of eye-opening to go from not believing and kind of thinking it's all nonsense to seeing it for yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure. It was a big shock. It just changes everything because, like I said, you start wondering what else we're wrong about, or what else we as a whole are wrong about, and what else is out there that we just kind of brush off. To me, it seemed like there was a difference between those two encounters too. The first one, I believe I may have just been annoying the creature by coming up there every morning, loud truck and a reefer unit on the back, and that's kind of how I interpret it. I mean, I obviously don't know, but that's how it felt to me. I didn't feel threatened necessarily. When I saw it, I just felt like he was. I say he, I don't know what it was, but that's how it seemed like. Just you're in my area and I'm getting tired of it type of thing. And the other one felt a little more unsettling, I guess, because there's something with some intellect that was clearly trying to lure one of us away, or both of us away from where we were. That's a little more unsettling to me, because that's not just an animal.
Yeah, and to hear the language is weird. Even though you couldn't make out what you were hearing, the fact that it sounded like people talking is unnerving. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it is. I don't know if it is an actual language or if it was imitation or what, but just that somebody or something is trying to get you into there is unsettling to me. Like, it's clearly and aware, and it has a certain amount of intellect to be doing that. That's not something a cougar or a bear is going to be doing to you out there.
I'm kind of curious. What do you think that they are, Dan? What's your opinion as far as what this thing is?
I'm going to have to go with somewhere along the evolutionary line. It split off. I think it's flesh and blood, and I don't know what tribe it is, but I've heard there is a native tribe that refers to them as as the lost tribe or something like that, or missing tribe. Something I forgot exactly what but I think that's probably in a grand sense of it what it is. It's a different version of us, an older version that came before us, something along those lines. I mean, clearly they are smart, and I think they are masters of their surroundings, and that's why we don't see them more often, or you don't hear as much anymore about it. But
yeah,
I think the wild man thing is probably fairly onto it.
I gotcha. I was going to ask you if you ever went back there, but I know.
So funny how this city state candy keeps trying to work this whale tile, but every time they send the builder in there, they just get yoinked up by that boat. Oh, free workers for me. I'll take it.
That you moved and you're down there in how's the summers down there in Texas? Is it brutal?
Yeah, they're hot. We've been above 100 a bunch, most of the days since I've gotten here in June. So it's definitely some getting used to, but no snow, which I'm a big fan of. I wasn't a huge fan of those winters. But to answer that question, I was still in Oregon for a little bit after, and I got those days where I was just ready to pack out and go out there, and like I'm the guy that's going to find all the answers, but it just always came back down to it might not be the best idea to actually go do it. That's what came to my mind. And I didn't get the impression I was welcomed, you know what I mean? So I didn't want to go test my luck out there. I drove, every time I drove by, for sure, I tried getting glimpses and trying to find something, see if I can see something on the side or just anything really. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely eye-opening, and I'd pay a lot more attention to my surroundings now if I do go out for hikes or walks in the woods and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's not
it is
traumatizing.
Yeah, it's very life changing though. Now that you're aware of what's out there,
Yeah,
I can totally see that.
I mean, I was fortunate enough to where it wasn't a violent encounter, So, I mean, I think that makes all the difference too.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, not every encounter is going to be violent. Not every encounter is going to be it's coming for you. There's a lot of encounters where it's not. And I think we can only assess the situation based on our own experience with what we've experienced. If you came across a cougar and your experience with it was you were able to pet it, you would think all cougars you could pet, but that's not quite the case.
Yeah, and then you lose your hand the next time. No,
exactly.
You're right, and I mean, from what I gather, it seems to be a regional thing often too. I mean, I hear down here in Texas, they don't seem to be as nice. Like from what I hear, it seems to be usually more hostile than what I encountered.
Yeah, they seem to be a little bit more hostile down there. I'm not really sure why. The encounters are definitely more hostile down there.
It must be the heat. They just don't like it. They get cranky.
I can't blame them.
No.
I'd be cranky.
No, and...
I'd be cranky down there too if I had to run around the forest in that humidity.
Yeah. No, and I don't know. Like I said, the one I saw was very slender. So maybe it wasn't healthy, or I don't know. Maybe it would have normally been a different reaction from it. But yeah, it didn't feel threatening necessarily. I took it as kind of a warning.
Yeah, and it's a cool opportunity though. You got to see it. I mean, you had a chance to actually see something that most people don't think is real or is even out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's I really appreciate you coming on and sharing.
No,
it,
it's been a pleasure, man.
No, what the heck? You didn't let him finish. What's up, Patches? Patches! What's up, buddy? Come here. Come here. She wants to play or something, but... What's up, buddy? Okay, let's have another episode. And then we'll go read one last set of news articles, I think. And then I'll probably head off. It's already 9. It's almost 10 p.m. When did that happen? It's the curse of playing Civ, where you time travel into the future by 10 hours, but it only feels like 5 seconds. Okay, let's see. Hey, Patches. Oh, she has the zoomies. What happened? I had the audio off entirely for that, but not a huge deal. What happened? Okay, let's see. What is... 2013? Okay, we already listened to A Strange Place to Camp. What happened? The Murderers Creek Incident. What happened? What's going on, buddy? These monsters chasing me. I need to be right back really quick. Kinda smells like she missed the litter box. Let me just go check to make sure. I don't see nothing. I guess it just smells super strong for like no reason. Okay, still gotta find another episode. Spooky story. Spooky Big Feet story. Okay, I like this one. Where the footprints end. Let's go with that one.
I started it, and I looped Josh in because Josh had just finished.
And thank you again for coming on.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah, welcome to the show, Josh. I really appreciate you being here, man. And
it's an absolute pleasure. I'm a longtime listener, and this is, as I was mentioning to you before, like this is like the last item on my podcast bucket list of places that I've been a longtime listener and haven't spoken yet. So thank you for having me on here. It's really a pleasure.
Yeah, no, the pleasure's mine. Thank you again for coming on. And we're going to talk about your guys' book. I bought it off of Amazon. I know I could have gotten a free copy, but I don't believe in people giving away their work for free. So I wanted to get my own copy. And actually, I was just telling Tim and Josh, I love the book. I love the cover. It's called Where the Footprints Ends, High Strangeness, and the Bigfoot Phenomenon, Volume 1 Folklore. The little I've read into it, just because I haven't had a chance to really sit down and read the whole book, I was really impressed with it, guys. It's very well put together. Who wants to start? What made you guys kind of write this book together?
Well, I started it, and I looped Josh in because Josh had just finished writing his last book, which was about alien abduction and the changeling phenomenon in fairy lore, which is called Thieves in the Night. There you go, Josh. A little plug for you.
Appreciate it.
And I had just begun the idea for this book, and I knew I wanted to write something about all the strangeness that kind of goes along with Bigfoot. I didn't quite know how I was going to do it, but I knew I needed help. I knew there was so much there. Very shortly after getting into it, I knew there was so much there that I was going to need help. Josh and I have been on several podcasts together. Had we met? I don't think we'd even met by this time, but we'd been on different podcasts together, and we'd had email exchanges, and I'd sent him my books, and he'd sent me his books, and I liked his writing, and I knew it was somebody I could trust to put their heart into the project. So I asked Josh, like, you want to climb on board on this? And thankfully he agreed. And it changed, definitely. It's a different book in a better way now that Josh is involved. I was going to write it more as almost as an encyclopedia of weird stuff associated with Bigfoot. Like, A is for Albatwitch, B is for whatever, C, W is for witches, G is for glowing eyes, etc.
And Josh really had a kind of a different angle he brought to it, and I think it ends up being a better book for that. So I'm glad we sort of changed the format. But yeah, there was just so much weird stuff, Wes, that it can't be ignored.
Shot an arrow into the air.
Yeah, I agree. Josh, what kind of weird stuff would someone find in the book regarding Sasquatch? What kind of odd things have you come across that you thought, you know what, we need to put this in the book?
Well, there's some things in the book that I wanted to address that have always bugged me. As someone who believes that there is an objective reality to things like the Sasquatch phenomena, I still really do sympathize when people talk about not finding a body, people talking about, there not being anything that we can really call, proof with a capital P. So there's certain things that always sort of like made me really question the physicality of this, and things like cloaking, turning invisible, shape shifting, being bulletproof. So what we really try to do, Tim and I, is to sort of take a look at this Sasquatch phenomena through a bunch of different folkloric lenses in this volume. So while there's not dedicated chapters per se to things like bulletproof Bigfoot or, Bigfoot phasing through fences and stuff, they're nested within these different chapters. But what became apparent is that there are certain traditions, certain modalities of thinking that just really haven't been explored in terms of the Bigfoot phenomena. You look at the most attention that Bigfoot has gotten, and it's typically from people who are proponents of the flesh and blood hypothesis, the idea that Bigfoot is some sort of undiscovered relic primate. But whenever those individuals who are proponents of that try to look at the folklore, they tend to just focus on Native American folklore, and it's problematic for a number of reasons. Number one, they're just looking at North America, and number two, they tend to treat Native Americans as like some sort of monolithic giant culture, and that's just absolutely not the case. So, what Tim and I think we really try to do is not only give each tribe's lore its own voice, but also look at it through the Western European wildman tradition, which I don't think anybody had really put their effort into, and looking at that tradition through almost like a Jungian lens of like a collective unconsciousness archetype. Like, as a human being born on planet Earth, you have certain archetypes that are embedded in your psyche, and one of those is the wild man. And the number of congruencies that you'll find between the outliers, the odd things in Bigfoot sightings, and that wild man archetype are really astounding. So in this book, which is just mostly focused on that folkloric aspect, we look at sort of window areas. We look at looking at Bigfoot through more of a poltergeist lens, looking at Bigfoot through a fairy folklore lens, or like the little people lens, which is one of my specialities. Looking at Bigfoot through the alien contact experience, looking at it through a ritual magic experience, looking at it through this witch archetype of Western Europe, looking at it through basically the ghost archetype. I mean, there's an entire tradition of hairy ghosts, and then again, something that I never would have put together, this idea
Hairy
of this
ghost?
connection
Never
of
heard of no
women in
hairy
white, the
ghost.
archetypal women in white, and the Bigfoot experience. So volume one's about folklore, volume two will come out later this year, hopefully, and that's more focused on like actual evidence. But this is just saying, look at all these different other traditions that are describing similar things to Bigfoot. These creatures that jump on houses and slap the sides of the walls, and they make knocks in the forests, and they're hairy, and they have glowing eyes, and they do all these things that Bigfoot do, but they're not Bigfoot. So it really became apparent after working through this that, for me at least, that Bigfoot is yet another sort of cultural lens through which we try to describe a lot of these paranormal phenomena. At least for me, I know there are going to be plenty of people who disagree, but some of these similarities are really strong, and they're difficult to ignore, I think.
Yeah, and like I was telling you guys before we came on air, I think that Sasquatch is very physical. I think that it obviously leaves tracks, it craps, it you can see trace evidence of where it's been, but that doesn't mean that there isn't odd things that go on. I haven't gotten to the section yet of Woman in White, and I wanted to ask you about that, Tim, because I know you wrote that section, and I saw Ape Canyon. And when people first come into the start investigating, kind of researching, looking things up regarding Sasquatch, they'll come across Ape Canyon. And if you read Fred Beck's account, I mean, to this day, I could be at an Ape Canyon in about an hour and a half, 2 hours. I could be in the middle of Ape Canyon, and it's called Ape Canyon. But the part of the story that most people don't pay attention to was what Fred wrote when he was recounting that story, and he talks a lot about a lot of weird things that went on, more than it just being an ape. But no one ever addresses that. But if you read the rest of what he wrote, he talks a lot about a lot of weird things that went on up there.
Absolutely.
Tell me about that section, the Woman in White and the Ape Canyon, and you can address the Ape Canyon section if you want.
Well, the Ape Canyon thing falls under the Women in White section because it has a Women in White connection, at least by name. And Fred Beck, he was one of the miners that was there. And everyone who's into Sasquatch has heard of Ape Canyon, I think. A lot of people have read about it. If you buy a book that's a general survey of Bigfoot, it'll usually have some mention of the Ape Canyon story. And every Bigfoot book I've ever read makes it sound like a guy shot at a Bigfoot, and then a bunch of Bigfoot came back later that night and attacked the cabin, and that was pretty much it. But Fred Beck was one of the miners who was there, and he has a far stranger story to tell. And I have a quote from him in the book, which I absolutely love. And he says, "First of all, I'll say that they are not entirely of this world." By they, he meant the Bigfoot. "I know the reaction we experienced as these beings attacked our cabin impressed many with the concept of great ape-like men dwelling in the mountains. And I can say that we genuinely fought and were quite fearful, and we were glad to get out of the mountains. But I was, for one, always conscious that we were dealing with supernatural beings, and I know the other members of the party felt the same." So there's a lot of what Josh and I have begun to call weird washing in the Bigfoot community, where they take these stories and they cherry pick the parts that make them seem most like natural animals, like apes in the woods, and they throw out all the weirdness. So with respect to Ape Canyon, it started when these guys saw a giant, what they called a giant Indian spirit, a Native American spirit, which told them to follow a white arrow through the wilderness. They follow this white arrow. Along the way, they meet another spirit, a woman who they called Vander White. They don't describe her, but they said she was, they named her Vander White. And then they follow this arrow onto the mine, which they named the Vander White Mine. They named it after this female spirit they met. While they're there, before any of the stuff that everybody knows about with the shooting the Bigfoot and the attack later on, they experience a number of weird things, including strange sounds coming from the ground, like a rhythmic kind of drumming. They find 2 footprints in the middle of the sandbar. They said just an acre-wide sandbar. There's just 2 footprints down the middle. They could not figure out how the footprints got there. One of the other miners, not Fred Beck, but one of the ones that was with him, said it looked like they picked something up and dropped it down and picked it up again. There was an port. So these happen in poltergeist experiences. Things just appear or disappear. But he had a pencil appear in his hand. He said he knew it was at his house. He needed a pencil, and a pencil appeared in his hand out of nowhere. So there's all this strangeness that goes along with this case that's just been washed away, and you never hear about it. I know when we were talking before, Wes, you said, that's one of the first things you brought up when I was talking about this book. You're like, have you read Fred Beck's Ape Canyon account? I was like, yes, I have, absolutely. It's amazing. But this Woman in White chapter, I'm going to blame Sasquatch Chronicles for this, Wes. This started with it's the We Need Help episode that I think myself and the fans usually just call the Two Brothers episode. And they were seeing a number of Bigfoot creatures and having the very typical stuff with Bigfoot slapping the house and climbing on the roof and doing all that. But then you gave an update on a later episode, and you said they're seeing this really weird woman, this like hag-like woman who's walking around the neighborhood. She's tall and she's wearing white, and she's wearing shoes that are too big, look like they're too big for her feet, which is a very important detail, by the way. We'll get into that.
That's spooky.
And some people in the Sasquatch Chronicles, the forum, started saying, "Oh, you know what? I've seen a weird woman in white, and I drove down the road and I saw Bigfoot then." And I thought, well, okay, that's weird. Now that more than one person is reporting this,
it's the Big Feet's wife.
So I started just on my own, kind of keeping track, and I met with a witness. I think I mentioned it on Strange Familiars once that I was kind of interested in this idea, and a Bigfoot witness said, "Hey, I'd like to meet you at Michaud Forest, where I had a couple encounters, and I want to show you something there." I said, "Absolutely." So we met there. It's a forest here in Pennsylvania, and he takes me to a place called Pond Bank. And he says, the reason I'm taking this, he said, we're less than a mile away from, he had 2 sightings. One he got roared at, and another he saw a black Bigfoot, one of the blacker than black accounts. He said it was the, I'm sure you've taken reports of them, Wes, where people just say they look blacker than black, blacker than the night around them. Yeah.
Yeah, like the almost like they suck up the light.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Yep. So it was one of those, and they were both less than a mile away from this area in Pond Bank. He said, now this area is famous for, there's a woman in white spirit here. They call her the White Lady of Pond Bank. So then I said, oh, okay, now this is very interesting. I'm getting several cases now. But I started going back in folklore then, and I'll just take a moment to say, I say this in most every interview, I think it's important. I've heard a lot of the cryptozoologists, the self-anointed cryptozoologists, use the term folklore in a very dismissive way. They'll say, like, oh, that's just folklore. Like it leaves a bad taste in their mouth. And I think that's a mistake. I think there's a lot of truth that's passed down through the folk process. For instance, the easiest example is like this plant will heal you and this plant will kill you. These are things that have been passed down in folk tales and folk stories over the years. And I think these folk stories, they get exaggerated, they get changed a little bit, but the essential truth is still there. And what it is, it's our relatives, our, from the past, our ancestors, telling us how they dealt with these weird things a lot of the times. And a lot of these things are very important because you can learn a lot of lessons from the way our relatives dealt with the things that were like Bigfoot, which they wouldn't have called Bigfoot. They would have called them wild men, or before that, they would have called them wadwos or something else. So I started looking at folklore for these women in white, and going back in time, I found this woman from Germany. They said she was the Teutonic moon goddess, but she's really a lot more like Baba Yaga, the witch from Russian folklore. And her name is Perkta. And the interesting thing about Perkta is she would call children from the wilderness. So she was very interested in children, just like Bigfoot reports. If they followed her, they'd never come back. So she'd lead them into the woods. They'd never come back.
But the spooky hypnos and does La Llorona, she's supposed to be luring children? Let's go have a look. Let's go read it in Spanish. Because otherwise it would not be accurate. Español. La Llorona es un espectro del folclore hispanoamericano originario del mundo prehispánico que, según la tradición oral, es el alma en pena de una mujer que ahogó a sus hijos, que luego, arrepentida y maldecida, los busca por las noches por ríos, pueblos y ciudades, asustando con su cogedor llanto a quienes la ven u oyen en la noche. Su leyenda posee gran diversidad de versiones con generalidades y particularismos propios de muchas regiones geográficas. A pesar de ello, su relato mágico y sobrenatural emergido de múltiples orígenes es constante y reconocible, con añadidos, texturizaciones e hibridaciones de muy diversos manejos. Where is the part where it says about the kids? Leyenda de la Llorona es antigua, tiene orígenes prehispánicas, mexicas y mayas, en la forma de diversos personajes con características similares. Just saying that there are multiple versions or origins, and they have similarities throughout different cultures. Orígenes. Okay, we don't want the origins right now. We want comportamiento. Here we go. Behavior. Otro aspecto que varía en las historias es lo que el relato cuenta que ocurre durante un encuentro con la Llorona. Los relatos folclóricos coinciden en que, más que su aspecto físico, el terror que produce la Llorona es producido por su I don't read very many long words in Spanish. Espeluznante lamento, y muchas veces no existe con contacto directo con el espectro. Sin embargo, esto puede cambiar. En algunos relatos, quien la ve puede morir. What the heck? You can die just by looking at her? Pero estas versiones son las menos. Okay. En El Salvador, la Llorona vaga por las calles de pueblos rurales llorando por sus hijos. Cuando llega a un pueblo, entra por la calle principal, lanza su primer grito y comienza a llorar, buscando el camino que lleva al cementerio de la comunidad. O tras entrar en la iglesia local, desaparece. Las personas que la escuchan experimentan escalofríos en sus cuerpos. Si se le da la espalda, aparecerá de pronto al lado de la persona el alma de quien la mira y la sigue vagará durante toda la eternidad. It's pretty spooky. If you hear her screams, you get goosebumps. And then if you turn your back, she will appear right next to you. what is this word? Vigara. The person who sees her soul, their soul will wander for all eternity. It makes sense that it's like mostly mountain lions that are screaming, or some other kind of kitty aminal. Patches. Some kind of kitty aminal that sounds like a screaming woman, because there are plenty of those for sure. Una versión de Costa Rica se anota que la Llorona es inofensiva porque su única preocupación es encontrar a su hijo, pero en otra versión del mismo país, encontrársela puede significar la muerte, ya que asesina a la persona confundiéndola con su burlador. What's that mean? Mocker. Ah. En Ecuador luego se ahogará. The heck? What you guys doing? Supposed to be sleeping kittens. Luego de ahogar a su hijo, la Llorona lo busca hasta encontrar su cadáver, al que le falta el dedo meñique de la mano. Por eso el fantasma de la Llorona corta el dedo meñico a quien se le aparece. Like, cut off your fucking pinky. Doesn't say anything here about trying to lure kids that I can tell. Okay, let's go back in English. Just check real quick. Theater, literature, music, television. Maybe it's just like a particular version where she tries to lure other kids, or maybe I'm thinking of a different. I guess this one here is kind of similar. La Llorona also bears resemblance to the ancient Greek tale of the demigoddess Lamia, in which Hera, Zeus's wife, learned of his affair with Lamia and killed all the children Lamia had with Zeus. Out of jealousy over the loss of her own children, Lamia kills other women's children. So I guess it could be something like that. I'll have to go listen to some La Llorona stories next after some more big feats.
She was said to be an old hag woman who either wore white or she could appear also as a young woman in white. They said Perkta had either 1 or 2 feet that were too big for her body. Now, if you remember the woman from the Two Brothers episode, they said she
a woman with big feet
was wearing shoes that looked like clown shoes, like too big for her. And the reason this Perkta wore that or had the big feet, they said, is because she had bird feet. Now, this is something that Josh pointed out to me. If there's a problem in the Bigfoot community with three-toed tracks, and a lot of people say, well, it doesn't make sense. A primate shouldn't have 3-toed tracks, etc. But if you think of a bird foot, what it would look like. Now, they actually have 4 toes, but the 4th toe is facing backwards. The appearance of a bird's track is as 3 toes. But in any case, this Perkta had this retinue. She had these 2 groups that followed her around. And one is called the Heimchen. And the Heimchen were the souls of dead children, but they took the form of will-o'-the-wisp lights, so orbs in the woods. And the other group that followed her around were called the Perkten, and they were a group of hairy wild men that would run into, would scare people in the towns and throw rocks and climb on their roofs and do all the things that Bigfoot does. So here we have, back in German folklore, pre-medieval times, we have this association with this Perkta and strange lights in the forest and hairy wild men. And I went from there and I started looking at folklore all over the world. And in North Africa, all throughout Europe, in Russia, I haven't found any explicitly in the Far East yet, but I think it's just a matter of time. But time after time after time, there's notes of these wild men, these big hairy creatures, and they say they'll call them their wife or their significant other will be a woman in white, either a woman in white or a white creature similar to them. But again and again, you have this idea of the wild man, and next to him is a woman in white. There's a couple examples. The apple tree man in England, they said he was a wild man that guarded the orchard, and he is helped in this by, they said, the ghost of a haggy woman who wears white, an old woman who wears white. There are the Sansa Bansum, I think is in Apollonia, was known as the friend of witches, and his counterpart was this woman in white, this very tall woman in white. So it appears in folklore all over the world that the wild men are associated with these women in white, and I don't know why, I can't tell you why, but I can tell you the connections are there, absolutely.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you bring up, Tim. I kind of got chills as you were talking because, the two brothers, they told me that woman in white was pretty tall. I mean, it wasn't like a short woman running around. It was a pretty big woman running around. And I always wondered why, they brought up that detail of, like, clown shoes. She was wearing, and it didn't hit them till later that she never got dirty. They're wearing snake boots and they have mud up to their shins walking around on that property, and she was never dirty. But she appeared to be very physical. And I always wondered why, because later in the story, as you guys know, it really wasn't a human woman out running around. It was some sort of an entity. But I always thought that was a weird detail they left me, that she looked like she wore clown shoes. Her shoes were too big, and I could never pinpoint why would, if you're gonna be a spirit, why not have why not have decent pair, if you're gonna have shoes, at least have them fit. But they said they were like clown shoes out running around.
So if I could interject two axes that I have to grind personally, it's the idea that, like, obviously, as Tim has outlined here, the Ed Canyon incident has a lot of factors that aren't always presented. I personally find it, as someone who's interested in a lot of these subjects, I personally find it intellectually dishonest to cherry pick the aspects of someone's encounters to fit your, large hairy hominid, undiscovered monkey in the woods hypothesis. Like, if you believe that Fred Beck was there and he was encountering something was assailing the cabin with him and his folks, then you've got to take that incredible encounter alongside other incredible claims that he makes as well. I mean, we all live in glass houses. It's so ironic to me that the UFO people think that the Bigfoot people are crazy, and the Bigfoot people think that the UFO people are crazy, and the ghost people think that they're both crazy. It's just it's so silly. But something else, something that you spoke to a little bit earlier, Wes, was the idea that, like, I really wish if people can leave this particular interview with anything in their minds, please decouple the idea that things have to be physical or non-physical. If you look at the people who believe in ghosts, I think we would all agree that ghosts are non-physical in some sense. They're probably spirits of the dead, although there's a lot of people who would argue otherwise. But they're probably the spirits of the dead, and they can pass through walls and do all these things, but they still interact with our physical world. The non-physical interact with our physical world. They can leave footprints, they can leave handprints, they can shut doors, they can move objects, etc. And this is something that's borne out over the past, I would say, 20, 25 years in terms of psi phenomena, where people are actually able, in laboratory settings, to influence the physical world with their minds. So even though something may have physical imprints or physical, leave physical evidence in our world, doesn't mean that it's not necessarily, it has to be one thing or the other. I would almost compare things like Bigfoot hair and Bigfoot scat to something like ectoplasm, which is, something that was commonly manifested in seances where people were trying to contact, the spirits of the departed. This ephemeral sort of
Ectoplasm? You mean ghost cum?
goop that would just sort of materialize out of nowhere. Or if you look at the UFO phenomena, which I personally contend is less physical than than most people think. There's a whole phenomenon of this sort of angel hair that's left behind. This sort of
What the heck, angel hair? So he's saying that aliens are angels? Or at least UFOs are. And they have hairs? Are they're swampy hairs?
film, this sort of almost like steel wool that people can gather at the sites, but even when they put them in jars, they tend to evaporate and dissipate. And of course, UFOs leave burn marks and radiation effects on witnesses as well. So I would really like for people to stop thinking in this sort of dualistic physical versus non-physical way, and just be like, there's something that can perhaps pass through those different boundaries, and it just is. Let's stop trying to place these physical, non-physical, dimensional, whatever labels on that, and just say it is. But it traffics in different ways than Wes or Tim or Josh does.
Yeah, I mean, to simplify what Josh said, and if I'm out of line here, Josh, just correct me. We believe these are real things,
yes.
and they're leaving real footprints and they're leaving real hair behind. but there's something very, very strange about them, and that's that's the most simplified version I can give of what Josh just said.
Well, and going back to Christians, for example, the spiritual, as a Western culture, because I struggled with that for the longest time, like Dogman. I cannot wrap my head around Dogman. It seems to be bulletproof. It seems to show up. It seems to go after people the same way, almost like a demon would. When a demon generally, and Josh will correct me if I'm wrong, but generally a demon will focus in on one person. They'll kind of attach themselves to one person. But going back to the spiritual side of it, in the Bible, for example, most Christians believe the Bible, and I think as a Western culture, we've taken this as something spiritual can't be physical, but that's not really true. I mean, even in the Bible, who did Abraham sit down and eat with? These three angels. That's if you believe the Bible. And then two of them showed up in Sodom and Gomorrah and grabbed Lot and his wife by the arm and dragged him out of there. Now, they weren't humans. They weren't something physical, but they were. Even though they were spiritual, they were physical. And
great example. Yeah.
Well, to flip this on its head, for those of you who are believers, because I'm a Christian myself, if you believe that your actions in this reality have repercussions in the afterlife, repercussions with you and your God, then why would not the actions of another reality have repercussions in our reality as well? It's sort of a like I said, it's like an axe to grind with me, where I think that we tend to try to separate these things a lot more than I think they really are separated. If there is an objective reality to things like Bigfoot, which I tend to believe there are.
Do you guys address the smell in a lot of encounters? How there's that weird smell that witnesses report?
So I mentioned it briefly. There are a lot of strong correlations between the smells of ghosts and the little people and demons and the smells that people report in Sasquatch encounters. We don't necessarily address that at length in this volume, because I wrote a book in 2016 called The Brimstone Deceit, where a full third of that book is dedicated to just looking at Bigfoot smells and cataloging the types of smells that are noticed and what they can mean, how they could be produced. So because I did that, I didn't want to copy and paste into this new book. As far as I'm aware, I think that what I wrote in The Brimstone Deceit is probably the most that someone's ever written about Bigfoot smells, but it's not necessarily part of this volume, but there are definitely similarities. I mean,
well, the smells are addressed in the Wilderness Guys chapter.
Yeah.
I mean, they're addressed a few places throughout, but there's not a dedicated chapter or spot for it, at least in volume 1.
So I say they're not addressed because I wrote an entire book obsessing over this, right? So I could have said a lot more. Smells are sort of my thing. So I could have said a lot more, but most of that's in my 2016 book, The Brimstone Deceit. But there is this. I wouldn't even say that it's occurs in every case, but the rotten egg, sewage, hydrogen sulfide, that sort of funky fart smell, for lack of a better term, that occurs in a lot of these cases, is something that you find across all sorts of paranormal phenomena. You'll find it in demon accounts, you'll find it in ghost accounts, you'll find it in the UFO literature as well. I would argue that it is by far the most prevalent odor that you find in accounts with the paranormal in general. And hydrogen sulfide has some specific and very peculiar aspects to it that make it possibly a vector for inducing hypnosis or inducing an altered state, which is something I go into in The Brimstone Deceit. But it's definitely one of those commonalities that I think is really underreported. For me, I know that so part of the reason that this book works so well, I think, is because Tim's really a field researcher and I'm more of a stay-at-home shut-in academic, for lack of a better term. But for me, the things that I always really find interesting are the ways that people from very different cultures across completely different time spans, somebody from today versus somebody in Thailand in 1750 or whatever, they'll describe certain things that sound almost identical, and it's the consistency between these accounts that I think really strengthens the case that we're dealing with something objectively real versus the veracity of any individual account on its own footing.
Yeah, I know in the Bigfoot world, when they talk about smells, they'll say it's an ape and it's because of this gland underneath their armpit. And so that's why and I just have a hard time buying into that. And the reason why I have a hard time buying into that is because of how it's reported. It's not reported like, oh, I started smelling something weird, and then as I got closer, it got stronger. That's not how the smell's reported. It's like, bam, you walk into a wall of it.
Yep. It's like flipping a switch, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've experienced that. Where you could walk through it, turn around, and walk back through it. Very, very bizarre.
Yeah, there was a thing I was going to send both of you guys. You guys would be fascinated by it. I don't know that anyone else would care, but it was a scientist, and he was talking about how all these different dimensions, and it's actually proven through science that there is more than one dimension. I can't remember how many there are, but he's way smarter than I am. He goes through and explains it, and he was talking about aliens and he was talking about demons. He never got into Bigfoot, but he was talking about those two specific topics. And the reason why you smell that weird smell is as they're coming into our reality, there is an after effect. There is a what's the word he used? Almost like a I knew I shouldn't have opened my mouth about this,
but speaking specifically to what you're speaking about, the introduction of light or energy into a certain environment with the chemicals can cause a photochemical reaction of all sorts of different varieties. So yeah, it's almost like as a byproduct of the transition, there are sort of these side effects that manifest as smells.
Yeah, and that's kind of what he was going into, how it was a byproduct from entering into our reality. And, it's not just crazy talk. I mean, science has proved there are several different dimensions that we live in a certain dimension, and, but it was fascinating to listen to him talk about this smell and how it's a byproduct from them coming into our reality. And again, he's smarter, way smarter. It's above my pay grade talking about it, but it caught my ear when he was saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with that exact report, but that's one of the theories, I think, that the smell is produced somehow. And again, you want to go back to biblical accounts, they would talk about the smell of brimstone, associated with usually demonic entities. Again, this is where Josh lives, he's literally written the book on it, but it's there. I mean, that, again, what exactly it means, it's very frustrating to write all this and to not have answers for people in a way. For me to, like, I'm not going to tell you it's an interdimensional creature because I don't know. I'm not going to tell you it's a demon. I don't know. The only thing I can tell you is it's much weirder, in my opinion, much weirder than an undiscovered ape. That's all.
Yeah, let me ask you, Josh, as you look across these different genres, what are the most common things that you see correlations between, let's say, Sasquatch, aliens, and demons? Is there any aha moments where you're like, that's strange, I find that here, here, and here?
Well, for anybody who sort of follows my work, I have a very difficult time after looking into this of separating out the extraterrestrial contact experience and the little folk, the fairy folklore experience. That's sort of I'm coming out of a tradition that was sort of established by Jacques Vallée, drawing those parallels. But the deeper I go into it, the more I see that not that fairies are aliens or aliens are fairies, but these are two sort of masks to describe these phenomena specifically. The way that those sort of interface with Bigfoot, one of the biggest things is the idea of the braiding of horse manes. I mean, this was a phenomena that was very commonly recorded in Western Europe, and it was often attributed to fairies or witches. Especially in the case of fairies, the idea that they would sort of like fashion like tiny little bridles for them to just ride on the horses' necks. The skeptic in me says that this is just people who aren't, brushing their horses' manes every night. But that's something that's an anomaly that's been taken up in a big way by the Bigfoot community. People talk about Bigfoot braiding horses' manes, and to be fair, there are accounts of people who have seen large hairy hominids actually like interacting with horses and braiding their manes. The other thing that I find really interesting, I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit, Wes, is the time dilation, the missing time thing. So if anybody doesn't know what missing time is, missing time is the idea that if you are taken to fairyland, you feel like you spent 4 hours there, but you've really spent 4 years there. And this manifests itself in parallel with the alien abduction experience of people who feel like they should have taken, 30 minutes to get home, and 4 hours later they're finally home. And then they have a hypnotic regression, or they have memories, and they realize that perhaps their journey was interrupted in some sense. I remember with you and your brother, there was an incident where your incident, your big sort of sighting. The amount of time that you estimated during which it happened was a lot shorter than the actual amount of time that elapsed, if I recall correctly from one of your early interviews.
Yeah.
And that sort of smacks of that missing time thing. Like, I think you felt like it should have taken 40 minutes and it was actually 4 hours. That's kind of strange. And there was someone on your podcast who said that, oh, well, whenever you're in a stressful situation, you think that time passes slower, but that's not the case, as backed up by reams of scientific studies. Whenever you're in a stressful situation, time feels like it's passing faster. So you should have felt every moment of that, but you came home feeling like you spent less time than you actually did. So, not to put you on the spot, but that's one of those things, that missing time thing. And there's plenty of missing time accounts in Bigfoot accounts. It's one of those underreported things where people feel like, I saw a Bigfoot and it took me 3.5 hours to walk the half mile back to my truck. I don't know why it did, but it did. So that time dilation thing is something that I think is vastly underreported, but it's still there if you look at these accounts.
Yeah, it's strange. I have no explanation for it. And it still bothers me to this day. I mean, there wasn't, I don't remember any aliens coming down, or, I mean, there was no reason for us to,
Space aliens.
feel that way, but it is strange. I've talked to a few people that have experienced that, and I don't have a great explanation for the time. And I know Woody and I got goofed on a lot for that whole thing, but I mean, it's what happened. I can't tell you regarding the time. It's so weird, man. It's so weird. Even today, if you ask Woody, he almost doesn't want to quite talk about that because.
But what I'm saying is that it's whereas other people would see that as a hole in your story, there are people who look at this holistically throughout all sorts of fairy folklore and alien abduction folklore who would say, no, this is entirely consistent with an encounter with something that is from the other realm, right, Tim?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. This is it's just one of those boxes to check, and to me, it makes me both like and believe Wes's account that much more because it's this bizarre detail that you could have left it out. You could have not told that detail, but you include it, like you said. That's what happened, and it just makes me believe it all the more.
Yeah, it's bizarre. You know, when I had Gary Wayne on, I don't know if I think you know about Gary Wayne, don't you, Tim?
Gary
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance, Josh, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, Gary Wayne. He wrote this book called Genesis 6, and he has a whole section on fairies. And what's fascinating in fairy folklore is they fly around in flying machines, they kidnap people, and then they drop them off. The whole fairy concept. I mean, it sounds like they're talking about aliens, is what they're talking about, but they're calling them fairies in his book. Is that kind of what you're addressing them as, Josh, when you talk about fairies?
I mean, so for me, the three main characteristics that you've got to sort of look at when you're categorizing something as fairy is, generally speaking, because this is not entirely consistent across cultures, but short stature, living underground, likes to abduct children. That's the thing. A lot of my influence in terms of my own research, and especially I think an influence for this book as well, came out of sort of the Jacques Vallée tradition of the 60s, where he started looking at the UFO phenomena versus the fairy phenomena and saying, hey, look, these things have a lot of similarities, but the fairy umbrella is so broad. I often compare it to sort of like Pokemon, because it's not just like
what the heck? Big Feet is a Pokemons? I guess he did specify the fairies have their own different set of traits and stuff. I guess it makes sense. Big Feet is a Pokemon. We figured it out.
People say fairies and they're like, oh, it's like Tinkerbell with wings. Well, let's set aside the fact that fairies with wings are sort of perhaps a Shakespearean play invention. Fairies.
How do I handle a social situation where I'm surrounded by a group of people saying some political stuff I deeply disagree with, but I don't want to antagonize them or be antagonized myself? There's always the option to say nothing. If the social situation is temporary, I just happen to be talking about the political stuff, you don't have to say anything. That's one option. Another option is you could ask for the topic to change, bring up something else. See if you can either try to nudge it to change by bringing up something else, or you can ask if they want to talk about something else, or play something else, or watch something else. Can post memes. Oh fuck! Fucking idiot! Russia didn't find this goody hut. Easy peasy, all for me. I often say nothing, but I feel like I have a duty to speak out. Can't post memes IRL. Not with that attitude. There's always the yeah, you do feel the duty to speak out, but then there's also the you gotta pick your battles idea. So depending on how necessary it is to first of all be part of this social group, secondly interact with this social group or participate in it. You may not have to do anything at all. Not taking an action is also an available action and an option. I think it's super difficult because even if I go into it super carefully, it often blows up in my face. Even more so when several people are facing me, I'm tired of not acting. Then you should change the social group. Find a better social group that is more better suited. If you can't be yourself, say what you want to say, and if how do you say it? If it often blows up in your face, then maybe you need to find different people, which is difficult for sure, but that is another option. You're not gonna like everyone, and not everyone's gonna like you. It's just the way life is.
Fairies could fly, fairies could levitate other people, but
If I wanted to preserve myself, I should say nothing and leave. If I want to uphold my duty to bring more perspective to that group, I should speak up and be willing to be antagonized. Yeah, but is it worth it? If it is worth it to antagonize, and if the end goal I guess the simplest way of saying it is if the pain is worth it, then yeah, I guess you should. If the people in this social group aren't mature enough to not make it blow up in your face, then either wait for a better opportunity later, don't say anything, or leave. Well, I think it is to allow them to antagonize me to say that I at least tried. Yeah, you can do that. Fuck, I was gonna say something else. I think I'd rather be in pain from being called a monster than regret not speaking up. I think I was gonna say something like, people have only so much they can handle of being, of having things blown up in their face from people who. Okay, the way you worded it is a social situation surrounded by a group of people seeing some political stuff, which leads me to believe that it's like more of a work kind of thing, or like you're at a bar. It's not vitally important in that situation. Ah, the fucking swordman! Some people aren't worth the trouble. That's ultimately my conclusion. There are 7 billion people in the world. I'm not going to be spending my time with a handful of people who make life difficult. There are 7 billion people in the world. I only have one life. I only have limited time and energy on here. I'm going to try to avoid situations that are not worth the hassle, not worth the pain. If they're not mature enough to handle different political views, perspectives, discussions, just don't have it with those people. That's my conclusion. Well, recently I have this one self-labeled woke friend who ended up being super understanding and had his head screwed on straight. So, my conclusion from that exchange is that it works sometimes. Yes, it does work sometimes, but they have to be in the position to be receptive to other perspectives, but the kinds of people who, as you worded, say stuff that deeply disagree with. They're definitely emboldened because if you deeply disagree with it, then I can imagine what kind of stuff it is. They're probably in the social situation is probably one in which they are emboldened to say things that are probably a bit more extreme than what they actually believe. They feel safer, probably, than they otherwise would feel if they didn't feel like they could speak their mind without too much pushback. I think it's worth the hassle and the pain to speak up because I see our culture's going to shit because of those ideologies. If that's all I do in my lifetime, it'll be worth it. I suppose I shouldn't be completely selfless. I shouldn't run into confrontation like a bull every time. I should care about self-preservation a bit. Yeah, that's definitely part of picking your battles. You gotta dip your toes into the water, measure out whether or not the likelihood of succeeding in having your message heard will be worth it. Maybe not arguing with that person. That person. I'm asking all this because I might meet up with a group of people in a couple of days, and I know at least some of them are super woke, as in we're celebrating the destructive riots in my neighborhood and are trans trending. You mean the destructive riots against, what is it, the banks? Is that what the Frenchies are angry about right now? They increased the age of retirement by 2 years, something like that, right? I think I heard about it in passing, but didn't really look into it. I feel like it would be super based if the French were once again proud enough and confident enough as to behead the leaders who are making things worse for the majority of the French population. I think that would be super cool. It's a huge deal. Government was 2 votes away from being dissolved over this. Oh, based. You should also dissolve their heads from their bodies. That'd also be pretty based.
They weren't really shown with wings. Fairies were elves, they were mermaids, they were ogres, they were
Elves,
trolls, they were all these
ogres,
things. And
trolls.
On the
Yeah,
one
the
hand,
cave troll.
that was a way that people of that time would describe the supernatural. They'd say, "Oh, that's fairy." But on the other hand, it's such a strong framework through which you can view a lot of this activity. I stand adamantly beside the fact that anything involved in, like, the UFO contact experience, the alien contact experience, you can find a parallel between that and fairy folklore, and vice versa in a lot of ways. The thing that frustrates a lot of people that I talk to is, so are aliens fairies or fairies aliens? I'm like, I'm not saying either. I'm saying that depending on your culture, you're grafting this sort of amalgamation of cultural beliefs upon whatever this other thing is, because it's something beyond our even our comprehension in a lot of ways. I would argue. But yeah, I mean, like, it's the whole fairy folklore thing, the whole fairy shtick, for lack of a better term, is still with us to this day in ways that we don't even realize. I mean, like, if someone has a stroke, the etymology, the sort of word origin for that term is because when people would have a stroke in, you know, the 1800s, they would have suffered from the fairy stroke. Like the fairies had touched them, and that's why they had a stroke. The color cobalt is a derivative of the idea that there were fairies in the mines in Cornwall that were called kobolds, or actually Germany, sorry, Germanic mine fairies that were blue and would sort of float around the mines. They were colored this bright blue, and that's literally where you get the term cobalt, not only for the mineral but also for the color. And also, don't bogart that joint. Well, Bogart comes from Boggart, which is something that would steal. It was a fairy that would steal stuff, and it's also where boogeyman comes from. And it's also where booger comes from. The Bigfoot booger is a direct is a direct
Ew,
is a
is a
direct
booger.
derivative of the boogeyman, which is a direct derivative of the Boggart.
It's the booger man.
The little fairy that would come and snatch people in the middle of the night. So, fairy lore is absolutely as vibrant as it ever was. It's just not as much on the surface.
It's kind of more of a generic term that they would use, it sounds like, as opposed to fairy means alien, is what you're saying.
Yeah, no, it's fairy was like, to say something was fairy or it was a fairy is the equivalent of saying it's supernatural, it's paranormal, it's this or that or the other. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I gotcha. And I know there's a section. I think it's cool that you guys wrote different sections. Each one of you kind of have your own expertise in different areas, and it's cool that you guys wrote different sections of the book. Tim, you wrote a section on gifting. When the reader reads that section, what will they walk away from reading the section on gifting?
The gifting thing, I think a lot of the flesh and blood folks have this idea that when you're gifting, you'll hear a lot of people say, don't give Bigfoot food because they will become reliant on your food, and then they will get mad if you stop giving them food. Maybe. But if you go back in time and you look at spirit gifting, which is something that people did, as far back as we have records, this is consistent with that, where people would give offerings to the fairies, to various spirits all over the world. The most simple one to point out is Santa Claus. We leave Santa Claus milk and cookies. That's our spirit offering to Santa Claus, and he brings us presents, right? That's a long-standing tradition of spirit offering. Santa Claus is, by the way, in the wild man tradition, but that's another story, although I do know it. But the idea that the Bigfoot would grow dependent upon a couple candy bars left on a stump is very ludicrous to me, because if these are natural creatures, 8 foot.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of anybody who said that gifting a big feat's food would make them reliant on you. I'm pretty sure the idea is you don't want to gift them food because then you might they might see that as a welcome for other things, and maybe they might be a bit more curious, get a little closer. That could be a little bit dangerous if you get spooked to death, if you're unsure. If they sneak up on you, walk up close to your house, up to your window. I think the idea of that warning is to not invite things you're not willing to, able to, or ready to accept. I think that's the idea behind not gifting big feet stuff. I'm also noticing right now that I feel trapped. I feel like there's a problem with no solutions. It's impossible to live a life like this. Yeah, it's like Dr. Peterson says, or I guess most psychologists and doctors say, you're not meant to live your life 24/7 as if you're in danger with high stress. You're supposed to be someplace sometimes where you can realize you can relax, that you're safe, where the ground on which you stand is solid, and your anxiety and stress and blood pressure aren't always constantly pumping at max capacity. To here. Oh, fuck, we need a bunch of farms over here. The farm triangle here. Well, you are not a caveman living in a place with no structural support that you have to be mindful of and aware of 24/7, aware of your surroundings. You don't have to be constantly on the lookout for predators, tigers and lions and bears and big feets. You don't have to worry about bad weather that's going to come in to ruin your crops and therefore put at risk your food for the next couple months. You don't have to worry about not having access to medical professionals. Society is crumbling around me. The future is beyond unsure. It's very bleak, and the roof over my head won't last long. I have to move out. The future is always unsure. Nobody knows the future, so I think that you should acknowledge that, accept that, and understand that no matter what you do, the future is going to happen, and the future is always unsure. Society is crumbling around me. Society is always crumbling, depending on your perspective. It kind of feels like if nobody felt as if society was crumbling, then we would have almost no need for politics or protests or change or bills or laws.
Foot tall, maybe 1,000 pounds. You're not making a dent in the caloric needs of that with a candy bar on a stump. Something that big has to eat constantly. Gorillas have to eat constantly. They do not process their food. We do not have to eat constantly, big brain primate humans, because we process our food. We cook it. We get the most bang for our buck out of the calories by processing our food. Gorillas do not, and they have to eat all day long. And in fact, if they were as big, if they had a brain as big as ours, they'd need another, I think, hour and a half of foraging per day just to get enough calories to live. So we were talking about something like Bigfoot, which is bigger than a human, bigger than a gorilla. It would need calories constantly. And if it's not processed food, if it's not cooking its food, and we can assume it's not because the forests aren't, all aglow with Bigfoot campfires, and then it would just need to eat constantly, and it would need to eat in quantities far greater than a couple candy bars left on a stump. So when people say, "Oh, I left candy bars and I stopped leaving candy bars," and Bigfoot got mad and he pounded on my house and climbed on my roof and screamed at me and everything else that goes along with these stories, again, maybe. But if you go back and look at spirit gifting throughout time, this is consistent. When you start giving spirits food, other gifts, and you stop, bad things happen. We have stories in the book of, I think it was a brownie, and Josh, you correct me if I'm wrong, who the farmer stopped giving food to and it killed his cows. Is that?
Don't give the mouse a cookie, basically.
Yeah.
On the Isle of Inch, yeah.
Yeah. And there's other stories of, if you're kind and you keep feeding the fairies beer, they will keep your house nice. If you stop, they will destroy your house. There's these stories.
Eating your fairy's beer? Did I hear that correctly?
Go on.
Yeah.
Of, I think it was a brownie, and Josh, you correct me if I'm wrong, who the farmer stopped giving food to and it killed his cows. Is that?
Don't give the mouse a cookie, basically.
Yeah.
On the Isle of Inch, yeah.
Yeah. And there's other stories of if you're kind and you keep feeding the fairies beer, they will keep your house nice. If you stop, they will destroy your house. There's these stories go on and on and on. And the idea is intention. So I've heard other people say, plant a Bigfoot garden. This is one of my favorite examples. If you have a garden,
What? We can make a Big Feet's garden? What's this about?
and you want Bigfoot to stay out of your garden, you plant a Bigfoot garden closer to the woods, and the Bigfoot will know that this garden is for them. And
Oh, okay. Closer to the woods. Not right at the edge of the woods. Not at the purlieu. Closer. I don't want to be making your garden right next to the trees, right of the woods. Only if I have armed security looking at me 24/7, making sure nobody's gonna sneak up on me while I'm planting some veggies.
and they will only eat out of the Bigfoot garden. That is not the way nature works. Animals are caloric opportunists. Any other animal would now say, okay, now I've got 2 places to get food from. Great, all the more for me. But somehow Bigfoot knows this is a Bigfoot garden. Well, that's intention. And now you've set up a specific space for Bigfoot, and you're giving Bigfoot, this intentional offering of this Bigfoot garden. So there's a lot of intention involved in gifting. And when things go wrong, it's because there are these rules that folklore establishes, and they've established them a long time ago. And it pretty much checks these same boxes again, where people in these old folk stories, they would stop giving gifts for whatever reason, and these supernatural creatures of various sorts would then harass them or hurt them or hurt their livestock, et cetera, et cetera. Same tale told about Bigfoot today. So I think the takeaway from that chapter is intention. It involves that people are leaving things out with intention. I give example of some of the flesh and blood folks say that it doesn't matter if Bigfoot's eating from your trash can, because that's your trash can. He's eating from everybody's trash can. But if you leave them food out on a stump, that is bad news, because then you're leaving out. Well, that's intention. You've shown intention that, again, if this is just a wild creature, how does it know the difference that a trash can isn't a spiritual, place where you're leaving spiritual offerings of food for it, and the stump isn't the place where you discard your trash? It wouldn't know. Logically, it wouldn't know. So it's this idea of intention, even the flesh and blood folks assign to gifting. So I would say, take away intention, and also the idea that spirit offering is something that people have done for a long time. And I think that's probably what's going on with that tradition where people are doing that. I think it's very much a spirit offering.
To further emphasize that, I mean, if you look at sort of the way that magical practitioners interface with spirits, casting aside the sort of judgment of whether or not that should be something they should do, whatever. But the people that I've talked to who claim to have had interactions with spirits who are magically operant describe things that are strikingly like Bigfoot interactions. These spirits respond to invocations, vocalizations or knocks in the woods. They're more likely to manifest in areas of remote human activity. They show their presence through environmental effects. So, like, you're not going to actually see a spirit when you call the spirit by name. You're going to have like knocks and things being thrown at you, and just sort of interface with the environment. And they're often felt more than they're seen, which is something that I've heard you talk about, Wes. Is the idea that, like, when they're around, you feel it. Like, you feel it more than you actually see it sometimes.
Yeah, you're right. What you're saying, Josh. I mean, even talking about like Ouija boards, what do people always say? Like, knock on the table if you're here. Or you hear ghost hunters do that, where they're like, if you're here, tap twice on the wall or whatever. And what you were saying, Tim, with regard to gifting, I mean, look at Halloween and trick or treat. If you ever get a chance to look that up, I mean, that is a creepy ritual. Hate to ruin Halloween, but it's a creepy ritual that we do. Yeah. There's a reason why you knock on someone's door and they give you candy, and why you say trick or treat. It's fascinating with the two brothers, and when they had that spirit medium lady come out to get rid of the Sasquatch, she was saying, don't give them anything and don't take anything from them. You're not feeding a wild animal. They see it as a tribute. And that always stuck with me when she said that. It always kind of unnerved me when she said that.
Yeah, I mean, I was in a long-term sort of gifting situation with something in the woods. I don't know what it was, right? And I amped it up.
Chessboard.
I amped it up, and I started, leaving food, and I started leaving then alcohol, and I asked for something. I asked for a skull, right? Because I've collected since I was a kid, and I thought, wouldn't that be neat? And
What the heck? He asked the Big Feets for a skull? It's gonna be your skull, dude. What the heck?
read a story about someone doing that, and I got it. I walked like, 200 yards from the place where I asked for it, and I walked into this copse of trees, and there was a groundhog head. There was a freshly killed groundhog. It had the jaw ripped off, and the head laying there, and it was I got my skull. It was covered in gore, but and I didn't take it. I backed out. I was very scared. It very much freaked me out. And then a bunch of bad stuff happened. It's like too long to go in, but a bunch of bad stuff happened in the same area, ending with a rabid raccoon attack.
But what did that copse of trees remind you of, Tim?
It would have, if it was in Ireland, it would have been called a fairy fort, Josh.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
It was a circle of trees with a big pile of stone in the middle of it. But in any case, this a bunch of bad stuff happened, and it ended with this rabid raccoon attack, and which maybe not, but according to folklore, and I'll never do this again. I'm going to go point this out. Like, this was on me. I made the mistake. But if you look at the folklore, it says, hey, don't ask for anything. But if you do ask for something and it's given to you, take it, because they will get offended if you don't. Well, I didn't take it because I was grossed out. I didn't want like a gory, freshly killed groundhog head. I wanted a nice, clean, old skull that had been sun bleached. But I didn't say that. And a bunch of bad stuff happens. Is this because, is this spirit gifting going wrong? I don't know. But I can only say, like, if I look at the rules of folklore, I broke the rules, and then a whole bunch of bad stuff happened, and I'll never do it again. You know what I mean? But the rules are explicit in folklore, and I broke them. So, there's something to all this stuff. I don't know. It's very difficult to talk about.
And this is something you pointed out too, Wes, is that like the people who have like the hunter in the woods who sees Bigfoot walking across his prime, deer path, those are of a different category than people who are dealing with this phenomenon on their property day after day after day.
Yes.
And that speaks to me as something that might be sort of a window area, might be sort of something more akin to like a haunting. I'm not saying that Bigfoot is a ghost. Like Tim and I are super agnostic about what Bigfoot is. Like, if you try to like sort of reach a conclusion at the end of this book, you're going to be, SOL. But I think that there's something really interesting to be said about like the way that the amount of interactions that you have with this phenomena tend to color the way that the phenomena acts, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it is strange. I mean, and you're right, Josh. I mean, I would say your average person that runs into Sasquatch runs into an ape. They run into a very flesh and blood, giant something. But when you start getting on people's property for whatever reason, and not even people who are interacting with Sasquatch, they just start to notice them on their property, they'll really start to describe odd things. And they'll start, I think I can't even tell you how many people. Out of all the people I've asked, for example, the lights, I think I've only had one guy tell me no, he hasn't seen the lights. And I'm sure it's just a matter of time, but everyone I talk to, when I first started asking people that, I just would ask him that out of the blue. I was just curious. And I was shocked how many people would pause on the phone and go, yeah, how did you know? And it's like, I don't know, but so many people have told me that. And I don't know the correlation between the lights and Sasquatch. There is some weird, it's a very uncomfortable coincidence, the lights and Sasquatch.
I have my lights chapters in book 2. We get into there's a little bit of everything in both books. So there's, book 1 isn't exclusively folklore. There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of examples of Bigfoot stories we go into. So there's a lot of everything in both books, but there's a dedicated chapter to the lights in book 2. And there's so much. There's just so much to choose from. Someone at some point could probably write a 10,000 or 100,000 word book just on lights and Bigfoot.
If I might be allowed to interject real quick, there is an 1880 book that has a quote that I'm very fond of quoting because it blows my mind every time I read it. Wirt Sykes, who's a Welshman who wrote a book that was about British goblins. So this is obviously couched within fairy lore.
British Boblin the Goblins. I know somebody like that. She's kind of short because she has to be sitting all the time. And she's kind of a goblin, or also kind of a gremlin.
But he's talking about these sort of anomalous lights, not only in sort of Breton, which is, sort of, if you had to like Anglicanize an aspect of France, Brittany would be sort of like the most English part of France that you could.
Yeah, it's Celtic.
Sort of yeah.
It's in France, but it's Celtic.
Yeah. But he collected this massive amount of folklore, and he has this quote that like sticks with me every time I look at it. I'm like, that's Bigfoot. So I'm going to read that verbatim. So there's some language in here that some people might not be entirely comfortable with, but it's verbatim read. The Breton Sand Yan Eted, St. John and the Father, is a double ignis fatuus fairy carrying at its finger ends 5 lights, which spin around like a wheel. So obviously this is describing ignisatis, fool's fire, the will-o'-wisp, sort of like these ghost lights, right? He goes on to say the Negroes of the southern seaboard states of America invest this goblin, meaning a ghost light goblin, with an exaggeration of the horrible peculiarly of their own. They call it jack-o'-lantern and describe it as a hideous creature 5 feet in height, with goggle eyes and huge mouth, its body covered with long hair, and which goes leaping and bounding through the air like a gigantic grasshopper. This frightful apparition is stronger than any man and swifter than any horse, and compels its victims to follow it into the swamp, where it leaves them to die.
Swamp?
That's Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. It's Bigfoot. And
no, it's Shrek. He lives in the swamp, so it's Shrek. This guy don't know nothing. This guy doesn't even know his cryptids. What the heck?
Anomalous lights, right? It's right there. 1880. Bigfoot and anomalous lights talking about.
No. Those ominous lights aren't big feet. Those ominous lights are swamp gas from the swamp, because ogres, like Shrek, live in a swamp.
African Americans seeing this in the southern seaboard states. And that's something that's nobody talked about it. Honestly, Wes, to be fair and to not sort of suck up, I think that you were sort of instrumental in like getting people to talk about the anomalous lights. But it's right there in the older text.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Josh. I mean, a lot of people see the lights. I think more people have seen the lights than they've seen Sasquatch.
That's probably true. Yeah.
There's really no explanation for the lights. I mean, I even recorded one. If you guys want, I'll send it to you. I mean, Woody recorded on night vision. It was this weird ball of light just sitting there, and I have no explanation for it. None. As far as, and I didn't want to get too. It made me nervous. It wasn't like I was terrified of it. It was actually kind of a pretty light, but it was bizarre just to be there in the middle of the forest. And it is fascinating when you start going through history. I started looking them up, and in World War II, they talked about Foo Fighters. Everyone thinks it's a band, but Foo Fighters pilots talked about seeing them all the time, and they would screw with their instruments as they were flying around.
Yeah. So this is something that I think Tim sort of touched upon in his The Company They Keep essay, is that like these things tend to conglomerate together. I mean, like, so you have places across the country, because I'm just sort of being, U.S. centric here, but places across the country where you have high incidence of Bigfoot encounters and anomalous lights. And you'll also find that those are the places where people find like these large anomalous black cats. Lauren Coleman said that it was very easy to find, these large black cats in areas of high Bigfoot sightings. And then you'll find, you'll dig a little bit deeper and like, oh, this is where UFOs are sighted too. And it speaks to me, if this is an actual animal, it doesn't seem to me that it would necessarily congregate or, sort of manifest in this area where all this other garbage happens,
Yeah, that's a good point. And you wouldn't think that they would. Going back to a lot of questions that I have, regarding why don't we find dead bodies? And I have a hard time with the status quo argument that you get on that, even though I like Grover Krantz and, he brings up a great point. But at that time, when Grover was saying, well, you never find bear bodies, you never find, which is true, unless someone...
But people have, like, in the history of mankind, people have found bear bodies. Like,
well, it's rare. It's rare. I'll give him credit on that. Yeah. It's rare. But, here in the Pacific Northwest, the forest will consume anything that's dead. Yes. I mean, you kill something and it's going to be gone within a week. My argument to that, Sasquatch is seen in Arizona. Sasquatch is seen in New Mexico. It's seen in... I had a Border Patrol agent on right there down... I've been down there where they saw it. And I can tell you right now, there's no forest down there. And so... so why aren't we finding dead bodies down there? And going back to this subject, and a lot of these self-proclaimed researchers, they'll give you the status quo answer. As long as you don't ask any follow-up questions, you're okay. They're okay with, the minute you start asking follow-up questions is where their argument falls apart. And, Sasquatch is seen in Russia, it's seen in China, it's seen in Australia, all over the world, and everyone has a different name for it, but we're all kind of describing the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
And we haven't caught up with this thing? I mean, it's not a mouse we're trying to find. Well, this thing's enormous.
It's the universality of this that makes me think that it is internally generated. And I know that's probably a very controversial thing to say, but if you look at, again, sort of the Jungian idea of archetypes being something that people are just born with, like human being has to deal with, it makes sense that anywhere people are there, that you will find this sort of wildman archetype. The correspondences between Bigfoot and the wildman archetype of Western Europe are just astounding. And that's the thing that I think Tim really brought to this. It's Tim's like, let's look at this through the wildman archetype. And it never really occurred to me, but like the wildman archetype and by archetype I mean like things like the trickster, the mother, the goddess, the the father, the warrior, those sort of archetypes, those sort of Jungian things. Tim said, let's look at this through that archetype, and it never fails to sort of yield greater depth. And I really thank Tim for pointing me in that direction, because that was not something I was thinking about at all.
On the topic of bodies, Wes, the thing about that I talk about evidence, and again, this comes more in the second volume, but I talk about it in terms of like primary relics and secondary relics. If you think about relics from the church, so a primary relic would be a piece of the saint's hair, the saint's fingernail, an actual part of the saint's body. A secondary relic is something the saint touched, so it's the saint's Bible, or the saint's prayer cloth, or the saint's garment, anything like that is a secondary relic. The best evidence we have for Bigfoot are secondary relics, are the footprints, and they're very, very compelling. The primary relics we have, the hair, the scat, the blood, it's very, very controversial, and no one can agree on it. First of all, it goes missing with an incredible frequency. Like, this stuff disappears way more often than it should. Gets lost in the mail or otherwise disappears. But no one can agree on the primary relics at all. As in terms of a body,
Big Feet's poops gets lost in the mail. Somebody's out there jacking out the Big Feet's poop.
There's been a lot of hoaxes, I know. A lot of people have claimed they had a body, and it ended up being a hoax. But there's also been a lot of people who've claimed to shoot one that seemed very credible, or they claim, and otherwise they have a body, one way or another. And
no, is it dead? It shouldn't be dead. Uh-oh. Did it die it? Oh, yeah, it died like the internet died, but I think the stream stayed up. I guess it may have restarted the stream, I don't know. On YouTube, it did not kill the stream, so it did not go down long enough. Not go down long enough to kill the YouTube stream, though it may have killed the Twitch stream. I don't know. Not entirely sure.
Every one of these bodies.
There was like maybe 2 minutes or something where I was at 0 bit rates upload.
Is gone. 100% of them. Now they'll say either like the government black van came up and went away.
The men in blacks stole all the Big Feet's poop from the other government workers, the USPS.
Took the body and drove it away, or another Bigfoot came out of the woods and grabbed the body and took it and buried it, or does whatever Bigfoot did with their bodies. I say it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how or why those bodies disappeared. The fact is, they're gone. We do not have access to them. We cannot observe them. We cannot do any experimentation on them. We cannot see them. They are gone. So it doesn't matter how they're gone. They're gone. The evidence has disappeared. One way or another, it's gone.
I guess that's when... Yeah, that must have been when the stream died. Didn't reconnect you. So you've just been listening to silence since the light bulb article? Unlucky.
So, if we're going to believe people see, giant ape men in the woods, then I think we're going to believe at least some of them when they say they shot them and killed them and dropped them. And then the answer is, or rather the question remains, where's the body? And they're all gone. 100% of them. Every single one throughout time that people have claimed to shoot is gone.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it's like those two guys that always show up, and I started really looking into that, and, I would have eyewitnesses. It's usually when someone has real evidence, something tangible, or they've been hurt. And one thing I found where, and I mentioned that one time to someone, they go, well, it sounds like the Men in Black. I go, yeah, kind of. They aren't as sexy as the Men in Black. I mean, these two guys sound like one's an ogre and one's kind of a, clean-cut, goofy guy.
What? 3 strikeout? You're out. If we see you on your phone from now on. What the heck? Well, you can't tap your phone for like 2 minutes? 1 minute? While you're in the middle of work? You're gonna have to get an AI assistant. You can just talk to the AI. Tell the AI what to do. make her blue with no shoes and some nice thighs. And she is the consciousness of a white scientist lady who is blonde. People will just bend it down and play on their phone while we're working. What the heck? Anytime they get like 1 second. What the heck? Cringe. Imagine being an authoritarian.
But you know, and they show up even in Claire's encounter in the beginning of the show. The English lady talking from Britain, she's talking about how if you listen to her encounter, these two guys show up, and what's weird is they show up throughout time. I mean, I could understand if you know, some guy told me that and it happened in the 70s, I'd be like, it's probably some government worker. What's weird is their description stays the same, and they show up throughout time, which I find very, very strange.
And that's strikingly consistent with Men in Black reports, because there's always this uncanny valley between, you know, what people perceive and the way that they look. It's entirely consistent with that too.
I write about those guys again in volume 2, and the actual section is called "Plaid is the New Black," because one guy's always described as wearing a lumberjack shirt. So.
Yeah, the big guy. Yeah, it's fascinating. So the takeaway from the book, and again, the book is called Where the Footprints Ends, High Strangeness, and the Big...
Oh shit, I got my prophet. What should I name my religion? My cities are currently called Fig Beats, Thunderbird, Dogeman, Poltergeist, and Yorona Feet. So our religion must therefore be some other kind of oh, what's the name of that woman who comes through the TV and she has like she's only wearing like a white shirt and she's very thick and she's naked under that and she has feet and titties. And there are some pretty cool, pretty nice fan arts of her. Does she have a name?
Phenomenon. Definitely check it out on Amazon. Again, I love the cover. Whoever did the artwork did an amazing job.
That was me.
Was it really?
That was.
She's like a spooky woman who comes through the TV and enters your room. And she's like a spooky monster. Or she's supposed to be a spooky monster, but the fan arts are kind of cool. Thomas von Aquin. Oh, it's... I was like, who the fuck is... I've never heard of this great prophet. I forgot I put my language to German. Große Prophet. Who the heck is Thomas von Aquin? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that one, Kiro. So, that's her name? Sadako? Let me go look her up. R34 Sadako. Bear _ feet. Foot job. The _ ring. Let's go see. Sadako. Okay, so that's her name. Sadako Yamamura. Okay, we need to find a good name. Come on, man, it's been a whole year and the bot still isn't fixed. At Clarkland Pognature. We already have a Fig Beats, a Big Feet city, so I don't know if we can use Sadako feet as our religion. We could do Sadako thighs. We could do... Does she have a nice midriff? I don't think I've ever seen any midriff of her. Let's go see. Can we pick a symbol first? Oh no, that's not what I want. I want the religion tab. We can pick a turtle. A religious turtle will be our symbol. What's another good symbol? Guess we could do a bull. Because a bull likes to ram people, right? And I like to ram Satako. That'd be pretty cool. Or we could do water. Water is also probably pretty good. Doesn't she come from a well? We could do a water kind of thingy. Because she's also kind of wet. We'll do the turtle. And our religion name will be ideology. Also, they added jaritos to the market at work, but it's $2.30 for the smallest baby bottle. What the heck? Literal theft. They gave you a raise and then gave you extremely expensive food that you can buy. That's the strategy these days. That just looks like the regular bottle. From what I can tell. Sollte einen Namen und ein Symbol. I think I like the ideology for our religion. Let's do that. Let's do the ideology. And then the turtle. What the heck? You killed my name. Ideology. Yeah, well. Let's see. Zen meditation. Arbeit Zettik. Göttliche Eingebung. Jesuitenbildung. Building a theater district or campus. Oh, you can build theater and campus district buildings with faith. Zen meditation +1 amenity. In each city with 2 or more specialty districts. That one's a work ethic, I believe. Arbeitsethik. I could have just read it that way. I could have read it properly and then I would have known instantly. +1% production. Bürger in der Stadt. Dieser. Oh, okay. +1 production per citizen in each city that's following the religion. 1% production is pretty good. +1 amenity. Oh, okay. It's +1 amenity in each city with 2 specialty districts. It's not +1 amenity in each city per 2 specialty districts. That's a very key distinction to make. I'll do the work ethic. It's 1% production per citizen in each city. That follows the religion. I like that one. And then our building. Let's pick the war ones. Verteidiger des Glaubens. Kampfeinheit erhalten. 5 combat strength. 4 units. 5 tiles? No. I think this is the one. Kampfeinheiten erlangt Kampfstärke innerhalb der Grenzen. Fuck! Or should I? I know I'm gonna fight Japan at some point. But I don't know if it's gonna be soon enough or if these are gonna make a difference.
That's him.
It's very, very cool. Very cool. And as I started reading it, it's typical. I've never read anything you've done, Josh, but typical Tim book. It's very well written. It's very well put together. It isn't something slammed together and just thrown up on Amazon. I mean, just from the little I've read from it, I can tell a lot of time and effort. And you guys reference the hell out of everything in this book,
Yeah.
which is cool, which is really cool. But the biggest takeaway is you guys kind of look across all genres and you start to see common, very odd coincidences throughout all these different genres. Would you agree that that would be the biggest takeaway from this book?
I think that like Tim and I would both agree that like we're not beholden to any sort of interpretation of what this is. We're just saying that like it's reductive to say that it's just a giant monkey. There's a lot of stuff and there's a lot of traditions that inform these encounters, and these encounters sort of speak to a lot of these other traditions as well. So honestly, like I don't think Tim and I would agree with what Bigfoot is, and I don't think we even have an idea of what Bigfoot is. Like we're just throwing up our hands, honestly. But there are things that are consistent with other traditions that compel us to question exactly what we think. Tim?
Yeah, I mean, most simply, the one thing that this hopefully will accomplish: 2 volumes, 2 very thick volumes. These are not thin volumes. At the end of the day, the people that have knighted themselves cryptozoologists can no longer say, well, the weird stuff with Bigfoot barely ever happens, because we've filled 2 books with example after example after example. And when we're like, say, when I'm talking about glowing eyes or when I'm talking about gifting, I'm not using every example that was out there. I'm picking 5 or 10 examples to illustrate my point, and that's that. If we wanted to be exhaustive, these books would have been, way thicker.
Yep. Yep.
Each volume would have been War and Peace plus. So no longer can things be said like, oh, weird stuff barely ever happens with Bigfoot, so you shouldn't talk about it. No, it happens all the time. It happens with great frequency, and it's just out there. It's there. So like I said, hopefully these 2 volumes accomplish that. Things like, I've heard things like, oh, the 3-toed tracks, they rarely appear. They're sometimes down in the South and in Pennsylvania in the 70s, and that's that. No. They appeared all the way, all across the United States, including the Pacific Northwest. It's a problem when you're talking about, thinking of it as a primate. So, again, example after example, and I think, yes, we're looking at folklore throughout the world, and we're pointing out things like, one of my favorite things is the climbing on roofs. And I had no idea how many things climbed on roofs. These folkloric things, from trolls to Norse Draugr, which are kind of the Norse undead Vikings. All these different big hairy things climb on roofs. They're said to climb on roofs, including Perkta, that witchy woman I mentioned before, and her retinue, the Perktin, and these various other wild men. All they for some reason they all climb on roofs. It's a bizarre detail. Why do these folkloric things from all over the world climb on roofs? But they do, and so does Bigfoot. So yeah, there's consistencies in the folklore throughout the world that make me think that people have been talking about the wild men that people were talking about in medieval times and in the 1800s, and today in the form of Bigfoot, are probably the same thing, maybe expressed a little differently, because it might be somewhat influenced by culture, and it might change over time. I know that's a very complicated answer, but I hope that gets to where I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, there's no agenda with it. I mean, you guys are just kind of laying out facts across the board, and people can make up their own mind. It's kind of like what John Bitternagel used to always tell me. He used to give me,
but not exactly.
God, he used to give me such a hard time. He would always tell me, you cannot pick and choose the people to put on your show. You have to tell the whole story. And he used to really, beat me over the head with that. And he would say, you can't tell just part of the story. You got to tell the whole story. And if there's a weird part in someone's story, you've got to include it, because it might mean something more down the road, even though you can't explain it now, like the Sasquatch vanishing or the glowing red eyes. How could something see with glowing red eyes? That makes it must be eye shine. And most people you talk to, they're like, it wasn't eye shine. They were glowing up like light bulbs. And so, he really pushed me to that. And I would hope that it would draw us closer to more answers, but it seems like it's more questions. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, that's the problem. It's just going to be more questions. I don't think. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I hope at some point we figure it out. But I don't think we're going to figure it out in my lifetime.
That's the hope of every anybody who's interested in Bigfoot even nominally, is we catch a Bigfoot. I'm sitting here on a book and a half of weird Bigfoot stories, but I would love for tomorrow Trump to be like, okay, coronavirus, but also we got Bigfoot. That'd be great. That'd be great. But you just got to sort of temper your expectations, I guess.
It doesn't mean I'm not interested in it. It doesn't mean I don't think they're real. Again, I feel like I have to say it again and again. As I'm presenting all this stuff, I'm not saying I don't. I absolutely believe people. I've talked to enough witnesses.
Yes.
I've had my own experiences where I believe there's something very, very real behind this. Very, very physical. It's just very, very strange.
Yeah, it's like Dogman. Dogman, I think, is very real. I think people are running into it. I think it's an entity people are running into. But again, going back to what Josh was saying in the beginning, just because something is spiritual doesn't mean it can't be physical. And with the Dogman, it seems to dodge bullets. It seems to be bulletproof. But in the same breath, it has no trouble killing all your farm animals. It has no trouble banging on your house. It has no trouble following you around. It's bizarre. There's so many weird things in this world. Let me ask you, Josh, what do you think Sasquatch is? What's your opinion?
You always ask us. So my current line of thinking is kind of in line with the ideas of the late John Mack, who was a alien abduction researcher before he got hit by a bus in England, which is kind of sounds funny, but that's actually what happened. But he talked about like the alien abduction experience, the hybrid program being sort of a reified metaphor. The idea of like sort of a Jungian idea, like a cultural concept made real. And that's where I am right now, is that we're drawing upon, I think that the witness is as much an important part of the Bigfoot sighting as whatever the Bigfoot sighting is, so I think that, if you ask me in like 6 months, I hope that I have a different answer, but that's sort of where I am right now, is that we are definitely encountering something that is objectively in other intelligence, not human beings, not you projecting your psyche onto something. There's something objectively real at the end of this other experience, but I'm not entirely sure that it interacts with our physical reality in the same way that me dropping a glass of water would interact with our reality. So that's sort of where I am. It's like this sort of like Jungian wild man archetype. And that's sort of airy fairy, but anyway, Tim, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so agnostic on it. Again, I've said it several times. I just think it's too weird to be an undiscovered gorilla. But looking at all this wild man stuff, I mean, wherever we've lived throughout time, we've had a wild man, and by we I mean humans, whatever culture. There's a wild man that lives in the woods beside us, and that's just a different way of saying what you said before, Wes. Australia has them, India has them, Europe has them, everybody has them. So it's something that's there, that's always been there. It's boy, I just have trouble saying it other than that it's very real but very weird, and that's as far as I feel like I can go with it. I think there's a lot of weight to the wild man archetype idea, because UFOs have changed culturally over time. If you look at the old pictures of UFOs, you'll see them. They look like dirigibles. They look like balloons, and so forth. And up to the 50s, they kind of took like a Art Nouveau kind of, or Art Deco rather, kind of look to them.
Well, it's dragons and air balloons into sort of like steampunk airships, into flying saucers, into black triangles, into what we now have with the Navy sightings, like these amorphous sort of
almost like
UFO
plasma balls and stuff
Yeah.
that we've seen now. And it seems, I mean, it's weird to talk about, but it seems like the wild man changes too. And it's almost like the reverse of that. So it's like the UFOs have gotten more sci-fi and more technological over time. This wild man archetype starts in the medieval times. He's just this wild wizard. He's hair covered, and he lives in the woods, but he's a wizard, and he has knowledge and so forth. And up to the 1880s, where there's a lot of reports of these guys wearing torn up clothes. They're big hairy guys that aren't human. They're wild men, but they're wearing like torn up clothes, or they're carrying like an old rusty musket or something. And to nowadays, where you get this very, very wild Bigfoot, and it's almost like it's kind of changing too. Like as we've gotten further away from nature, our wild man has gotten wilder. And I know that's a very, very strange concept, because it suggests in a way that these things aren't of themselves, that they're not natural. But like I said, the UFOs changed, and it seems almost like the wild men have changed too. It's very, very strange.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. I never thought about that before, Tim. I hope everyone goes out and gets the book. Again, it's called Where the Footprints End, High Strangeness and Bigfoot Phenomenon. I got myself a copy. I hope you guys go out and get yourself a copy on Amazon. I'll throw a link underneath, and check out Tim's podcast, Strange Familiars. I post it every week for people who hit my website. They know about Tim. If you're just hearing Tim for the first time, definitely whatever podcast player you're listening to, go listen to Strange Familiars. I'm a huge fan of the show. Tim, thanks so much for coming on, man.
Thanks for having me back, Wes. Always a pleasure to be on Sasquatch Chronicles.
Pleasure was mine. And Josh, it was great meeting you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, our evolution is inversely proportional to the big feats. True facts. True story.
Thank you so much for coming on. I really do. I enjoyed talking to you, man.
Oh yeah, it's a highlight for my year. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. Thanks again, guys. That's it for tonight, everyone. Remember, if you've had an encounter, shoot me an email. My email address is wes at...
Okay. That is the last Big Feet stories for today. Can go ahead and end this turn. I guess I'll do Wordle. Then try to see if I can find a couple more articles. I did not go head out. Probably do some laundry or some things. We will see. Ah, rip. I would turn on the game music, but there is no game music because for some reason Firaxis and 2K broke the game. So, no music for the time being. Right to the video just posted analytics. Oh yeah, didn't you also post? Oh, I think I wanted to check that article that you posted earlier. Why doesn't he bring the MLK vibe to his champagnes?
Justin J. Pearson, and I'm running for president of BSG. There are a few reasons that we're running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent all voices in a conversation? I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Bowdoin Democrats to the Bowdoin Republicans. I want to bring together different voices, dissenting voices, voices that may be more liberal or more conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle.
Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win. But oh, that was good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last. But oh, we have good news, folks. We've got good news that Sunday always comes.
Maybe this sort of worked back when MLK was around, when there were less TVs. People were less addicted to the box with the moving pictures and more interested in going outside. Wasn't it a meme in the Boondocks that the reason why people wouldn't they wouldn't buy into MLK is because he speaks so slowly? This guy is sort of he's behaving as if people don't have television or Twitter or YouTube. It's pretty weird. He's the guy who got the boot from office after he led a mob to occupy the state house in Tennessee. The one who was reinstated? Justin J. Pearson, Tennessee State Representative. I did see an article about that. A headline, I guess, about it earlier. Let me see if that's the same guy. I'm pretty sure that's how I learned earlier today that he got reinstated. Let's see. My news. I'm just typing reinstated. Okay, well, I don't know which of these headlines it is that I saw earlier. I think it's this one. Euronews. Maybe not. Expelled Tennessee lawmaker reinstated in House of Representatives. The Tennessee Three. What is this, Lord of the Rings? Don't call them the three. Okay, here. This is the one. I found the article that I saw earlier. Let's see. From CNN by Nuran Salahi. April 11th, 2023, reinstated Tennessee lawmaker Justin Jones. Justin J. Pearson is what it says here in this video that you posted. Justin Jones says he'll continue to call for gun reform. Let's go look up Justin Jones and Justin J. Pearson. Oh, okay, no, they're two different guys then. Justin Jones and Justin J. Pearson. Okay, Justin J. Pearson, the Wikipedia page, and Justin Jones, Wikipedia page. So this article is about Justin Jones. After being sworn back into the Tennessee House of Representatives, a lawmaker who was expelled just days ago over a gun control demonstration on the chamber floor, said he'll continue to call for gun reform. The first thing I do when I walk into this building as a representative is to continue to call for common sense gun legislation, Democrat Justin Jones said as he stood on the steps of the Capitol after his reinstatement Monday. Jones and another black Democrat, Justin J. Pearson, were forced out of the Republican-controlled legislature last week after a protest on the chamber floor spurred by the mass shooting last month at a Nashville Christian school that left 6 people dead. Hey, 7 people. Don't forget the trans killer. 7 people. Every life is... fuck, what the heck did those retards say? Every death is... Every murder... Let's go look it up. 7 lives. Every death is a something. Nashville protest 7 fingers. Fox News by Kyle Morris on March 31st. Tennessee Capitol protesters appear to mourn Nashville school shooter's death. 7 lives. 6 people were shot and killed in the Nashville school shooting. The perpetrator was then shot and killed by officers. While several people held up 6 fingers, video from the demonstration showed multiple protesters holding up 7 fingers at one point in the apparent display of how many lives were lost in the shooting that took place Monday. Every death is a tragedy, y'all. 7 lives, one protester could be heard saying in the clip. 7 lives. Get your facts straight, CNN. It's 7 lives. 7 people lost their life that day. Imagine not being progressive. Imagine being CNN and not being super ultra progressive. A third Democrat who had joined them in protest, Representative Gloria Johnson, avoided expulsion. She is white. I like that sentence. She is white. Thanks, buddy. It's so cringe. The Nashville Metropolitan Council voted 36-0 Monday to reappoint Jones to the House of Representatives, making him once again the representative of House District 52. But this time, in the interim, state law allows local legislative bodies to appoint interim House members to fill the seats of expelled lawmakers until an election is held. Today we are sending a resounding message that democracy will not be killed in the comfort of silence, Jones said to a cheering crowd Monday after marching back to the Capitol. Now technically a new member, Jones said he can file 15 bills. What the heck? He'll be working on gun reform legislation as soon as he returns Tuesday, he told CNN on Monday evening. Each of those bills would have to do with gun reform, he said, because that's what these young people are begging us to do. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, a Republican, announced Tuesday he would ask the General Assembly to strengthen the state's gun laws this session with legislation instituting an Order of Protection law, which would allow officials to strip access to weapons from, quote, individuals who are a threat to themselves or our society. I mean, technically, anybody can be a threat to themselves or our society, which is all the more reason to let all law-abiding citizens arm themselves because, technically speaking, if you want to be this vague, anybody is an, quote, individual who's a threat to themselves or society. Regarding Jones's reinstatement, the Tennessee House Republicans released a statement on Monday saying, Tennessee's constitution provides a pathway back from expulsion. Should any expelled member... Oh, fuck. I made the text larger and now I'm lost. Should any expelled member be reappointed, we will welcome them. Like everyone else, they are expected to follow the rules of the House as well as state law. Jones's return just felt right, Johnson told CNN this morning, Tuesday, underscoring the need for, quote, young, passionate voices like Jones and Pearson's who are willing to fight for their constituents. Seems a little strange the way they worded it here, where the white woman, who is white, by the way, in case you didn't notice, the white woman, Gloria Johnson, says his return felt right because we need young, passionate voices. A little weird here on the wording. The white woman wants black, young, passionate men. It was so good to have him back in the body. It felt so good to have him back in the body, she said. Oh my goodness. Overwhelmingly supported by not only his district but every district in Davidson County. Meanwhile, Pearson's still vacant District 86 seat is set to be addressed Wednesday during a Shelby County Board of Commissioners meeting in Memphis, announced Commission Chairman Michael Lowry, who said Pearson's expulsion was, quote, conducted in a hasty manner without consideration of other corrective action methods. Oh. Like whipping. To anyone who has doubted the South, anyone who's doubted the power of Tennesseans to advocate for an end to gun violence, anybody who's doubted the movement to end assault weapons, anybody who's doubted the movement, here's your answer. The movement still lives, said Pearson as he stood on the steps of the Capitol alongside Jones on Monday. Whoa, such a based and awesome take, such a rare, so brave to be against against the gun violence. So fucking brave. Thank you for let's give him a standing ovation. Thank you for standing up against the gun violence. So few politicians would dare speak the truth. Thanks, buddy, I appreciate it. Pearson told CNN's John Berman that while Monday brought celebration of Jones's reinstatement, it was also another tragic day marked by a mass shooting in Louisville, Kentucky, less than a month after the school shooting in Tennessee that prompted the lawmakers' protest. The shooting in Louisville points to a, quote, sobering reality that we are not doing enough to prevent gun violence, Pearson added. It's also a painful moment of recognition that our legislators and people like Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton and the Republican Party in Tennessee and across the South in this country are not doing nearly enough to prevent guns from getting in the hands of people and prevent guns from getting into the hands of people? Okay, maybe the rest of the sentence clarifies this, but we'll see. painful moment of recognition that our legislators, like Speaker of the House and the Republican Party in Tennessee and across the South in this country, are not doing nearly enough to prevent guns from getting in the hands of people and doing all of the holistic work of gun prevention that is necessary in places across our communities. I gotta find this entire quote. It's either way too vague or the mask slips. I guess for this guy, the mask doesn't slip. It seems like he wants all guns gone forever. South in this country are not doing nearly enough to prevent guns from getting in the hands of people and doing all the holistic work of gun prevention that is necessary in places across our community. Okay, what does that mean? In places across our communities. What does that mean? Certain places? Specific places? A gun-free zone? Is that what he's referring to? Schools? Churches? It's a little too vague. I would like to get the entire quote. I imagine there is a recording of this. Maybe the way he says it, where he pauses, where he puts the inflections that might clarify the statement. Because the way I'm reading it, he either wants one to get guns, prevent guns from getting in the hands of people, and prevent gun violence in certain places across communities. In this case, he's talking about schools. Or he wants to prevent guns from getting to the hands of people in general. What happens next? Since there are more than 12 months until the next general election in November 2024, a special election will be held to fill the seats according to the Tennessee Constitution. No date has been set for a special election, but state law says the governor should schedule them within 55 to 60 days. It's a couple minutes, 9 minutes from midnight. So let me grab the current Wordle and Wordle. And hopefully the pages do not refresh while I am ogre here. Doing a bit of news. Okay, let me kill Civ. Let me just finish this turn real quick. Okay, we're being mindful of Japan only has 4 cities. Making a 5th one too. I think I could get another city over here and then one more over here, which would bring me to a total of 2, 4, 6, 8 cities. No, 9 cities. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 cities. But Japan's settler here might beat me to it. Okay, let's see if I can block that Japanese settler from pushing further so I've got enough time to make 2 more settlers. I guess we'll just make 1 settler here, might as well. In Doge Man. And I guess I'll make the other one here in Yorona Feats. Okay, that looks like the end of the turn. Go ahead and save here. Which of these is save? Okay, so these two must be saved. This is low, this is options. I'm not sure what this one is. Start over. I think this is quick save. Okay, that is quick save. Let me also manually save as Gilgamesh. Okay. Easy peasy. I can read German. Okay. Let's finish up this article here. No date has been set for a special election, but state law says the governor should schedule them within 55 to 60 days. It appears both Jones and Pearson qualify to run for their seats again in the special election. In the meantime, quote, the legislative body of the replaced legislator's county of residence at the time of his or her election may elect an interim successor. The state constitution says. Sexton, the Speaker of the House, indicated earlier Monday that he would not stand in the way of the appointments if the local governing bodies choose to send Jones and Pearson back to the chamber. The two governing bodies will make the decision as to who they want to appoint to these seats, a spokesperson for the Speaker's office told CNN on Monday. These two individuals will be seated as representatives as the Constitution requires. On Monday, Jones called for Sexton's resignation. He is, I should read it as the MLK. He is an enemy of democracy, and he doesn't deserve to be in that office of a Speaker of the House any longer. Johnson agreed, accusing Sexton of limiting debate on the House floor until last week, when the nation's eyes turned to watch the proceedings against Jones, Johnson, and Pearson. Before the hearings, we had more healthy debate on bills than I think we've ever had in 3 or 4 years on the House floor, she told CNN Tuesday, because people were watching. CNN reached out to Sexton for comment. And expelling Jones and Pearson last week, Republicans held a party-line vote to oust them, accusing them of, quote, knowingly and intentionally bringing disorder and dishonor to the House of Representatives without being recognized to speak. While the state constitution says members can be expelled for disorderly behavior with a 2/3 majority vote, they cannot be expelled, quote, a second time for the same offense. Well, you done goofed. You done fucked yourself over. Expulsions were unconstitutional, attorneys say. Attorneys for the ousted representatives, among us, former U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder, sent a letter to Sexton Monday calling their removals unconstitutional. Their partisan expulsion was extraordinary, illegal, and without any historical or legal precedents, the attorneys said. Holder and attorneys Scott J. Crosby, who are representing Jones and Pearson respectively, urged the House to not, quote, compound its errors by taking any further retributive actions. Any partisan retributive actions such as the discriminatory treatment of elected officials or threats or actions to withhold funding for government program would constitute further unconstitutional action that would require redress, the letter says. The Congressional Black Caucus released a statement on Monday after Jones was reinstated to his seat. While this is what the residents of Nashville deserve, we must recognize that Representative Jones was reappointed to his position not because the Republican majority did the right thing, but because Representative Jones's constituents in Nashville, joined by supporters from all over the country, peacefully voiced their concerns about the prevalence of gun violence in our communities and the ongoing assault by Republicans on our democracy. The statement read, so they were reinstated because people voiced their concerns about gun violence. I think the editor should specify. I'm pretty sure they also would have had to peacefully voice their concerns about the illegality of the removal or something along those lines. I don't know about this picture of Justin J. Pearson on Wikipedia. It's just like I guess the only picture of him that's good enough for Wikipedia is him with other people, so they had to cut off like 20% of him because somebody else is there. Pretty weird. Pretty weird. Okay, and then there was this other article that you posted in the politics channel. Newsweek by Alex Phillips on April 11th. Truck carrying toxic soil from East Palestine overturns. Video. Train carrying toxic chemicals derailed in Ohio on February 3rd. And the video doesn't work. Thanks, buddy. Nice website, bro. A truck carrying 40,000 pounds of soil contaminated with toxic chemicals from the train derailment near East Palestine, Ohio, crashed on Monday evening while en route to a disposal site. In a statement, the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency said that roughly half of the tractor trailer's load had spilled onto the road and into a nearby ditch on State Route 165, which runs from Unity near East Palestine toward Beloit. The aftermath of the crash was captured on video and posted to Twitter on Tuesday. I click Twitter to try to go to the video, but what it links to is all of Newsweek's articles that link to the concept of Twitter. Like, bitch, give me the link to the Twitter that has the video. Who made this website? Why are you like this? Who raised you? The incident comes as federal workers and contractors for rail company Norfolk Southern continue to clear up the toxic waste from the February 3rd crash, in which 38 rail cars out of 150 came off the tracks, 11 of which were carrying hazardous materials. The derailment caused toxic chemicals, including vinyl chloride, to leach into the soil surrounding the derailment site, as well as nearby waterways. The crash also caused a large fire, which led emergency responders to execute a controlled burn, venting noxious gases into the atmosphere. Since being allowed to return home, residents have complained of symptoms associated with exposure to toxic chemicals, despite monitoring by the EPA and Norfolk Southern contractors showing safe readings. The rail company and the EPA have been working to contain the containment. Nice meme. To contain the contamination from the spill in the months since, including aerating water in nearby streams to remove toxic particles and excavating the soil, the crash site to be disposed of at the EPA certified facilities. A spokesperson for the EPA told Newsweek that the Ohio EPA and the East Palestine Fire Department had led to the cleanup of the soil spilled by the tractor trailer on April 10th, but that a federal EPA coordinator was also on the scene. The Ohio EPA said that the spill, quote, was contained and is not a threat to nearby waterways. I'm assuming this here is the video. Yeah, that's gonna be loud as fuck, isn't it? What? This guy's just fucking walking right up to it? Okay, go ahead. Walk into the Chernobyl. The Chernobyl truck. The EPA noted that it was a single vehicle accident, adding that soil sampling had been undertaken at the crash site last night under the supervision of the EPA coordinator, the results of which, quote, will inform if additional containment measures are needed and what those would be. Footage from the scene shows the truck tipped on its side near Cobbler's Ranch, a shoe repair shop along the route, approximately a 2-minute drive from Unity, with soil dumped along the road behind it. Another similar truck is stopped behind it, and ambulances are also visible on scene. It's literally gotta be like a Big Feats. 100%. This is Big Feats. I'm gonna pull a, what's his name? I'm gonna pull Todd Standing. This is definitely Big Feats. For those unaware, Todd Standing is a guy who believes that every little thing is a big feat. No matter what it is, it's a big feat. So it's definitely a big feat because a big feat rammed into the train as it was passing by Ohio. He rammed into the train to cause the spill in the first place. And then with this truck that's transporting the soil, he's following it and further ramming into this truck as well to liberate the soil and the toxic waste, which he believes is our property, which I guess it technically is. Is it getting colder? Weather. What is the current temperature? 65. Okay, it's a little cold. It's a little cold. It's just weird that all of a sudden the cold just hit me all at once. Maybe there's just a big feats, and my body is trying to warn me that there's a big feats nearby. Okay, let's see. There's a couple of other articles. That I can maybe get to. Body cam footage of police responding to Louisville mass shooter released. I'll go ahead and watch that offline once I finish the stream. Because I do not want the Twitch bots and the YouTube bots to kill my accounts. I would greatly appreciate if I could still stream and play my video games and read my news. Biden administration proposes evenly cutting water allotments from Colorado River, as in to send it to Florida or to California. I don't really think this is an interesting article, but I'll read a little bit. New York Times. April 11th by Christopher Flavel. Who is Nicholas Flavel? Biden administration proposes evenly cutting water allotments from Colorado River. As the river shrinks, the Biden administration is getting ready to impose, for the first time, reductions in water supplies to states. The river is shrinking. It's the big feets. I know it. It's the big feets who's drinking all the water. After months of fruitless negotiations between the states that depend on the shrinking Colorado River, the Biden administration on Tuesday proposed to put aside the legal precedents and save what's left of the river by evenly cutting water allotments, reducing the water delivered to California, Arizona, and Nevada by as much as 1/4. The size of those reductions and the prospect of the federal government unilaterally imposing them on states have never occurred in American history. Overuse and a 23-year-long drought made worse by climate change have threatened to provoke a water and power catastrophe across the West. The Colorado River supplies drinking water to 40 million Americans as well as 2 states in Mexico and irrigates 5.5 million agricultural acres. The electricity generated by dams on the river's 2 main reservoirs, Lake Mead and Lake Powell, powers millions of homes and businesses. But the river's flows have recently fallen by 1/3 compared with historical averages. Levels in Lake Mead and Lake Powell are so low that water may soon fail to turn the turbines that generate electricity, and could even fall to the point that the water is unable to reach the intake valves that control its flow out of the reservoirs. If that happened, the river would essentially stop moving. The Biden administration is desperately trying to prevent that situation, known as Deadpool. Whoa! They named it after that Marvel character, but it faces a political and ethical dilemma how to divvy up the cuts required. The Interior Department, which manages the river, released a draft analysis Tuesday that considered 3 options. The first alternative was taking no action, a path that would risk Deadpool. Whoa, that's so cool. The other 2 options are making reductions based on the most senior water rights. Oh my goodness, you're going to get grandfathered in. The most senior water rights, or evenly distributing them across Arizona, California, and Nevada by reducing water deliveries by as much as 13% beyond what each state has already agreed to. If changes were based on seniority of water rights, California, which among us, the 7 states, is the largest and oldest user of Colorado River water, would mostly be spared, but that would greatly harm Nevada and force disastrous reductions in Arizona. The aqueduct that carries drinking water to Phoenix and Tucson would be reduced almost to 0. Rippy dippy, we're going to have to start fighting our freshwater wars soon. That might be the catalyst to the Civil War. Ogre the freshwater. Those are consequences that we would not allow to happen. Tommy Biedro, the Deputy Secretary for the Interior Department, said in an interview on Monday, Arizona and Nevada are both important swing states for President Biden if he decides to run again next year. Both states have also Senate seats valuable to Democrats that will be on the ballot in 2024. Oh my god, such a long article. Okay, well, I guess I'll leave it at that. Probably the majority of the rest is political discourse, people within each state, what their arguments are, so on and so forth. That's pretty spooky. You have been warned. Collect your own rainwater while you can, especially if you live in California, Arizona, and Nevada, and I guess also Colorado. But if we're being as sincere and as honest as we should be at all hours of the day, you should be collecting rainwater and or using it regardless of where you are. Let's see if I can find another nice article. In China, young people ditch prestige jobs. Wouldn't it be prestigious jobs? Prestige jobs for manual labor. Old Milwaukee Mall is transformed into stunning apartment complex, and TikTok is obsessed. TikTok is obsessed with everything. This is so dope, says the quote. TikTok is the least likely place where I would want to get opinions from people. USA Today fact check. UN has not made a New World Order website, despite video's claim. What the heck? New York Times, why banks are suddenly closing customer accounts. Okay, let's see if I can find any of these that are interesting. No! I don't think I really care about this China article. It doesn't surprise me that the Chinese want to get to ditch prestigious jobs for manual labor, because then they get to work alongside the Uyghur Muslims, who are also doing manual labor in China against their will, but still manual labor. The days when malls were the beating heart of small town America seem to be long behind us now, while many are still trying to make a comeback across the U.S. Few have managed to pull off what developers in Milwaukee, Wisconsin have. They've turned an old abandoned mall into a modern apartment building that's once again full of life. I'm pretty sure the idea is that you don't want malls and office buildings. You don't want non-residential buildings as homes because they lack enough plumbing, they lack insulation. They're not made to house those people. An office building in a mall has plumbing in specific areas for bathrooms and kitchens and stuff, but an apartment building would need it all over the place for multiple bathrooms and kitchens throughout the entire building. Whereas offices and malls would probably be more centralized in certain areas. The old Grand Avenue Mall in downtown Milwaukee received an extensive makeover before opening up rental units to the public. Now, former storefronts are the entrances to roomy apartments, and a shared pickleball court has been set up where shoppers used to stroll. What the fuck is pickleball? Sounds like a white person thing. Milwaukee is going through a mass renovation. TikToker Rook. The apartments all have front entryways visible through floor-to-ceiling glass windows that used to be for a store windows displays. That sounds super expensive. A problem is a lot of this is a comment. A problem is a lot of old, quote, dead malls often don't look nice on the inside and usually demolition, and putting up new buildings is cheaper. However, I could also see this sort of thing working where a mall can be a total self-contained town, complete with a grocery store, maybe a few restaurants, a library, post office, and homes, if a company willing to take on renovation. One that looks halfway decent on the inside shows interest. I don't know. Good luck with your apartment mall that leaks heating out into the world. Let's see. Banks are closing customer accounts with little explanation. Increasing attention to suspicious seeming transactions has led to some people suddenly losing access to their bank accounts. The reasons are often a mystery. A rise in suspicious activity reports with fraudulent activity on the rise and exploding during the pandemic. We're still talking about the fucking pandemic? This was published April 8th, 2023. Why are we still talking about the pandemic? It's like that voicemail thingy in New York. Due to the pandemic, we are operating at 2 hours per day. Typically, we only operated at 3 hours per day, so if you don't catch us between 11 p.m. to 12 to noon, no, 11 a.m. to noon, or 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., then try calling again next week. Because financial institutions have a front row seat for watching the country's cash flow, financial institutions are obligated to alert regulators and law enforcement through a suspicious activity report if there's irregular behavior that they cannot easily explain. Not all reports lead. I always hated this word. Led, past tense is LED. But you could technically also pronounce lead, Lead. But you can also pronounce it you can pronounce it lead and lead. I hate this word. I hate this word so much. Ever since I was like fucking, when did I first encounter this and it blew my mind? I was like 5th grade or something. I'm still having that exact same discussion in my head. Is it lead or lead? Oh my god. Not all reports lead to account closures. Lead, Lead. And not all closures lead to reports. But if banks fail to report suspicious activity and regulators discover problematic transactions later, banks and their compliance employees are potentially on the hook for all manner of penalties. Okay, well, I think that's enough of this article. I'm done with the lead. Right, RB? RBs. Okay, I think I am all out of articles. Oh, fuck. I wanted to do this thingy, but I'll do it tomorrow or next stream. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. We will see. Okay, maybe monkey is a good word. No, monkey's not gonna fit. How about alien? No, we can't do alien. We've already used A and I. How about hound? Because we heard some dogman stuff. Okay, so we got drunk on the top left. Oh my god, when you have 2 letters on this one. One, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 letters on this top left. But we don't know where any of them go. I don't really know any good guesses for this one. I suspect it starts with R. Might just be best to find more letters. I haven't even used the E yet. Where can I put an E? Best. Oh, fast. How about guest? I do reuse another letter, but I think it's okay. Okay, so I think this word on the bottom right is our next good guess. Is there a word that ends in E or H? I don't think so. So H probably doesn't go last, and it doesn't go first, so it has to go second. Which means T probably goes first. Is it there? It has to be there. Okay, perfect. There. We have 3 letters here on the bottom left. I think I'll go with this top left one first. I have way more letters. 3 letters here as opposed to 4 letters here. Is it Linus? Linus doesn't work. It is highly likely that either R or N goes first. Hang on, could it be U? Wait, how the heck do you spell injury? Is that... Injury is like this with a Y. What the heck? How do you spell injure? Oh my goodness. Is my brain farting so hard right now that I can't even tell? How do you spell injure? Fuck. Oh, injures with an E at the end. Okay. I was so fucking scared. Like, so spooked. The only possible word this could be is infer, but there's no U, so it's not infer. Rinboo, Rinlu, Rinboo, Riku, Rinwu, Rinmu. I'm so lost for this one. No, it's not river. Okay, well, I just gotta try something. So I still got plenty of guesses. I think I got plenty enough to get 1 or 2 wrong. Nah. I'm trying so hard to get it in this guess, but I don't think I will, no matter how hard I try. Is it cringe? Cringe you? I don't like this word. Whatever this word is, I don't like it. This one down here could be noble. I think I like noble. Okay, so N does not go first in that top left one. Okay, we don't know what goes first here. We know O goes second. And it could go here. And E does not go at the end, so it could go fourth. And could either go in the middle or at the very end. Could be Coven? Coven? Okay, perfect. I have two guesses now. There is a C in the first word. The top left word. You have no idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have every single letter. We just don't know where any of them go. So it should be a pretty simple process of elimination. C doesn't go first, N doesn't go first. It could be R. U doesn't go second, R doesn't go second. If R is first, it's either, it has to be I. U could go first as well. UNCRI. Okay, so some combination of these letters. I should be able to see it just by staring at it long enough. Would it be cheating if I were to pull up Paint alongside and just play around with the letters? Why the heck do I not see this word? Incur! What the heck? I don't think I would have been able to get that word without the C. That one was pretty difficult. Okay, now for the regular Wordle. Let's start. Will we start with fairy? Fairy. Motes. Okay, we have 3 letters. Maybe blame? Blame could be a good word. No! Okay, well we have the A in the middle. Okay, so M does not go first. L does not go second or third. It could go first. However, what would go between L and A if L is first? This does not look like the word. Could A appear twice? Okay, well, we haven't yet used U as the only other vowel, so we need to test U. It is possible that one of the letters is reused. I really don't see this word right now. Fuck. Okay, let me try some other letters and I have to use U. This seems like a good guess. Okay, so there is definitely a U. Is Amal a word? No. Amalu? I don't think it's like this. This doesn't look like it either. Okay, if I can get this word and this guess, that would be ideal. The one time. The one time it is a QU word. The one time. Okay, well, time for the second guess. The second word of the day. Okay, plant. We only have A. And it does not go in the middle. But moist. I don't want to use T again. Okay, O goes second. No donor, no clover. Can't be roar. Rock. How about there's no C. cannot be vocal. What's up, Patches? What's up, buddy? I think she wants to play. I'll go ahead and play with her. Once I finish this one and then the Quordle again. Oh, vocal? No, there's no C. Fuck. Does Gouda count? Nope. Gouda is not an acceptable word in Wordle. Hey, Patches. What's up, buddy? I don't know if the camera is on. Set to be small here. Stop, buddy. What the heck? I'm using this. I'm using the mouse. It's for me, not for you. Stop. What the heck? Buddy. Oh my goodness, dude. I'm gonna go play with her in a bit. Just gotta finish this. Come here. Just a little baby. Just a little baby. Just a baby. Come here, leg. Over here. There you go. There you go. Okay. Let's see if I can finish this before she starts fucking up my mouse again. Fuck, dorsal has one letter too many. My instinct, which I have to keep fighting against, is to do an OA sound, but A does not go after the O in this instance. Wait a second, A can go first. How many words open with AO? How about armor? Something like armor could be cool. No, there's no sonar, no solar. How about sodas? Unlucky. Okay, well, we know where the A goes. What's up, buddy? You is a little sleepies. Is Hogar a word? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get this one. I know what their word is. It's Borat. Okay, I think the next best play is to find more letters. Monkey. So R does go in the middle. Something aura in the middle. I feel like it starts with a G. For some reason, I don't know why. I feel like it starts with a G. But it cannot be 4A. I think 4A has 2 R's, probably. Fora, Zora, Wara, Bora, Gora, Hora. Oh my goodness, I don't know about what this word is. It's so weird. I guess I just gotta try every combination, because I have no idea. Is this how you spell forage? Is this how you spell Wojak? Is this how you spell... What's that Dr. Seuss thingy? I don't think I ever read that one. Warex or something? I think that's what I'm thinking of. I don't know about this word. I can't use my mouse or my keyboard right now. It would be nice if I could just make the word coral. Buddy, I need the mouse right now. I'm using it. I don't like this word. Whatever it ends up being. I don't like this word. I'm not even paying attention to the game right now. I'm just playing with the kitty. What? What happened? What happened? so funny seeing her eyes. Her pupils get so much bigger when you make funny sounds. I'm probably just gonna end here after this one. I don't think I'll do the Quirtle. So I can go hang out with Patches a bit more. Look at her, she's a sleeping tiny baby kitty. I don't know what the fuck this word is. Just thinking about it, I don't think I can find a solution to it. I don't know what the first word is, the first letter is. And then it is O-R-A. And I don't know what the last letter is. And the letters I have access to still are Q, W, Z, X, F, G, H, J, B, and then the O-R-A. It's something that starts with Bora, Ora, Jura, Wara, Zora, and or does it end with Orax, Orab, Oraf, Oraj, Forax is not a word. F-O-R-A-X. No! Is it actually borax? Is that what it is? It's fucking borax! Oh my god. Why the fuck are Dr. Seuss words allowed in Wordle? The fuck is a borax? It literally was what I was thinking of earlier. What the fuck is a borax? Let's go look up a borax. Borax, also referred to as a sodium borate, tincal, and tincar, is a salt ionic compound, a hydrated or anhydrous borate of sodium with the chemical formula Na2H20B4017. It is a colorless crystalline solid that dissolves in water to make a basic solution. It is commonly available in powder and granular form and has many industrial and household uses, including as a pesticide, as a metal soldering flux, as a component of glass, enamel, and pottery glazes, for tanning of skins and hides, for artificial aging of wood, as a preservative against wood fungus, among us, and as a pharmaceutic alkalizer. In chemical laboratories, it is used as a buffering agent. Borax was first discovered in dry lake beds in Tibet. Native tincal from Tibet, Persia, and other parts of Asia were traded via the Silk Road to the Arabian Peninsula in the 8th century AD. Yeah, well, fuck Tibet and the Dalai Lama and tongue sucking. Okay, fuck you, Borax. I guess I'll do the Quirtle since she's a sleepings here. Let her take a little tiny baby nap. Wait. Wait, it gave me the Quirtle from today? What the heck? What do you mean? I loaded the page yesterday. Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess I cannot do a second Quirtle. I guess I maybe should have guessed my first word for Quirtle when it was still yesterday. Okay, well, I guess while she is sleepings here, maybe what I'll do is I'll find something to read. And I'll try to ASMR read for a little bit until she wakes up again. Or until I get tired enough that I want to actually stop. Okay, I don't have a physical copy of the book, but I do have a PDF. So we'll go ahead and read this for a little bit. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling. Chapter 1: The Boy Who Lived. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Privet Drive were proud to say that they were perfectly normal, thank you very much. They were the last people you'd expect to be involved in anything strange or mysterious, because they just didn't hold with such nonsense. Mr. Dursley was the director of a firm called Grunnings, which made drills. He was a big, beefy man with hardly any neck, although he did have a very large mustache. Mrs. Dursley was thin and blonde and had nearly twice the usual amount of neck, which came in very useful as she spent so much of her time craning over garden fences, spying on the neighbors. The Dursleys had a small son called Dudley, and, in their opinion, there was no finer boy anywhere. The Dursleys had everything they wanted, but they also had a secret, and their greatest fear was that somebody would discover it. They didn't think they could bear it if anyone found out about the Potters. Mrs. Potter was Mrs. Dursley's sister, but they hadn't met for several years. In fact, Mrs. Dursley pretended she didn't have a sister, because her sister and her good-for-nothing husband were as un-Dursleyish as it was to be possible. The Dursleys shuddered to think what the neighbors would say if the Potters arrived in the street. The Dursleys knew that the Potters had a small son too, but they had never seen him. This boy was another good reason for keeping the Potters away. They didn't want Dudley mixing with a child like him. When Mr. and Mrs. Dursley woke up on the dull, gray Tuesday our story starts, there was nothing about the cloudy sky outside to suggest that strange and mysterious things would soon be happening all over the country. Mr. Dursley hummed as he picked out his most boring tie for work, and Mrs. Dursley gossiped away happily as she wrestled a screaming Dudley into his high chair. None of them noticed a large tawny owl flutter past the window. At 8:30, Mr. Dursley picked up his briefcase, pecked Mrs. Dursley on the cheek, and tried to kiss Dudley goodbye, but missed because Dudley was now having a tantrum and throwing his cereal at the walls. "Little tyke," chortled Mr. Dursley as he left the house. He got into his car and backed out of number 4's drive. It was on the corner of the street that he noticed the first sign of something peculiar: a cat reading a map. For a second, Mr. Dursley didn't realize what he had seen. Then he jerked his head around to look again. There was a tabby cat standing on the corner of Privet Drive, but there wasn't a map in sight. What could he have been thinking of? It must have been a trick of the light. Mr. Dursley blinked and stared at the cat. Cat stare. It stared back. As Mr. Dursley drove around the corner and up the road, he watched the cat in his mirror. It was now reading the sign that said Privet Drive. No, looking at the sign. Cats can't read maps or signs. Mr. Dursley gave himself a little shake and put the cat out of his mind. As he drove toward town, he thought of nothing except a large order of drills he was hoping to get that day. But on the edge of town, drills were driven out of his mind by something else. As he sat in the usual morning traffic jam, he couldn't help but notice that there seemed to be a lot of strangely dressed people about. People in cloaks. Mr. Dursley couldn't bear people who dressed in funny clothes, the get-ups you saw on young people. He supposed this was some stupid new fashion. He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, and his eyes fell on a huddle of these weirdos standing quite close by. "No, she's awake!" They were whispering excitedly together. Mr. Dursley was enraged to see that a couple of them weren't young at all. Why, that man had to be older than he was, and wearing an emerald green cloak. The nerve of him! But then it struck Mr. Dursley that this was probably some silly stunt. These people were obviously collecting for something. Yes, that would be it. The traffic moved on, and a few minutes later, Mr. Dursley arrived at the Grunnings parking lot, his mind back on drills. Okay, well, now that she's awake, I'm gonna go ahead and go play with her for a little bit. And that'll be it for the stream for 2 days. I'll have to go find some more articles next time around. I wonder if it would be possible to get through at least one stream without the internet dying on me for no particular reason. But good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid. If you don't like the Twitch pre-roll ads, go to the Zero Suit Sonia channel on YouTube if you have Twitch Prime. Yours or a family member's, don't forget you can subscribe with Prime on Twitch to give me some of Jeff Bezos' money. You're already paying for Prime, might as well use it. And as always, don't forget that I will see you next time. Bye-bye.